Chapter 236. Qin Yu's body tensed. A feeling of being locked onto by a higher existence rose up from the depths of his heart, transforming into an instinctive fear. His soul shivered, his body stiffened like iron, and his heart nearly stopped beating. This was the might of the eighth tribulation thunder. Before it truly erupted, its aura was already hard to contend with. But this process only lasted for a short period of time. Within his soul space, the little blue lamp suddenly cried out. Then, a strange aura fused into Qin Yu's soul. All of his fear retreated like a tide, leaving behind only a calm and indifference. It was like a gaze looking down from above, one that carried a bit of carelessness and confidence that everything was under control. That's right, it was the kind of will that controlled everything. At this moment, everyone discovered a change in Qin Yu's aura. He suddenly became calm, and although he didn't move, this feeling was clearly transmitted. It was as if the tribulation thunder in front of him and even the tribulation clouds in the skies were nothing to him at all. Then, Qin Yu moved. He grasped forwards. Yes, it was a simple action. He straightened his arm and then grasped it. It was natural and casual, as if he were catching a falling leaf from a tree. But the key point was that what he faced now was the terrifying eighth tribulation thunder. What he reached out to grab was also this. To directly touch tribulation thunder with his mortal body. Did Qin Yu want to commit suicide? All of the sea folk that saw this, whether they were strong or weak, couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Soupman's feet softened and he fell to the ground. He didn't care about Qin Yu's life or death, but it was clear that he was in the same boat as His Majesty. Bastard, bastard. If you want to die, then why did you harm His Majesty? Princess Lushi nearly cried out in alarm. She opened her small mouth, opening it wider and wider until it was large enough to swallow a salted duck egg. But at this time, no one noticed the princess's shameful appearance, because everyone was in the same state. Everyone's eyes widened, making one worry that they would explode in the next second. Qin Yu had grabbed the tribulation thunder. He had grabbed the eighth tribulation thunder, the incomparably terrifying deep purple eighth tribulation thunder. He had said it 3 times. Okay, he had really grabbed it. It was like a rope, a branch, or a leaf floating in the air. No matter how much the purple tribulation thunder struggled, wildly roaring, it couldn't break free. The spreading lightning submerged Qin Yu's entire body. However, it was clear that even though the lightning was leaping about, it did not cause him any harm at all. Everyone was speechless. That's right, they all knew that Qin Yu had a way to deal with heavenly tribulation. But, no one knew that his methods were exaggerated to such an extent. Catching heavenly tribulation with one hand, Big Brother, was there anything more absurd and ridiculous than this in this world? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, who would dare to say such a thing? I would definitely smash his head. Pooh. Bragging right in front of me, looking for **T. But this is real. My God, the sea folk groaned inwardly. They wanted to tremble and sing the song of conquest. Suddenly, the eighth tribulation lightning began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, only half of its original size remained. He had been devoured. Hehe, I'm not surprised. I'm already used to it. I can even grab heavenly tribulations with my bare hands, so what's the big deal about swallowing heavenly tribulations? Why was his mouth so wide open? Nonsense, was it supposed to open now? I haven't closed my eyes at all. Fortunately, I have foresight. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to open it again after closing it. It shrank by half, and then another half. Soon, the tribulation lightning had turned into a rope. One end was in Qin Yu's hand and the other end was connected to the tribulation clouds. The eighth tribulation lightning caused a connection to form between them. Then, the sea folk discovered that the tribulation clouds that covered the capital city began to wildly surge. This sort of surge was different from the pressure that had descended before. It was filled with a bit of panic and fear. They rubbed their eyes. Was this an illusion? The tribulation clouds represented the will of the world, so how could they be afraid? You must be kidding me. But in the next moment, a sudden scene occurred that refreshed their worldview once more. Within the tribulation clouds that covered the capital city, a part of it cracked open. The several thousand feet wide tribulation cloud in the center was separated from the main body of the tribulation cloud. And it just so happened that the end of the 8th tribulation lightning was connected here. In the blink of an eye, the several thousand feet wide tribulation cloud vanished from sight. The 8th tribulation lightning vanished along with it. No matter how one looked at it, this was like cutting off an arm to survive. Qin Yu had actually forced the tribulation cloud to this step. Many sea folk suddenly heard a loud cracking sound, followed by pained cries. Their jaws fell to the ground, and more importantly, Qin Yu had used his bare hands to grab the heavenly tribulation and swallow it clean. It was like he had eaten a sweet and juicy sugar cane without using any external force. This was even more terrifying. Heavens! 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 Since when did the human race become so impregnable? There was actually someone who could beat up heavenly tribulation like this. Let alone hearing about it, this had never happened in history. After all, there was a limit to bragging. The sea sovereign's eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. Even with his cultivation, he never imagined that such a scene would occur. Qin Yu, this solitude really underestimated you. Superman shrank his head back and subconsciously took a step back. His majesty was safe and his anger had subsided. He finally regained some of his sanity, but he couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. This brat Qin Yu, he was actually fierce to such a degree. Luckily the old turtle stopped him just now, otherwise I would have definitely died. When the tribulation is over, should I leave early? Cough cough, if we meet again, it will be a bit awkward. Even someone like Superman, who was so nervous and loyal to the sea sovereign, was thinking about what would happen after crossing tribulation. It could be seen that the vast majority of the seafolk already believed that His Majesty's heavenly tribulation would no longer be a problem. Of course, this was a direct result of the shocking scene of Qin Yu grabbing heavenly tribulation with his bare hands like he was eating a sugar cane. Even if the 9th tribulation thunder was even more terrifying, so what? To a freak like Qin Yu, it was nothing more than a thicker sugar cane. Perhaps it would even be sweeter. Princess Lushy was overjoyed. But soon, she realized that this joy was also because Qin Yu was safe and sound. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. This heartless fellow already had a woman he liked, so why was he still thinking about him? He was just too useless. But as she thought this, her eyes were still a bit blurry as she looked at his figure. A young girl would always yearn for the opposite sex. This was an instinct that had nothing to do with status or status. Within the royal palace, or perhaps the entire capital city, everyone entered into a state of joy. His Majesty had successfully crossed tribulation and an unprecedented divine soul realm existence would appear amongst the sea races. This was bound to be an enormous benefit to the entire sea races. But at this time, Qin Yu actually frowned. His eyes darkened as he looked at the tribulation clouds that were missing a piece in the middle. He could feel a strange aura. Within his soul space, the little blue lamp's cries became even more intense. Something didn't seem right. The sea sovereign was the one crossing tribulation and his cultivation was also the highest. He was the first to sense that something was wrong with the tribulation clouds. Slowly, more and more seafolk revealed looks of surprise. Why hadn't the 9th tribulation thunder descended yet? Suddenly, the tribulation clouds that covered the capital city began to contract at an extremely fast speed. After several breaths of time, all that was left over was a massive black fog. It wasn't static. Its surface constantly bulged and changed shape, as if some sort of life form were being bred within, struggling to be born. What was going on? The seafolk all had stunned expressions. Even those who considered themselves knowledgeable and had broad horizons were left dizzy at this time. It was already horrifying to see someone grab heavenly tribulation with their bare hands. Could there be some other special surprise? Could it be that they couldn't withstand being shocked again and again? A light aura sprinkled down from the fog. The sea sovereign stuffily coughed. His body shivered, as if he were carrying an invisible mountain on his back. He was the one crossing tribulation, so he was the first to sense the changes in heavenly tribulation. Turtle Origin, Superman, and the others all paled. It hadn't even truly appeared, and yet His Majesty found it hard to withstand it. No matter how terrifying the ninth tribulation thunder was, it shouldn't have reached this step. Just what was happening? Perhaps Qin Yu knew. The world's will had always wanted to erase the little blue lamp, but it was trapped by the rules and had been unable to do so. Thus, it had always been waiting for an opportunity. Now, it had finally arrived. Helping the sea sovereign cross tribulation and interfering with the birth of his divine soul might have touched upon some restriction of the rules. Thus, the world's will was able to mobilize an even stronger strength and send down a destructive power. Thus, it had acted, leading to the scene before them. Of course, there might be other reasons as well, but this was the most likely one. A roar rang out, carrying with it a boundless aura. It seemed to come from the great desolate, carrying with it the lingering charm of the endless years. But even more, it was cruel and ruthless, bloodthirsty and murderous. Just this roar alone caused the entire capital city and countless seafolk to feel as if they were placed in an azure field. The thick killing intent caused their complexions to pale. The black fog was as thick as the night. A gap was pierced through and then swallowed up like a whale. The figure being bred within finally appeared in front of them. It was a thunder beast that was over 100 feet tall. In Moon-Praying Shrine, when the first 5 golden core heavenly tribulations fused together, the thunder beast that appeared was only a phantom. But this thunder beast was truly flesh and blood. Of course, it was impossible for a thunder beast to be born from the tribulation clouds. But its current appearance and aura was completely the same as the legendary god beast that wielded the wrath of the heavens and earth, the one that ruthlessly destroyed all. It was like the shrinking tribulation clouds had opened up a gate of time and space, allowing this terrifying life form that only existed in legends to cross the river of time and arrive at the sea race capital city to destroy the people it wanted to destroy. The thunder beast lowered its head, its giant eyes locking onto Qin Yu. There was no warmth in them at all. Then, its figure moved. In the void, over a dozen thunder beasts appeared, linking together in a line. These were all after-images that appeared because they were too fast. Without giving anyone time to respond, it appeared beside Qin Yu. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed him whole. Ah! Princess Lushy screamed out loud. Gulp! The clear sound of swallowing spread into the ears of countless seafolk, causing them to feel as if this was all unreal. Qin Yu, who had been so awesome and flashy all this time, had ended like this. But feeling the dreadful slaughter aura that the thunder beast emitted, there was no need to doubt it. The thunder beast lowered its head, its icy cold eyes falling on the sea sovereign. It roared and turned to leave, vanishing from the skies above the capital city. The tribulation clouds had vanished and the thunder beast had left. Could this mean that His Majesty had crossed his heavenly tribulation? Chapter 237. The thunder beast was just like its name. It was tyrannical and tyrannical like thunder, and it was also as fast as lightning. It flew out of the capital city and into the deep sea. Moments later, it entered a dark abyss at the bottom of the sea. It sunk to the bottom of the abyss and stretched out its body. Runes the size of a knuckle appeared on the surface of its body, swimming about like a living creature. As if an invisible force had descended, the icy cold seawater was forced apart. With the thunder beast as the center, a vast expanse of emptiness appeared. If someone saw this scene, they would discover that the seawater was empty. It was shaped like a square cauldron with feet and a mouth. The thunder beast closed its eyes, and the leaping lightning on its body receded. The abyss at the bottom of the sea was once again shrouded in darkness, returning to the cold and deathly stillness it had been since ancient times. Qin Yu felt as if he were immersed in a sea of thunder. As far as he could see, everything was a deep purple. Boundless waves roared, each wave carrying with it a fatal destructive strength. However, the moment the lightning touched his body, it was completely absorbed and did not cause him any harm at all. At this time, Qin Yu could already confirm that the Sea Sovereign's ninth tribulation thunder was targeting him. Then, things should not be so simple. Since the world's will was taking action, it should have some degree of confidence in itself. It wouldn't be like it was now, passing strength to the little blue lamp for free. Something must be wrong. As Qin Yu was deep in thought, his body stiffened. He looked up at the runes that appeared on his fingertips and his complexion became dignified. He had never seen these runes before, but the moment he saw them, a great fear rose up in his soul. Bang! Within his Dantian sea, the five-element golden cores erupted and a wild magic power surged forth. But the runes on his fingertips didn't dissipate because of the impact. Rather, they became even clearer. Then, a smear of black ash appeared on his fingertip and spread toward his palm. The area that was invaded by the black-gray color lost all feeling, as if it was no longer a part of his body. Qin Yu's eyes lit up with anger. The black and gray runes were inevitably related to the will of the world. This was its true killing move. As for how these runes had invaded his body, if he was not mistaken, it should be the lightning before him. If the little blue lamp swallowed the tribulation thunder, it would bring the toxic runes into his body. But if he didn't swallow them, he would instantly be blown to smithereens. That's right, the target of the world's will had shifted from the little blue lamp to Qin Yu. Perhaps it had already sensed the change in Qin Yu's relationship with the little blue lamp. After recognizing a master, the little blue lamp would share weal and woe. If Qin Yu died, the little blue lamp would inevitably suffer heavy losses. It could be said that it was a roundabout attack. Qin Yu bit the tip of his tongue and forced himself to calm down. There was no meaning in thinking about these things right now. He had to think of a way to survive the world's slaughter. The grayish-black color spread across his palm and crawled toward his wrist. At the same time, runes also began to appear on his palm. Clearly, he didn't have much time left. Qin Yu wasn't curious at all as to what would happen when the black ash covered his entire body, nor did he want to know. Rumble, the qi and blood in his body surged like the tide, rolling and roaring. His full strength erupted, and the black-gray corrosion rate slowed down slightly. But the most this could do was buy Qin Yu a little more time. It was meaningless to the final result. Within his Dantian sea, the little blue lamp was strangely quiet, as if it didn't know what was happening around it. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to question it. Perhaps the little blue lamp was thinking about it right now. He wasn't worried that the little blue lamp would stand idly by. The two of them were already one, and if something happened to him, the little blue lamp would inevitably be implicated. Moreover, the world's will's fundamental request was to destroy it. Without the lips, the teeth would be cold. There was no way it wouldn't understand such a simple truth. Suddenly, with a loud cry, the surface of the little blue lamp began to release a faint blue light. Then, it fell onto the great Tao base and began to slowly fuse into it. It was like a precious pearl had been embedded into the great Tao base. Qin Yu instantly sensed the changes in his body, as well as the closer connection between him and the little blue lamp. He sighed inwardly. Indeed, there were many tricks in this world. If he wasn't careful, he would fall into one. Recognizing a master was recognizing a master. It was so simple and direct. Who knew that this sort of thing was actually divided into levels? If he were to divide it, entering Qin Yu's Dantian Sea should be considered an initial master recognition. Fusing into the great Tao base was considered a deeper master recognition. But his intuition told him that this wasn't the end. In other words, even at this step, he still couldn't be considered the little blue lamp's true master. However, sighing was just sighing. After the little blue lamp fused into the great Tao base, there were still some effects. For instance, the ash-black color that spread out from his limbs was forced to stop. Then, it was slowly expelled and his control over his body was restored. The crisis had been resolved. Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. But, he subconsciously frowned. The world's will represented the world itself and was a part of the rules. Since it had schemed to deal with the little blue lamp, could it be that it didn't know what methods it had? It had waited so long for a chance to brazenly kill it. Could it be that it had started anticlimactic and ended on a weak note? He always felt that this was too simple. Reality proved that sometimes being too cautious and meticulous wasn't a good thing. Because when an accident occurred, he always felt that it was because he had jinxed it. A loud humming sound echoed out in Qin Yu's soul space. On the surface of his body, where the ash-black color had been expelled, countless runes appeared. Then, a gentle but incomparably sharp aura appeared. It was like a cool autumn breeze, carrying with it a faint chill as it brushed past Qin Yu's soul. Originally, this degree of contact shouldn't have caused too much damage to Qin Yu's soul. But the key point was that after the whale sovereign's soul exploded, the cracks in Qin Yu's soul hadn't been repaired. This cool autumn breeze was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. But it also seemed like some sort of meticulous preparation, something specially designed for Qin Yu. Thus, a severe pain surged out from his soul. It was like countless hands were grabbing onto a corner of his soul and forcefully pulling outwards, wanting to tear it into countless pieces. As the pain assaulted him, Qin Yu suddenly understood. He feared that fusing the little blue lamp into the great Tao base and helping him expel the ash-black color was already within the calculations of the world's will. It wanted to strengthen the connection between the little blue lamp and Qin Yu so that when it killed Qin Yu, it could inflict greater damage to the little blue lamp. So, from start to finish, he had only been a primer, a part of the plan. This left Qin Yu a bit helpless, but also a bit of anticipation. The little blue lamp's initial silence, allowing the ash-black color to invade him, was because it had sensed that something was wrong and had made some sort of preparations. So, he might not die. Within the great Tao base, the little blue lamp shined with a brilliant light. It was so blazing that Qin Yu felt as if a great sun had risen in the east, so bright that he couldn't look straight at it. Thus, beneath this light, everything came to a standstill. The runes on the surface of Qin Yu's body, his collapsing soul, the half-opened eyes of the thunder beast outside, and even further out in the sea, there were several strange deep-sea fish that swam over out of curiosity. At this moment, no one knew that deep in the sea, in an abyss at the bottom of the sea, time had come to a standstill. Even if it only covered a radius of several hundred meters, a standstill was still a standstill. Even if it only lasted for a second and the range was only a few inches, it still belonged to an unimaginable scope. What it represented was a boundary and level, one that far surpassed the understanding and imagination of the living beings of this world. Qin Yu's consciousness was clear. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with the little blue lamp, but even in this standstill time, his thoughts could still move. As he felt the pain disappear, tumbling waves rose up in his mind. The power to control time, whether it was catalyzing the growth of spiritual plants or swallowing heavenly tribulation, all of this was enough to prove just how incredible and formidable the little blue lamp was. But Qin Yu discovered that he had still underestimated its strength. Just what was it? Qin Yu didn't have time to think. Pain struck him without warning, like a mountain crushing down on him. His consciousness was on the verge of collapse. Stay awake, fragmented sounds spread into Qin Yu's soul. He understood the meaning behind the little blue lamp's words. Life or death depended on this moment. If he could withstand it, he would live. Otherwise, he would die. He had struggled countless times to reach this day. If he were to die like this, would he be willing? Qin Yu didn't know where the strength came from, but he stubbornly defended his mind. No matter how much the pain attacked him, he wished he could tear himself to pieces, but he still clenched his teeth and persisted. He could not give up. He absolutely could not give up. Qin Yu no longer had the mind to pay attention to this. The runes that appeared on the surface of his body began to melt like metal in a blazing inferno, dissipating and fusing into his body. Within his soul space, the horrifying cracks on the surface of Qin Yu's soul began to emit motes of light. Then, the two sides of the cracks began to fuse back together. This was a slow process. After an unknown period of time, the unimaginable pain suddenly vanished. Qin Yu stubbornly persisted until a voice sounded out in his soul. It's fine. Within the indifference, there seemed to be something else. Qin Yu didn't have time to recognize it. His consciousness fell into darkness. Capital City. In the skies above, countless flowers sprinkled down. In the air, faint syllables began to ring out. The sea sovereign's body floated up on its own. The flowers fused into his body one by one. Countless sea folk's eyes widened. After a brief daze, they were wild with joy. Then, in the entire capital city, all the sea folk fell to their knees. Congratulations to your majesty for successfully crossing tribulation and advancing to divine soul. Billowing waves of voices shot into the heavens. The sea sovereign closed his eyes. When the last flower entered his body, he opened his eyes. His pupils were warm and bright, as if they contained a strength that could pierce straight into the heart. A wind rose up from the capital city, lifting up the robes of the sea sovereign and causing a faint pressure to spread out in all directions. Turtle Origin's heart shook. He had nearly touched upon His Majesty's previous boundary, so he could clearly feel this aura. Was this divine soul? Soupman cried tears of joy. For an old man to cry to his heart's content and howl was terrifying. His Majesty had succeeded, he had succeeded. Good, this was far too good. At this time, this was the only thought in his mind, constantly tumbling about. Princess Lushy lowered her head. Everyone around her was cheering for her father's success, so she was also happy. But, could they have forgotten that there was a person who had resisted heavenly tribulation for her father just now? As she thought of that person who had been swallowed up by the thunder beast and taken away, she felt her heart clench. Chinyu, did you die? Chapter 238. Deep Sea, Abyss. The icy cold seawater was pitch black, so dark that it was hard to even see one's fingers. Chinyu lay on the seabed, half covered in mud and sand. His aura was completely gone, as if he were a piece of dead wood. Several strange fish that were born in the deep sea and had lost their eyes because they didn't see light all year round swayed their tails as they swam past him. The tail of one of the strange fish touched Chinyu's finger. Without any warning, the strange fish directly exploded, like a dark red flower blooming in the dark seawater. The rest of the strange fish with sharp senses were so frightened that they fled in all directions. But when they discovered that there was no danger, their instinctive desire for food overwhelmed their fear. They carefully approached and devoured the flesh and blood of their companions. Then, they shook their heads in satisfaction and slowly swam away. Chinyu still lay there with his eyes closed, completely unaware of what was happening outside. But after the scene just now, everyone knew what sort of terrifying strength was shaking within his body that was like dead wood. He was silent like a stone, but there were raging flames within, like a volcano. In this icy cold and pitch-black environment, time seemed to drag on, but it also seemed meaningless. After an unknown period of time, in the quiet and clear seabed, a trace of mud suddenly appeared. Not too far away, a carnivorous crab that had been patiently waiting for food to appear suddenly became excited. It had been starving for many days already. But soon, the carnivorous crab revealed a disappointed look. The one stirring up the mud was a big fish. Although it was hungry, it knew it wasn't its match. If it rushed over, it would only be adding more food to the other's meal. Thus, it decided to obediently wait. As the disappointed carnivorous crab lurked back into hiding, the confusion in Chinyu's eyes rapidly faded away. The chaotic memories in his mind finally began to resurface. The capital city, heavenly tribulation, Thunder Beast. It seemed that the Thunder Beast had brought him to this place. If he was alive, the Thunder Beast would naturally die. It was normal for it to disappear. Chinyu rubbed his temples, his body stiffening. He thought back to the pain he had experienced before falling unconscious. Even with his willpower, he absolutely didn't want to recall these memories. Luckily, he had survived. Chinyu sat down cross-legged, sensing the changes in his body. Soon, he revealed a pleasantly surprised smile. Those who survived a calamity were destined for good fortune. These words were indeed true. Within his soul space, his soul that had been severely wounded and covered in cracks, had now been restored to its original state. Moreover, it seemed as if there were some different changes. 3 days later, somewhere in the boundless sea, the surface of the water suddenly broke open and Chinyu's figure flew out. As he looked at the great sun above his head, he revealed a light smile. Looking around, the surface of the sea was all the same. There was basically no way to determine his position. But to Chinyu, this was actually extremely simple. With a thought, a sea map appeared above his head and slowly unfurled. Chinyu looked around and determined his position. After locking onto the position of the continent, he put away the sea chart and stepped forwards, turning into a beam of light that howled away. There was a considerable distance between this place and the sea race's capital city. Of course, even if it was close, he couldn't return there. Without accident, the sea sovereign had already reached the divine soul realm. If he were to go back on his word, there would be no one he could reason with. It was better to just leave. However, there was no way to ask the priests about the key. Whoosh, a shocking rainbow streaked across the sky. 1 month later. When the endless coastline appeared in his line of sight, Qin Yu smiled. He had finally returned. The location he chose wasn't too far from the fishing village that Little C had entered. Thinking about it, Qin Yu concealed his aura and entered the fishing village. Little C had indeed lived here for a period of time. But around 3 months ago, she had left and no one knew where she went. Qin Yu smiled. He thanked the weather-beaten old woman in front of him and turned to leave. He had no intention of disturbing Little C's life to begin with, but since she had already left, he might never see her again in this life. He hoped that she lived a happy life. After leaving the range of the coast, the number of cultivators gradually increased. Qin Yu soon discovered that the continent was filled with a tense atmosphere. And indeed, after paying a bit more attention, he found the crux of the problem. The demonic path and immortal Eclipse Valley were like fire and water. As for the exact cause, there was no way to verify it. All he knew was that both sides had suffered serious casualties and were truly enraged. The influence of the demonic path was undoubtedly the greatest in all directions. Only if all the righteous path sects joined forces would they be able to contend with them. Immortal Eclipse Valley was known as the #1 immortal sect. They had started with pills and had a long inheritance. It was unknown just how much wealth they had accumulated and how many connections they had. They were similarly able to look down on all others. When these two sides began to fight amongst each other, it naturally had far-reaching consequences. It was understandable that they were in the current situation. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. When he had casually killed bloodthirsty demon, small skirmishes had arisen between Immortal Eclipse Valley and the demonic path. If the current situation was said to be caused by the events of the past, then that was his responsibility. But thinking about it carefully, he didn't need to worry too much. Immortal Eclipse Valley had Pill Crucible, Jiang Li, Daoist Wang, and the others guarding it. Even the demonic path wouldn't be able to easily shake their foundation. In the future, he would think of a way to settle this matter and then make compensation. Since Qin Yu entered the sea region, besides the delays he had encountered along the way, a full year had passed. He had to admit that the reason he sped up was because of the news he obtained from that mysterious cultivator at Heavenseek Pavilion. Breaking through his demon body and reaching nascent soul was the most urgent matter at hand. Once he succeeded, he would no longer have to fear anything in this world. So, even if he dreaded Heavenseek Pavilion in his heart, Qin Yu still decided to make another trip there. Heavenseek Pavilion was extremely famous. They were spread throughout the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. As long as there was a sizable cultivator city, they would have a branch. If he wanted to find them, it would be a simple matter. 2 days later, Qin Yu stepped into Heavenseek Pavilion. He didn't hide his identity, so not long after he entered, a manager personally came out to greet him. "You recognize me?" The dark-skinned, middle-aged cultivator didn't deny it. He cupped his hands together and said, "A year ago, I received a notice from headquarters that once Lord Qin Yu arrived, you must be treated as an honored guest. Lord, please wait a moment. I have already passed on the news of your arrival and will soon receive a response." Qin Yu nodded, no longer speaking. In a luxurious private room, Qin Yu was drinking fragrant tea. The maid serving him wore a long dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her eyes were lowered and her cheeks were flushed red, as if she were waiting for him to do as he pleased. If there really was a need, she wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, Qin Yu really only drank tea. Besides looking up at her at the beginning, there was nothing unusual about him. The maid couldn't help but bite her lips. Between her eyebrows, there was just the right amount of hidden bitterness. Not only could she express her thoughts, but she also wouldn't arouse the disgust of others. Instead, she seemed even more pitiful. Unfortunately, it was useless. An hour later, there was a knock on the door from outside. A young man walked in, a warm smile on his face. His eyes were calm and gentle. He cupped his hands together and said, "Fellow Daoist Qin Yu is truly a man of his word." Qin Yu lightly said, "Let's get down to business." The young man didn't care about his indifference. He waved his hand and the kneeling maid stood up. She walked out and closed the door behind her. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu is a straightforward person, so I will get straight to the point. I wonder if fellow Daoist has heard news about the Gold Noble family? Qin Yu frowned. Gold Noble family? The young man sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. It's normal that fellow Daoist Qin Yu doesn't know. The Gold Noble family is hidden extremely deeply. Besides a small number of people, no one knows of their existence. However, if one carefully considers it, the Gold Noble family should be one of the most formidable influences in the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty. He smiled. Fellow Daoist, don't be anxious. Since I mentioned it, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. However, as the price, I hope that fellow Daoist Qin Yu can agree to one thing in the future. Qin Yu frowned. He didn't come to the Heavenseek Pavilion branch division today, but this young man had still appeared in such a short period of time. It was impossible to know what this meant, but Qin Yu still felt a bit more dread in his heart. The young man lightly said, Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, there is no need to worry. My request is certainly within the scope of your ability and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, you can refuse. Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded. All right, I agree. The young man smiled. The Gold Noble family has a mysterious origin. In the rumors, they are related to the land of divinity and demons. This family is surnamed Ning and they live in the Southern Empire, but they aren't located anywhere in the Southern Empire. Qin Yu's mind buzzed. Ning, their surname was Ning. Qin Yu immediately thought of Ning Ling. She had a formidable talent, a terrifying bloodline, and an incomparably mysterious background. Could she be someone from the Ning family? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his rising and falling thoughts. He continued to listen. The young man spoke a great deal, mixed with comments and praises of the Gold Noble family. But in summary, there was only one sentence. The Gold Noble family had a method to help Qin Yu break through his shackles and reach nascent soul. How do I obtain it? The young man smiled. Before long, the Gold Noble family will be recruiting a new batch of servants in Ning City. Fellow Daoist Qin Yu, please think of a way to enter. The opportunity will soon appear. Qin Yu slowly said, Can't you speak plainly? The young man smiled. There are some words that won't come true once spoken. But, I won't lie to you. I ask fellow Daoist Qin Yu to believe me. Qin Yu's eyes were sharp. I hope so. He stood up and pushed open the door to leave. As for the reward, he had already given it to him just now. The young man seemed to be in a very good mood. He wasn't in a hurry to leave and sat down to drink some tea. Soon, the door was pushed open once more and the docile maid walked in with a light expression. There was an indifference in her eyes, and there wasn't any trace of her previous soft and gentle temperament. This servant is incompetent and failed to complete master's orders. I ask master to punish me. The young man smiled. Qin Yu is a cautious person. He is already suspicious of Heavenseek Pavilion, so he naturally won't reveal any flaws. But, I have already done what I should. All I need to do is wait. The maid furrowed her eyebrows. Is master really confident? The young man sighed. I've already had enough of these days. Even if there is only a 50% chance, I still have to try. He waved his hand, putting this matter behind him. How is the current situation? Reporting to master, the conflict between the demonic path and Immortal Eclipse Valley is becoming increasingly serious. There is no turning back. Pass down the order for everyone to withdraw. There is no need for us to interfere any longer. Leaving Heavenseek Pavilion, Qin Yu shot into the skies. His eyes flashed and his thoughts raced. There was definitely a problem with Heavenseek Pavilion in this matter, but right now, no matter what Heavenseek Pavilion was planning, in order to break into nascent soul, he could only raise his vigilance and wait. Ning City. Ning Family, whoosh. Chapter 239. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. To the east of the Southern Empire, there was a vast and fertile plain that spanned thousands of miles. There was a great city that stood tall on the ground. Its name was Ning, and it maintained balance in all directions. Ning City lived up to its name. It had been peaceful for over 1,000 years and hadn't experienced any turmoil or destruction. Because of this, it became increasingly prosperous, and the wealth it had accumulated was an astronomical figure. This naturally attracted many covetous eyes. But no matter how the surrounding forces changed, Ning City remained calm and quiet, so calm that it left others in awe. Over time, even though no one knew how deep the waters were, no one dared to have any ideas about it. But as time passed, rumors began to spread. It was said that behind Ning City stood a family that lived in seclusion, and their strength was unfathomably formidable. This was just a rumor, and there was no concrete evidence. However, every 20 years, the Ning Mansion in Ning City would select a batch of outstanding young cultivators in the name of recruiting servants. Among them, the outstanding ones would gradually disappear in a short period of time. Speaking of which, this could be considered a somewhat horrifying matter. But from time to time, there would be one or two cultivators that were selected in the early years of the Ning Mansion. Their cultivations were unfathomably deep, and they wielded great authority within the Ning Mansion. Because of all of this, in addition to the speculations of all parties, there were gradually rumors that there was a great family that lived in seclusion in Ning City. Ning Mansion recruited servants once every 20 years. This was in order to find suitable people for this great family that lived in seclusion. Cultivators with a noble background certainly wouldn't consider becoming a servant for a better future. But to those cultivators that had no one to rely on, this was an opportunity. If they could grasp it, they might have some achievements in the future. Of course, there were risks. After all, no one knew where they would be brought to after being selected. What would they do? But taking 10,000 steps back, even if they weren't selected, entering Ning City's Ning Mansion was still a good choice for many people. Ning Mansion was the ruler of Ning City. As the 20-year period approached, Ning Mansion posted a notice to select servants. Ning City's bustling city became much livelier. Many cultivators rushed over from all over, hoping to find a lucky chance in this bustling city. Shueida's family had been living in Peace City for generations. They were the most experienced family in the city. Although they weren't considered as powerful, their status wasn't low either. Of course, a large part of this status was because Shueida's family had the qualifications to recommend servants to the Ning Mansion. And in these past years, many of them had been hired. Everyone wasn't mistaken. When the Ning Mansion recruited servants, they indeed needed to be recommended. Not just any random cat or dog could participate. If they wanted a clean background, they needed someone to vouch for them. If there weren't even these security measures, how could the secrets hidden within the Ning Mansion be preserved to this day? They would have long been made known to the entire world. Shueida was a name that had been passed down from more than 1,000 years ago to the present day. As long as one became the family head, their original name would immediately become invalid, and they would only be called Shueida. Therefore, this name was quite famous in Peace City. There were very few people who didn't know this name. Where did Master Shu go today? Master Shu, have you taken a liking to that nephew of mine? His character and foundation are unquestionable. Shueida, how many people are you going to recommend this time? That's right, the name Shueida wasn't something that just anyone had the qualifications to call out. This was called status and status. Thin, medium height, grizzled hair, this was the current Shueida. At this time, there was a light smile on his lips as he greeted everyone. Behind him followed a black-robed youth. His appearance couldn't be considered handsome, but his eyes were pitch black and bright. He was spirited, giving off a favorable impression. "Hey, Shueida, where did you bring this young man back?" On the second floor of the restaurant, near the window, the bald fatty had a surprised expression. He had heard that the Shu family had already decided on a candidate list. Shueida smiled. "This is a junior from a distant relative of mine. He has some talent in alchemy, so I sent him over to see if he can enter the eyes of the Ning Mansion." As he spoke, he twirled his beard, a smug look on his face. As expected, there was a loud gasp from the crowd, envy in their eyes. No wonder the Shu family hadn't fallen for so many years. Their methods were truly brilliant, They could even find a young man with alchemy talent. Even in the Ning mansion, alchemists were always respected. From this, it could be seen that Shueida had no chance of being selected. After exchanging some pleasantries and gaining enough attention, Shueida chuckled and left with the black-robed youth. When they arrived home, the Shu family was thrown into chaos. After suddenly bringing back a complete stranger, the entire Shu family felt a bit restless. However, with Shueida's endorsement, the situation soon calmed down. Their patriarch was smarter than a monkey, so he naturally wouldn't make any mistakes. The youth that entered the Shu family with the name of a distant relative was quickly settled down. All that was left was to wait for the Ning mansion to accept servants. Sitting in a simple and clean room, the black-robed youth revealed a helpless smile. With his current status, doing these things was a bit degrading. But in front of the great Tao of nascent soul, if he was degrading, then so be it. Come. Qin Yu followed behind in a daze. After entering the hidden door, there was a passage with rooms on both sides. The old man led the way to the second room on the left. What is your name? Qin Ning. What followed was a series of boring questions and answers. What Qin Yu said was the same as the information in the old man's hands. A moment later, after answering the last question, the old man smiled and suddenly drew backwards. At the same time, he shouted, "Men, capture him." Qin Yu sat where he was, his eyes unfocused, as if he didn't know what was happening. And in the room, no one appeared. The old man looked over several times and then nodded. His face became tranquil once more and he lowered his head to record the information into a jade slip. When the 5 people were sent back to their rooms and regained their composure, the hidden door had already closed, as if nothing had happened. A steward pushed open the door and brought them back. However, each of them had a jade card in their hands. After passing the examination, they had the qualifications to participate in the examination. As for whether or not they could be chosen, that would depend on their own abilities. You are called Qin Ning? Behind the table, an old man with messy hair and red eyes looked extremely sloppy. He looked over impatiently. He was in the middle of refining a pill and was suddenly interrupted to come out to manage the examination. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood. Qin Yu bowed. Yes. All right, don't waste any more time. Here are the materials for a minor spirit pill. The pill furnace is over there. Go. After Alchemist Zhong finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to think about alchemy. Soon, his mind began to wander off. Just as he was thinking about the most interesting part and was about to find the root cause of his continuous failures, he was suddenly interrupted. Alchemist Zhong angrily opened his eyes. What are you doing? As for what was said just now, he didn't hear it at all. Qin Yu was a bit helpless. He repeated himself, Grandmaster, I've finished refining. Alchemist Zhong looked at the hourglass on the table. It wasn't even halfway done. A bit of surprise appeared in his eyes. He said, Give me the pill. Qin Yu handed over a jade bottle with both hands. He opened it and poured it out. The pill was still warm and the heat hadn't yet dissipated. It was clear it had just been refined and the quality was actually quite good. He couldn't tell that this boy's alchemy foundation was actually quite good. What grade are you at? Reporting to Grandmaster, if I am lucky, I can refine a second-grade pill. A second-grade alchemist was already quite good. In a small sect, their status was comparable to an elder's and they could live a carefree life. And most importantly, this boy was so young and yet he was able to resist temptation and come to Ning Mansion. It was clear that he was ambitious. Alchemist Zhong was satisfied with this. Those of his generation who walked the path of alchemy needed to be brave and diligent, not letting down their own talent. You have passed. After today, you will follow me and work for me. His tone was a bit warmer. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Then, the selection of servants ended. This wasn't anything to be surprised about. With Qin Yu's cultivation, if he couldn't even pass such a minor scene, he might as well find a block of tofu and kill himself. Thus, from today onwards, there was a new second-grade alchemist in Ning Mansion. Alchemists had a transcendent status and their treatment was always a level higher. Qin Yu's cultivation as a second-grade alchemist was comparable to the Golden Core realm. He had his own courtyard, a generous monthly salary, and there was even a beautiful young girl who took care of his daily needs. Of course, if he wanted to do something else, that was fine too. No one knew what alchemist Zhong's name was, but he was someone who loved alchemy and had an irritable temper. He didn't care about his appearance and often went to his alchemy room, not coming out for 10 days to half a month. His actions naturally caused those around him to complain. But they couldn't voice any complaints, otherwise they would be cursed at. Luckily, there was a young man named Qin Ning who had recently arrived. He was a very amiable person and had a second-grade alchemist cultivation at such a young age. His basic skills were incomparably solid and he handled all sorts of alchemy matters with ease. Ever since he arrived, the pressure on everyone lessened a great deal. In particular, after alchemist Zhong appointed Qin Yu as his assistant in alchemy, everyone's days became much more relaxed and they were all overjoyed. Alchemist Zhong was very satisfied with Qin Yu. He even had thoughts of taking him in as a disciple. But after thinking about it for a moment, he gently sighed and suppressed this thought. Qin Yu was young and yet he had a second-grade cultivation. There was no need to say anything about his talent and his foundation in alchemy was extremely solid. Looking at his actions, he was calm and collected. For such an outstanding young man to come to Ning Mansion, it was clear he had great ambitions. A month later, alchemist Zhong called out to Qin Yu who had just finished his work and was about to leave. "I don't want to let you go, but I can't ruin your future. The mansion has already noticed you, so you should prepare yourself." Qin Yu bowed. "Thank you, Grandmaster, for the reminder." He turned and left, a smile on his face. The step of entering the Gold Noble family had been completed. Chapter 240. On the third day after he received news from alchemist Zhong, Qin Yu gained a new friend in the Ning Mansion. Her name was July, and she was a young miss of the mansion. She said that her family had encountered some misfortune, so she was staying with the Ning family. The reason he met Chiyue was because the maid who took care of her had fallen ill and she had come to his alchemy room to ask for medicine. Now that the maid's illness was under control, it could be seen that July was very grateful. She quickly became close to Qin Yu. She was a beautiful young woman with a soft and delicate temperament that easily won the favor of others. It wasn't long before the two of them felt as if they had been friends for many years. "I brewed the chicken soup myself. It's a pity that I don't have any ingredients on hand. Otherwise, the taste would be even better. Now, I can only use the fragrance of the chicken soup itself," Chiyue said with a smile. Qin Yu smiled. "It's delicious." Chiyue stood up. "I know you're very busy. Alchemist Zhong is really too much. It's fine if he's risking his life, but why did he have to drag you along with him? I can't even speak a few words with him." Perhaps she felt that the meaning revealed in her words was too straightforward. A faint blush appeared on her fair and delicate cheeks. She waved her hand and hurriedly left. Qin Yu finished the chicken soup in the porcelain cup and laid down the bowl. He thought for a moment and then revealed a helpless smile. July was too enthusiastic. Although it could be said that he had helped save the maid Xiaoqing and there was a reason for them to be close, if something was wrong, it was still wrong. It was not good to lie to himself. "Sure enough, it's all fake that I'm too charming. Don't think too much about it. I'll just wash up and sleep." When the serving maid came in, Qin Yu composed himself. He stood up and said, "Wait a moment and wash yourself clean. Then send it back to Miss July." "Yes." Qin Yu arrived at the alchemy room. He greeted several people with a smile and then began to work. It was orderly, steady, and calm, no different from before. Time passed. From the time he had known Chiyue until now, almost a month had passed. The girl's attitude towards Qin Yu had become much warmer and warmer. Of course, there was a reason for this. One day, when Qin Yu returned to his residence, he encountered Chiyue being troubled by the Ning Mansion steward. He spoke a few words, and with his status as a second-grade alchemist, the steward resentfully withdrew. Feeling the attachment in July's eyes, Qin Yu smiled inwardly. It was about time. 2 days later, Ning Mansion was burglarized. It seemed that something extremely valuable had been lost, and the mansion was constantly searched. When Qin Yu was in the alchemy room, he was able to hear a few words. It was said that the Ning mansion had lost an extremely precious treasure that would be greatly beneficial to one's cultivation. It was night, deep in the darkness. The guest that came to Qin Yu's courtyard was July. "Qin Ning, help me." Just this sentence alone was enough to move a person's heart. The girl's eyes were glistening with tears, and her expression was bitter and fearful. "Qin Yu let her in. What's wrong?" July bit her lip. "I'm the one who stole it." Her face flushed red and her expression became increasingly sorrowful. "But this was originally something that belonged to my family. I brought it into the mansion in the past, but it was forcefully taken away by the Ning family. I just want to take back what belongs to me." Qin Yu frowned. "July, the mansion will not listen to your explanation." "I know. That is why I have to leave." July's eyes brightened. "Qin Ning, are you willing to take me with you? You should know how I feel. Take me away from here, and I'll give you both my family heirloom and myself." By the time she finished speaking, the girl's pretty face was already boiling hot. Qin Yu couldn't help but acknowledge that July was extremely charming. Her "I'm in love with you" appearance made it hard for him to maintain his composure. But he already knew. He shook his head. "July, I'm sorry, but I cannot agree." July's complexion instantly paled. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, and her sorrow was enough to make one's heart tremble. Just as she was about to say something, Qin Yu stepped forward and struck her neck. The girl fainted, all her words left in her stomach. Qin Yu opened the door and woke up the maid. He had her tell the mansion that the thief had been found. The Ning mansion acted quickly. So, when July woke up, she found herself locked up in prison. The moment she opened her eyes, she was confused for a moment. Then, she furrowed her eyebrows and revealed a thoughtful expression. "July, I never thought you would be directly knocked unconscious. This is really..." Ning Iran thought for a moment. He didn't know how to describe it, so he simply stopped here. July lightly said, "Young master, there is no need to feel awkward. I know the rules. Since I've been exposed, I should just leave the mansion." She paused for a moment, her voice heavy. "But, I'm not willing." Ning Iran frowned. "What do you mean?" "I want to try again. I ask young master to help me." Ning Iran was silent for a moment. Then, he nodded. Thus, Qin Yu received news that the imprisoned July made a request to see him. Thinking about it, Qin Yu didn't refuse. He went to the Ning mansion's dungeon. July leaned against a stone wall. Her thin and weak body was curled up like a wounded little beast. "Qin Ning, your heart is so hard." A faint sigh stirred the heart. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "I have wronged you in this matter. But, since I entered the Ning mansion, I am also a member of the mansion. It is impossible for me to harm the interests of the Ning mansion." July bitterly smiled. "But do you know what treasure I obtained? With it, there is no need for you to stay in the Ning mansion. I know that you are a proud person with great ambitions. This was your best chance, but you gave it up, and also me. Qin Ning, do you really not have even the slightest bit of friendship towards me in your heart?" Qin Yu sighed. "There are things a gentleman can do and cannot do. I know that what July says is the truth, but I cannot do it. I can only apologize." At this point, the dungeon fell silent. July lowered her head. It was unknown what she was thinking. After a long time, she giggled and walked out from the corner of the wall. She straightened her back and said, "When did you realize it?" Qin Yu frowned. "July, what is the meaning of this?" "Humph, there is no one else here, so why bother pretending? I have already done everything I can and spent an entire month. If you weren't already on guard, how could you possibly be so cruel to me?" July's delicate and gentle air vanished, replaced with a bit more pride and arrogance. "I have nothing to say about falling into your hands this time. But, for better or worse, you should at least let me know just where I gave myself away. Just consider it for the sake of the delicious food I sent you these past days." Qin Yu's complexion paled and his breathing became rapid. He had a look of anger as if he had suddenly realized he had been played with. "July, I never imagined that you were someone sent by the mansion to probe me. I was filled with pain and guilt before, but it turns out that I had eyes but failed to see and misjudged you." He flicked his sleeves and left. In the dungeon, July was stunned. She watched helplessly as he neatly walked away. After a long time, she gently sighed. Whether it was because Qin Ning was already on guard or because he truly didn't know anything, she was convinced. Facts spoke louder than word. Ning Giran appeared from somewhere. July, do you have anything to say? July nodded. I ask young master to let me leave the mansion. Ning Giran shook his head. Now, I will give you a second choice. Think about it and then give me a reply. Qin Yu left the dungeon, his face dark and gloomy. He returned to his small courtyard and closed the door. He poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and then smashed the teacup to the ground. In the dark of night, the sound of the teacup shattering into pieces was grating to the ears. The maid that was carefully listening to the sound shrank back and tiptoed away. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a smile. Now that things had come this far, it was enough. The Ning family was indeed cautious. But Qin Yu wasn't that old. In order to maintain their current status, the Ning family was far more cautious than he imagined. Father, the test results prove that there is no problem with Qin Ning. In fact, he can even be called outstanding. Ning Giran subconsciously frowned. But, I don't know why, but I feel that something is wrong. Ning Mingxuan's eyes flashed. Why? I don't know. Perhaps it's because July failed. Ning Giran thought about it. Qin Ning had actually struck her unconscious, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Perhaps it was because of this that he felt uneasy in his heart. Ning Mingxian was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, the list of names is given by the main family. We are only responsible for the test. Since there is no problem with Qin Ning, it wouldn't be good to cross him off. Ning Giran was worried. But what if Qin Ning only has a foundation establishment cultivation? Even if he has second thoughts, what can he do if he enters the main family? Ning Mingxian lightly said. However, before he enters the main family, spread some rumors and see how he responds. Ning Giran cupped his hands together. I understand. The next day, there were people in Ning Mansion who said that the new alchemy master, Qin Ning, had handed over Miss July for his own future. He had obtained the trust of the mansion's lords and was likely to be placed in an important position. Although it was reasonable to help the mansion catch a thief, the girl liked him and trusted him, yet he ended up in such a state. This didn't seem right. Thus, Qin Yu soon discovered that some of the eyes that fell on him became filled with contempt and indifference. In the alchemy room, the several people that were on good terms with him also became distant. For his own future, he was willing to sacrifice the woman that liked him. Who would be willing to be close to such a cold and callous person? Qin Yu maintained his composure. He sighed inwardly. July had been arranged by Ning Mansion, and now rumors were spreading everywhere. It was clear things weren't as simple as they seemed. Indeed, there were far too many intelligent people in this world and they weren't easy to fool. But looking at the current situation, Ning Mansion should still have some misgivings about him. But there was no proof. They allowed the rumors to spread because they wanted to see his reaction and then make a judgment. Qin Yu thought for a moment and decided to stir up a bit of a ruckus. He was a young man after all. If he remained silent after being wronged, that would be abnormal. In 2 days, because of the rumors, he had 2 minor conflicts with others. He didn't know how, but alchemist Zhong found out, but he specifically called Qin Yu over. Be careful and don't stir up any trouble. These days might be able to change your life. Qin Yu gratefully nodded. He walked out the door with a smile. 5 days later, the steward of Ning Mansion brought Qin Yu away. Not long after, he saw the master of this mansion. Ning Mingxian lightly said, Qin Ning, my Ning family has a secret place that can help cultivators cultivate. You have been chosen to enter. You will leave tomorrow, so make some preparations. Qin Yu was overjoyed. After watching him leave, Ning Mingxian turned his head. It looks like there aren't any problems. Ning Giran nodded. In these past days, he had been paying attention to Qin Yu's performance. There hadn't been the slightest flaw. Chapter 241. Genius 1 second. Remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The next day, Qin Yu tidied himself up. Under the guidance of the Ning Mansion steward, He arrived at a common-looking side courtyard. Of course, with the Ning mansion's status and influence, even if it was only a side courtyard, it was still luxurious. The steward spoke a few words and then cupped his hands together in farewell. After taking several steps away, his eyes revealed a bit of contempt. To sell out a woman in order to obtain qualifications, it was truly despicable. Of course, he wouldn't admit to the sour taste in his heart. The side courtyard had been temporarily sealed off and there were no guards at the entrance. When Qin Yu entered, there were already over a dozen people in the small but exquisite courtyard. They stood beneath a tree filled with pink flowers, smiling and talking to each other. Whether it was a man or a woman, there was a bit of apprehension in their eyes, but there was even more pride and excitement. When Qin Yu appeared, the relaxed and lively atmosphere suddenly froze. Many eyes revealed indifference, criticism, and even a bit of ridicule. To sell out a woman, and a woman that liked him at that, it was hard to imagine that such a person could stand together with them. Of course, those that could appear here couldn't be said to be smart, but none of them were stupid. They swept their eyes over him several times before looking away. Then, they continued their previous topic, chatting as if Qin Yu's existence was nothing but air. Perhaps this sort of indifference was the greatest mockery. Many people felt a bit of comfort in their hearts. Qin Yu certainly knew just what was going on. He smiled inwardly and walked over to the corner where he stood. All he wanted was to enter the gold noble family. It didn't matter what these people thought of him. Glancing over, many people noticed Qin Yu's calm demeanor. After a moment of surprise, they sneered. This skin was really thick. The people from the Ning mansion arrived. The one leading them was someone Qin Yu didn't recognize. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified and imposing aura. Ning Iran and a group of 16 Ning family juniors followed behind him. All of you wait here. We will leave in an hour. After speaking, the middle-aged man entered the main hall of the courtyard. Although there were no guards there, anyone with a bit of eyesight could feel a sharp and fierce aura emanating from the main hall. There was definitely a master standing guard here. Greetings, young Master Ning. Young Master Iran is coming with us. This is great. Ningler, I heard that he's only 15 years old this year. He's an incredible genius of the Ning mansion and is highly regarded. It was normal for everyone to be pleasantly surprised. If these outstanding juniors of the Ning mansion participated, it meant that their thoughts were likely true. At the very least, there wouldn't be any danger. The Ning mansion juniors all had faint expressions. For them to appear here, they had already been informed of the greatest secret of the clan. After the shock, now was the time to be proud and complacent. Subconsciously, there was a hint of pride in his actions. So, our Ning family is so awesome. Looking at the young cultivators selected from the mansion, although these people were not bad, they could not be compared to them. They were destined to only be supporting characters. Ning Iran, on the other hand, had a gentle smile on his face as he nodded to the others. Suddenly, there was a sneer behind him. Is this the Qin Ning who helped the mansion catch the thief, alchemist Qin? His words were filled with malice. Countless eyes instantly focused on him. After a short moment of surprise, they were immediately filled with joy. They didn't want to provoke Qin Yu, but the Ning family cultivators clearly had no scruples. His skin was torn off in front of everyone. Let's see if he still has the face to remain calm. Ning Iran's eyes flashed. With his personality, he should have stopped the juniors of the clan, but as he thought about it, he chose to remain silent. In the eyes of others, this was a clear signal. The young master of the Ning mansion also didn't like Qin Yu. Then what else was there to scruple about? Alchemist Qin caught the thief and was recognized by the mansion lords, allowing him to obtain the qualifications to participate today. What a good method. That's right. I fear there aren't many people who can be as decisive as Alchemist Qin. With Alchemist Qin's temperament, he will surely have great achievements in the future. Perhaps we will need to look after him in the future. Mockery and ridicule washed over them. These were all young people. While there might be some that were shrewd, there weren't many. Ning Iran watched for a long time. Seeing no counterattack, Qin Yu's expression was light, as if he didn't hear these words at all. This was indeed the best way to deal with them. If he tried to argue, he would only be humiliated further. That's enough. Alchemist Qin is loyal to my Ning mansion, so it is only right that he be rewarded. Ning Yiran said. As the person who would control the future of the Ning mansion, the courtyard immediately quieted down. A middle-aged man walked out from the main hall. He lightly said, "Come in." Ning Yiran took a deep breath, a solemn expression on his face. Behind him were the Ning family juniors, and further behind them were the dozen or so young cultivators that had been chosen. Qin Yu tactfully fell behind, happy that no one was provoking him. On the floor of the main hall, the transmission array had been calibrated. Spiritual strength flowed through the array formation, emitting a low hum. "Follow me." The middle-aged man was the first to step in. The group of youths all revealed excited expressions as they entered the transmission array. A blinding light flashed and space twisted. The figures of the people in the array formation vanished. There was a feeling of space being torn apart all around them. Luckily, it disappeared soon and their field of vision brightened. What appeared in their line of sight was a beautiful valley. Sunlight sprinkled down from above without any obstruction, and the trees were lush and full of life. But what was strange was that besides the wind rustling the leaves, there was nothing but a deathly silence. Qin Yu subconsciously furrowed his eyebrows. This valley wasn't ordinary at all. His soul was incomparably powerful. He could faintly feel an invisible binding strength shrouding this place. Without a doubt, this was definitely related to the Gold Noble family. Did they live here? Just as this thought appeared, he saw the middle-aged man leading the way step into the valley. Soon, a pool appeared in front of them. It was 70 to 80 feet wide and oval in shape. The water was clear and there were aquatic plants growing at the bottom. There were no fish or shrimp. The middle-aged man took out an ancient jade from his chest and tossed it into the pool. Then, an astonishing scene occurred. The water in the pool seemed to boil, violently tumbling about. Then, a door in the water appeared. Through it, one could see what was on the other side. It was also a valley and the same pool. The two were completely the same, like a reflection. But there were no people standing near the pool on the other side, so it wasn't a shadow. Besides Ning Yiran, everyone else revealed shocked expressions. Even Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Before this, he hadn't noticed anything strange about this pool at all. Was this the method of the Gold Noble family? It was truly fierce. The middle-aged man turned around. "Now, go in." Ning Yiran respectfully bowed and was the first to step in. Qin Yu was still the last. As his feet landed on the ground, he looked back. Through the water door, he could see the middle-aged man standing upside down. He waved his hand and the ancient jade flew into his hand. The water door vanished with it and the pool in front of him became unremarkable. But everyone knew that there was a great secret hidden in this pool. Shua, two figures flew over, landing in front of the crowd. They were both young, but their auras left one startled. Golden core perfection. One more step and they could reach nascent soul. Ning Yiran hurriedly bowed. Outer branch Ning Mansion's Ning Yiran greets two clan brothers. In the outside world, he was a high and lofty young master of the Ning family. He was destined to inherit great power and status. But in the main clan, he was only a relatively outstanding outer branch junior disciple. His father had solemnly warned him that he had to be respectful and couldn't be arrogant in his heart. Behind him, the young cultivators who didn't know the truth all revealed looks of ecstasy. It was true, the rumors were true. Across from them, the young cultivator on the left swept his eyes around and frowned. In these past years, the people you send over are getting worse and worse. Ning Yiran respectfully said, "The outer branch has failed in handling matters. I am willing to accept punishment." The young cultivator waved his hand. "This is the matter of the outer branch elder, it isn't my place to speak. Let's go. We have other matters to attend to." He turned and walked away. As for the other person, he didn't speak from start to finish. Ning Yiran relaxed a little. The other party didn't have any intention of making things difficult for him. But as he thought of his words, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. It wasn't that the people chosen by the Ning mansion weren't good enough, but that geniuses could be seen everywhere in the main family. Compared to them, they were indeed much worse. This was the truth, there was no way to argue with it. Qin Yu lowered his head, as if in awe and fear. His lowered eyes hid the shock in them. He swept his gaze over the ground. The endless plains, the rolling mountain ranges, the roaring rivers, everything was the same. But everything was no longer the same. Every breath he took was pure heaven and earth spiritual strength. It was several times richer than in immortal Eclipse Valley. Moreover, what surprised him even more was the fluctuations coming from the little blue lamp. These fluctuations were transmitted into the great Tao base. Then, deep in Qin Yu's mind, an image appeared. It was a dot of light floating in the darkness. Thus, he knew that this dot of light was where he was right now. No wonder that young man from Heavenseek Pavilion had said that the Gold Noble family lived in the Southern Empire, but they weren't located anywhere in the Southern Empire. Because this place was an independent spatial fragment. This surpassed Qin Yu's understanding. He never imagined that such a place existed in this world, and what was even more astonishing was that the Gold Noble family could live here. It was no wonder that Heavenseek Pavilion would call them one of the strongest influences. Just what he saw was enough to convince him. Qin Yu didn't dare to recklessly look around. But based on what he saw, he could guess that this spatial fragment was at least a fifth the size of the Southern Empire. This area was simply astonishing. Soon, signs of people began to appear. There were many villages and towns on the ground, but their group didn't stop until a mountain city appeared in front of them. The reason it was called this was because this city was completely built around the mountain. The buildings at the bottom were densely packed, and the higher they went, the more sparse they became. The residences were larger, more luxurious, and more exquisite. Many of them were hidden in the fog, giving off the feeling of immortals living here. When they were still some distance from the mountain city, the two young men leading the way landed. They were still the ones who spoke before. They pointed at a large stone in front of them and said, "This is the mountain overlook stone. All disciples below the Golden Core realm are forbidden from flying. Remember this well, otherwise if you provoke any trouble in the future, you will have to bear it yourself." As the leader of the group, Ningguang cupped his hands together. "Thank you for the advice, clan brother." After passing the mountain overlook stone, the group didn't slow down. They soon arrived at the base of the mountain where there were many buildings. After knocking on a courtyard door, the young man who spoke took a step back. "Elder, Ning Feng has come to report." After a moment, the courtyard door opened from within. An old man with a white face and puffy eye bags walked out, his body weak and listless. But everyone was startled and/or filled their eyes. Nascent Soul, in the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty, these were peak powerhouses. But here, they only lived in simple courtyards, as if they weren't anything at all. This sort of silent impact was even more direct and shocking. Chapter 242. The nascent soul old man had a faint look in his eyes. He glanced over. "I understand." Ning Feng cupped his hands together. "Elder, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first." The nascent soul old man nodded, and the two of them bowed again with incomparably respectful expressions. Then, they took a few steps back and left. Outer branch Ningguang greets elder. Ningguang bowed in greeting. "I am Ning Hao, and I am in charge of external affairs. No matter what your status is in the outside world, you should all be careful here. I don't like trouble." Waving his hand, he said, "All right, you may leave." He turned around and closed the door. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Ningguang's face, but he quickly adjusted his breathing and calmed down. This caused a few expectant gazes in the crowd to feel disappointed. It was unknown where several cultivators came from. Their expressions were cold. "Follow us." The group entered a courtyard in the corner. The long table in the courtyard was filled with piles of items. 2 sets of clothes for daily change. 1 identity token. Drip your blood on it and it will recognize you as its master. Remember to wear it at all times. The rules are written in the jade slip. Finally, there is a small magical ability. Your luck isn't bad. This time, we randomly selected a small divine ability. It's very useful if you cultivate it well. The cultivator who spoke had a square face and a calm aura. But when he mentioned this, there was a strange look in his eyes. The elder just reminded you. I'll say it again. No matter who you are, you can only start from the lowest level here. Of course, as long as you have enough potential and ability, you will soon be valued by the elders of the clan. You have one day to prepare. At this time tomorrow, you will be assigned according to your identity information. This courtyard was the residence of a group of nearly 40 people. It was not a problem for them to live in, but they could forget about comfort. What was left for Qin Yu was a small house in a dark corner of the courtyard. As he walked in, there was only a dozen feet of space inside. There was a bed, a table, a chair, and nothing else. It was truly simple and crude. He put down the clothes and token and picked up the jade slip. After probing it and not sensing anything wrong, he probed it with his divine sense. After a while, he opened his eyes, a thoughtful look on his face. This was indeed where the Gold Noble family was located. It was called the Blue Cloud World, and the Ning bloodline lived here. Along the way, all the villages and towns they passed by were the descendants of this bloodline. Ning City's Ning Mansion was a branch of the Ning clan left in the outside world. This could be considered as a rough explanation. After that, there were many strict rules. However, there were also some exciting things in it, such as examinations and promotions. The Gold Noble family placed great importance on talents. As long as one was outstanding enough and revealed their strength, they would be able to obtain the status they deserved. The promotion test was set up for this purpose. It was held once every month. The winners would be promoted, while the losers would be eliminated. The Gold Noble family lived in seclusion here. Even if their bloodline was powerful enough and they were able to maintain their prosperity for a long time, it wasn't unrelated to this system. Qin Yu didn't want to stand out here, so he only glanced over it to ensure that he wouldn't make a mistake and then tossed it to the back of his mind. When he flipped to the end, it was what the Ning clan called minor mystical powers. It was indeed a simple item. Its name was Soul Sword, Arrow. That's right, it was labeled as such. Strictly speaking, it was a type of soul ability that was both offensive and defensive. It had to be known that the soul slaughter art was something that could only be touched upon at the divine soul level. Up until now, Qin Yu had only seen the Whale Sovereign barely use it. Just this point alone made this Soul Sword, Arrow, magical ability extremely precious. But there was one thing to note. In their group, the one with the highest cultivation, Ningiran, was only at the 7th level of Golden Core. He was still 108,000 miles away from touching upon the soul. It could even be said that it was impossible for any of them to touch upon the divine soul realm in their entire lives. So, although the Soul Sword, Arrow, was good, it was extremely useless to them. It was no wonder that the Ning family cultivator had acted a bit strange before. But Qin Yu was an exception. His eyes brightened. He carefully read through the cultivation method, and after some deliberation, he smiled. It seemed that cultivating this supernatural power wouldn't be too difficult. The soul sword could resist outside attacks and the soul arrow could explode, killing with a single strike. It was indeed good. He closed his eyes. Within his soul space, Spirity awoke from her cultivation. The starlight that fell from her head also stopped. When Qin Yu's soul was healed, she had smoothly revived. A bright light flashed in Spiritus' eyes. Then, she closed her eyes to cultivate. Partner souls were famous and their uses weren't as simple as they seemed. For instance, if Qin Yu cultivated the soul sword, arrow, she could also cultivate it. When attacking an enemy, whether it was the soul sword or the soul arrow, both could be used together. 2 hours later, Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction on his face. The soul sword, arrow, was indeed simple to cultivate. In just 2 hours, he had formed the initial form. All that was left was to spend some time slowly solidifying it. Then, this supernatural power could be considered complete. When the Gold Noble family took out the soul sword, arrow, they probably never imagined that they would give someone a pleasant surprise. This was a good sign. Perhaps his trip to the Blue Cloud world would be very smooth. Restraining his thoughts, Qin Yu picked up the status token. Even though his understanding of the path of array formations was still at the beginning, for better or worse he had gained some insight. This token was very simple. It could only record one's aura as well as some other simple array symbols. Although he didn't know what use they had, it shouldn't be dangerous. With a flick of his finger, a bead of dark red blood fell onto the token and was instantly absorbed. Then, Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up, a bit of surprise on his face. Looking at the status token in his hand, he secretly praised it. This was truly worthy of being the Gold Noble family. Their cultivation civilization was so brilliant that it could even compare to the sea races. No, it could even be said that it was even more complete than the sea races. It was true that the status token could identify one's identity, but it also had the functions of communication and listening in. There was also an inquiry interface when one probed it with their divine sense. Within the token, there were several built-in numbers. Of these, 10086 was placed at the very front with the family's customer service. Qin Yu thought for a moment. Then, his thoughts stirred and he dialed the number. After several breaths of time, the call connected and a sweet and tender female voice sounded out. "Dear first-level disciple, how are you? Everything is busy right now. If there is no need or time is tight, please follow the prompts. For contribution inquiry and exchange, please press the number 1 key. For mission inquiry and claim, please press the number 2 key." After hanging up, Qin Yu revealed a look of admiration. Just this customer service number was much better than the sea races. The listening function wasn't too different. One could use the token to automatically search for all radio stations. But, there were some popular programs such as the Emotional World, Cultivation Lectures, and so forth that were temporarily sealed off. One needed to pay a fee to unlock them. The Five Flowers Gate was a wonderful place. Thinking about it, the great figures of the Ning family were worried that the juniors would be depressed if they stayed in the blue cloud world for too long, causing their personalities to distort. This small token didn't seem difficult to refine, but who would have thought that there would be so many tricks to it? Compared to the Gold Noble family, the cultivation world of the Southern Empire and Northern Dynasty was simply the countryside. The next day, the Ning Mansion cultivators gathered together once more. Their faces were filled with excitement and surprise as they spoke to the people around them in hushed tones. Most of them were talking about the token, but there were also several people who were mumbling about the minor supernatural abilities that the main family had given them. They were so high-end that they could only despair. After all, a good thing was definitely a good thing. If they couldn't cultivate it even if they gave it to them, then they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. Silence. The square-faced cultivator said in a low voice, "My name is Ning Hai and I am the head of the External Affairs Disciples. Before you are promoted to Internal Affairs Disciples, you will all be under my control. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied, they can challenge me. This chapter is not finished, please continue to the next page, I issue a challenge. As long as you can defeat me, the position of first seat will be yours. Then, does anyone want to challenge me?" There was silence. What nonsense. Ning Hai's perfect golden core aura was clear to see, and with his muscular body, he didn't look like someone that was easy to provoke. Who would want to look for trouble when they first arrived? Ning Hai nodded. "Since no one has any objections, then I will announce your arrangements." The first was Ning Giran. He entered the scripture hall. Looking at the envious looks of the several Ning family cultivators, it was clear that this job was quite good. Everyone was secretly envious but helpless. Although they all started from the bottom was different. As the young master of the Ning Mansion, Ning Giran was clearly given preferential treatment. Afterwards, the names were read out one by one. Looking at the complexions of the Ning Mansion people, the order of their names seemed to represent how highly the main family regarded them. So, when Qin Yu's name was read out in the order of the top, many people's complexions changed. In particular, several Ning Mansion juniors that hadn't been named yet had ugly complexions. "Qin Ning, you will enter the alchemy chamber as a first-rank advisor." Qin Yu cupped his hands together and accepted the order. After the announcement, someone would immediately lead them away. In front of Qin Yu was a somewhat beautiful young woman. She faintly smiled. It's been a long time since someone has come to our alchemy chamber. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, please follow me. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. The two of them left. As for the icy cold and indignant gazes behind them, they were completely ignored. The Gold Noble family's alchemy chamber was built halfway up the mountain and occupied a large valley. Occasionally, one could look up and see clouds flying past. The scenery here was even better and the buildings were spacious and bright. Most importantly, the spiritual strength here was nearly twice as rich as it was at the base of the mountain. It was no wonder that the higher a Ning family cultivator's rank was, the higher they lived. Not only did it represent their status, but it also represented personal benefits. Of course, although Qin Yu could enter here, he couldn't stay here outside of work hours. He still had to return to his residence at the base of the mountain. Seeing Qin Yu's surprised expression, the young woman gathered up her hair and smiled. Qin Ning, I've already looked over your information. With your level, it shouldn't be difficult for you to rise to a third-grade alchemist. At that time, you will naturally be able to move nearby. Moreover, with your status as a second-grade alchemist, as long as you can pass the first month and pass the examination, you will immediately receive the treatment of a third-grade disciple. Your residence will rise and you will also have your own courtyard. Qin Yu cupped his hands together in thanks. The young woman covered her mouth and smiled. Her limpid eyes swept over his face. Even though she didn't say anything, it was still enough to make one's thoughts wander. All right, let's go in. I'll bring you in first. After busying himself for a while and meeting with several stewards, Qin Yu's status was confirmed. He would be a first-grade assistant of the alchemy chamber, responsible for arranging all sorts of alchemy materials. In simpler terms, he would start from selecting materials. As for alchemy, he temporarily didn't have anything to do with it. Cultivators from the Gold Noble family had always been proud and arrogant. They didn't think much of the outside world, not even those from the outer branches. Thus, even though Alchemist Zhong had given Qin Yu an extremely high evaluation, in their opinion, without personally verifying it, they couldn't believe it at all. For a second-grade alchemist to be assigned this job was a bit disrespectful. The young woman smiled a bit more helplessly. She turned and said a few comforting words. Qin Yu was calm. He smiled and shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. The young woman's name was Ning Yuan. She gave him a thumbs up. Qin Ning, not bad. This big sister thinks highly of you. Work hard. Then, she floated away. Qin Yu smiled. He lowered his head, his complexion returning to normal. He really didn't care. As long as he entered the Gold Noble family and waited for the opportunity that Heavenseek Pavilion spoke of, everything would be fine. Chapter 243. Everything went smoothly in Qin Yu's alchemy chamber. After his solid second-grade alchemy cultivation was confirmed, everyone's attitudes became much more relaxed and friendly. Such a young level 2 alchemist, even if his future was not limitless, he was at least extremely talented. If he worked hard, it would be extremely easy for him to achieve some achievements in the future. In the Green Cloud world, it was considered not bad. Qin Ning, today's work is over. Hurry back and rest. The young woman, Ning Yuan, warmly said. There was a faint smile on her face, like a warm spring breeze caressing her heart. Qin Yu stood up and cupped his hands together. Thank you, senior apprentice sister. This senior apprentice sister Ning Yuan's husband died early, and she was a widowed young woman. Normally, there would be some gossip, but her temperament was indifferent, and she was very calm about it. Perhaps it was because she was particularly good to Qin Yu, but in the past few days, there had been several women gossiping about her and Qin Yu. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After tidying up his work, Qin Yu bid farewell to the others and left the alchemy room, walking towards the foot of the mountain. It had already been more than half a month since he entered the Green Cloud world. Every day, he would go between work and residence, silent like a stone. Even in the courtyard, Qin Yu still wasn't welcomed. Normally, they would just roll their eyes and ignore him. But today, things were a bit different. There was joy and happiness in their eyes. Qin Yu frowned and returned to his room. On the second day, he knew what those gazes represented. When Ning Yuan saw Qin Ning, Her eyebrows furrowed together. There was a bit of hesitation in her eyes. Qin Ning, I want to ask you, are the rumors true? The rumors hadn't changed at all. They were still the same as they had been in the Ning mansion. Qin Yu had sold out a woman that loved him in order to obtain the qualifications to enter the gold noble family. Of course, in the eyes of the people in the alchemy chamber, this wasn't something that could withstand scrutiny. With the talent that Qin Yu had revealed, there was no need for him to do this. But if this was the truth, then it represented a person's character. Ning Yuan had the best relationship with Qin Yu. As she asked this question, everyone pricked up their ears and looked over. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He cupped his hands together and said, reporting to senior apprentice sister, that's about it. Ning Yuan's eyes dimmed. She glanced at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. She nodded and turned to leave. Then, the news spread at an astonishing speed. Qin Yu had admitted it in front of everyone. This caused the people who spread the rumors to be surprised, but also incomparably happy. This brat Qin Ning had smashed his own foot with a rock. This was too amazing. Originally, if Qin Yu had stubbornly refused to admit it, then no matter how many rumors spread out, they still wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. It was obvious that the main family didn't value the outside world. But now, Qin Yu had admitted it. That was perfect. Humph. Let's see how he can still be arrogant in front of us this time. He has a bright future after entering the alchemy room. I want to see who still dares to use him. After this incident, not only will his future be ruined, but he can forget about getting an important position for at least a few years. Hihi, I'm afraid that's not all. I heard that among the alchemy room masters, there's someone who loves flowers. He doesn't like such fickle and heartless people the most. Perhaps it'll be even more fun. Sure enough, not long after, Qin Yu was called away and ruthlessly reprimanded. The manager looked at him with a gaze filled with loathing and loathing. Then, Qin Yu was found an excuse to be removed from his current job and become a member of the waste pill disposal department. That's right, a useless pill again. No matter where this thing was placed, it would always be a harmful substance. Even if the Gold Noble family was amazing, there was nothing they could do about it. The alchemy room was a good place. The treatment was high, the welfare was good, and there was plenty of money to be had. The waste pill disposal department was clearly an exception. There were only a few people there and it was located in the most remote corner. There was a tight array formation blocking it and normally no one would be willing to go there. After being exiled here, it could be said that their actions were dark and heavy. After leaving the manager's office, Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. But in the blink of an eye, he calmed down. 2 days ago, when he publicly admitted it, he had already prepared himself to face the current situation. After entering the Gold Noble family, the less attention he drew the better. If he didn't admit it, who knew how long it would take for him to make a fuss? He didn't know. He might as well choose the simplest and most direct method to resolve the matter. Before Qin Yu returned to his work desk, the results of his actions had already spread like wildfire. With a communication identity token, the efficiency of spreading news would increase by a great deal. Qin Yu didn't care too much about the gazes around him. He tidied up a bit and left. He ran into Ning Yuan. Her steps were hurried and her face was flushed red, as if she had hurried over. Qin Ning, she called out in a low voice. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Greetings, senior apprentice sister. He stepped forward and passed by her. Ning Yuan stood where she was, watching his fading back. A complex expression crossed her face. She opened her mouth but couldn't say anything in the end. A bit of guilt swelled in her eyes. Today's situation wasn't what she wanted. But, strictly speaking, Qin Yu's fate was directly caused by her questioning him in front of everyone. Although she didn't want to have any more interactions with Qin Yu, entering the waste pill disposal department was still a bit too much of a punishment. She feared that Qin Ning had already developed a grudge against her. A bitter smile appeared on Ning Yuan's face. Qin Yu calmly entered the waste pill disposal department. He was like a pebble falling into thick and turbid water, not causing a single ripple. Qin Ning, from now on every 1st and 15th day, you will be responsible for disposing of waste pills. Do a good job. The so-called supervisor of the waste pill disposal department had hazy eyes and reeked of alcohol. His clothes were in disarray. Before he finished speaking, a woman's cheerful voice echoed out from the room. She waved her hand, indicating for Qin Yu to hurry up and leave. Then, with a strange chuckle, she ducked into the room. Soon, before Qin Yu reached the courtyard door, he heard a slightly inappropriate sound emitting from the room. There was a crackling sound, and then it was omitted. He shook his head. His 5 senses were too good, and sometimes it was truly vexing. He had unknowingly eavesdropped on the wall. If there was a benefit to entering the waste pill disposal department, it would be that he could enjoy the treatment of a third-grade alchemist in advance. Here, he would have his own courtyard. Of course, the unspoken words were, "Pill toxins, who knows if you've been infected or not? It's best if you obediently stay here and don't run around." He pushed open the door and entered. The courtyard was covered in dust. It was unknown how long it had been since it had been cleaned. Luckily, when the Gold Noble family was constructing the buildings, they had built a good foundation and the dust-clearing array formation was still intact. The only thing they lacked was spirit stones. After filling it, there were several humming sounds and the dust was quickly swept away. The small courtyard was soon restored to its clean state. Qin Yu decided to stay here. As for the waste pills that everyone worried about, was that even a problem to consider? As Qin Yu was exiled, the rumors gradually subsided. Besides Ning Yuan occasionally mentioning that young man who had suddenly appeared and then vanished not long after, most people had already forgotten about him. At most, they would occasionally mention him and talk about him as a joke. Time passed quietly. 3 months had passed. Ning Yiran was truly worthy of being the most outstanding outer branch disciple. He had passed the promotion test with excellent results and was now a 5th-grade disciple. He had obtained the status of an internal affairs disciple. Among the Ning family juniors, there were several people who performed well. One of them was a woman who shined with brilliance. She was fancied by an elder of the Ning family and was directly received as a disciple. It could be said that she soared into the heavens in a single bound. The others were also working hard, constantly climbing upwards. In the blue cloud world, the more they knew, the more their horizons would be broadened. In the depths of everyone's heart, there was something called ambition that was growing. As for Qin Yu, he had already been thoroughly forgotten. Waste pill disposal area, Qin Yu lived in the courtyard. He was originally worried that he wouldn't be able to easily take the waste pills for himself. But who knew that from start to finish, no one would ask about it. After trying it out once or twice, he finally relaxed. He licked his lips, revealing a satisfied expression. The Gold Noble family had countless powerhouses. He knew that there were over a dozen nascent souls. However, they seemed to be under some sort of restriction and couldn't casually step out of the blue cloud world. The more powerhouses there were, the greater the demand for high-level pills. And in refining high-level pills, the failure rate was extremely high. Thus, the approximate ratio was that the Gold Noble family's powerhouses would obtain 10 finished pills and Qin Yu would obtain 50 portions of waste pill materials. After the little blue lamp separated and purified them, and disregarding the losses from failure, he would obtain around 20 finished pills. But there was one point that had to be clear. The Gold Noble family's 10 finished pills were distributed among the powerhouses according to their strength and status. As for these 20 pills, they belonged to Qin Yu alone. Moreover, the quality of the pills couldn't be compared to before. These 3 months had been inconceivably wonderful for Qin Yu. A massive number of precious pills fell into his hands, causing the might of his poison finger to become even more terrifying. Now, even a late nascent soul cultivator would suffer a miserable fate if they were struck. He lived a comfortable and undisturbed life with harvests every day. Sometimes, Qin Yu would even subconsciously forget his own goal, only wishing that this sort of life could continue for a bit longer. The alchemy chamber was located halfway up a mountain. It was surrounded by beautiful mountain valleys. Although the work was tense and busy, because of their status, unless they were obsessed with it, they would always have time to rest. Under the warm afternoon sun, drinking a cup of carefully brewed milk tea, listening to the programs on the radio, or even reading a book for a while, all of these things were extremely comfortable. But recently, this sort of leisurely atmosphere had clearly decreased by a great deal. In the last 2 days, it had basically disappeared. Ning Yuan had a dignified expression. She had a specially refined storage ring and was collecting the waste pills from the alchemists in the last half-month. Because no one was willing to do this work and it was difficult for them to accept the assignment, it had always been a rotation. This month, it was Ning Yuan's turn. Moreover, there was one point that someone should have noticed. The waste pill disposal manager had arranged for Qin Yu to collect waste pills on the 1st and 15th of the month. This was their entire job. After collecting the last waste pill, Ning Yuan took out the list of names from her storage ring. After making sure that she didn't miss anything, she turned and walked towards the northeast corner of the alchemy chamber. The mountain here was lower and facing the sun was a mountain peak. Thus, the environment was darker and gloomier. Although the scenery was good, it was overgrown with weeds and there wasn't much beauty to it. Ning Yuan hurried her steps. She arrived in front of an iron door and knocked on it. She took several steps back and lowered her head, frowning. It was unknown what she was thinking. After waiting for a moment, no one opened the iron door. Ning Yuan looked up, a helpless expression on her face. She was well aware of just how lazy the waste pill disposal department was. If it weren't for the rules that she had to personally hand over the waste pills and take back her storage ring, she would have already left. She had no idea how Qin Ning was doing right now. Chapter 244. Thinking about the first time she saw him, she subconsciously had a favorable impression of him. After understanding him a little more, she felt that he was calm, quiet, and had great potential. Ning Yuan faintly sighed. Originally, she wanted to understand him more deeply, but reality didn't give her the chance. Thinking about how he was behind this iron door, in some small courtyard, Ning Yuan's mood couldn't help but fall. In such an environment, perhaps he had already fallen. After all, the waste pill disposal department was a place where one couldn't see any hope. Just as Zhong Xian was deep in thought, the metal door suddenly opened. Then, the face in his mind appeared in front of him, neat and tidy disciple robes, pitch-black eyes bright and spirited. After a moment of surprise, a smile appeared on his face. Senior apprentice sister Ning Yuan, it's been a while. The contrast between what she was thinking and what she saw caused Ning Yuan's heart to skip a beat. Then, she looked up at the man with a warm smile on his face. Her heart began to race. Oh, it's you. Her poor performance caused the beautiful young woman to blush red and beads of sweat to appear on the tip of her nose. Luckily, Qin Yu didn't seem to care about her embarrassment. I was the one who collected the waste pills on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Ning Yuan composed herself. As she heard these words, she immediately frowned. You did all of this. How could that be? She looked up. Qin Ning, did the people inside force you? Waste pills. Everyone wanted to stay as far away from them as possible. Who would be willing to approach them? If someone said there wasn't something fishy going on, Ning Yuan would be the first to not believe it. Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand. No, I know. Ning Yuan frowned. Qin Ning, you, senior apprentice sister, there is no need to worry. Although pill toxins are terrifying, I can still learn many alchemy skills through analyzing waste pills. This wasn't nonsense. Every waste pill was a case study placed in front of them. They would more or less record the reasons for failure and shortcomings. Admiration rose in Ning Yuan's heart. At the same time, she felt ashamed of her previous judgment. Qin Ning hadn't given up on himself or fallen into depravity. Instead, he still worked hard in the face of suffering. This caused the look in her eyes to change. She always felt that the tenacious and hard-working Qin Ning shouldn't be the fickle and heartless person that the rumors said he was. Perhaps, he had his own difficulties, but now that things had reached this step, there was no way to reverse the situation. Ning Yuan's lips moved. As she was hesitating, Qin Yu changed the topic. Senior sister seems to have something on her mind. Ning Yuan sighed inwardly. She decided not to say anything more. She nodded, a bit tired. That's right. Recently, there have been some matters occurring in the clan. Originally, she wasn't prepared to continue speaking, but the guilt in her heart was too thick. She was worried that Qin Yu would overthink things, so she continued, "It seems that there has been some bad news coming out from the outside world. Recently, the lords have been angry and the atmosphere is a bit tense." Qin Yu's eyes lit up. If the Gold Noble family was able to cause such chaos, then it definitely wasn't a minor matter. The first thing he thought of was the opportunity that the mysterious youth had mentioned in Heavenseek Pavilion. Could it be right now? But with Ning Yuan's status, it was impossible for her to know more. Thus, Qin Yu didn't ask any further. He nodded and said, "Then senior apprentice sister should be a bit more cautious in her actions lest she be affected." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. "Give me the useless pill. Senior apprentice sister can go back earlier. I've already been delayed for a long time because of some trivial matters." Unfinished chapter, please turn the page. Ning Yuan nodded and handed over her storage ring. Qin Yu was already familiar with this process. He cleanly transferred the waste pills from his storage ring to a special storage ring in the waste pill disposal department. After making sure that there weren't any mistakes, he entered the status token to indicate that he had completed today's mission. "All right. Senior apprentice sister, please take the storage ring. Goodbye." Ning Yuan still wanted to say something, but she smiled and turned to leave. Behind her, there was the sound of an iron door closing. She paused for a moment and then smiled. It seemed that junior apprentice brother Qin Ning didn't hate her at all. Moreover, even though he was in the waste pill disposal department, he was still working so hard. There might be a chance for him to make a comeback in the future. Qin Yu hurried back to his dwelling. First, he transferred all the useless pills into his storage ring. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Perhaps the time had come. Staying in the waste pill disposal department wasn't bad, but it was inevitable that he wouldn't be able to receive news from the outside. Qin Yu had to admit that this was something he hadn't considered when he first considered it. It seemed that he had to find a way to leave from here. He flipped his hand and a jade box appeared in his palm. Inside was a material called the nascent forming pill that Qin Yu had carefully prepared. Originally, only half of this material had been destroyed. After Qin Yu carefully processed it with the little blue lamp, he had preserved it in order to deal with an unexpected situation. But once he left, he feared he wouldn't have another chance to return. This was a rich harvest of high-level pills. Qin Yu was a bit reluctant to part with it. However, compared to the great Tao of nascent soul, it wasn't anything at all. The next day, Qin Yu left the waste pill disposal department. He presented the jade box and requested to see the alchemy chamber steward. He said that he had found over half of the nascent forming pill materials in the waste pills. The nascent forming pill was incomparably precious and its materials were equally valuable. This was absolutely a great merit. The steward hesitated for a long time. Then, he ordered someone to call in Qin Yu. After a moment of questioning, he determined that Qin Yu wasn't speaking nonsense and had truly been diligently studying in the waste pill disposal department to discover the materials for the nascent forming pill. After a moment of silence, he ordered someone to retrieve Qin Yu's file. "Rest for several days first and carefully observe your condition. If there are no abnormalities in half a month, you can come back to work." Qin Yu respectfully excused himself. As the news spread out, everyone in the alchemy chamber fell to the ground. Who would have thought that someone who entered the waste pill disposal department would actually find a chance to turn things around? They all sighed at Qin Yu's dog's hit luck. And after news of this spread out, those people who didn't like Qin Yu sneered and didn't do anything to him. In their opinion, even if Qin Yu came back, after spending several months with waste pills, he would likely have been corroded by the poison and most of his foundation would have been destroyed. How could he possibly compare to them? There was no threat and they couldn't divert their energy. In addition, the situation had been tense recently, so they might as well let him go and let him fend for himself. Ning Yuan might be the only one who was happy about this. She never thought that just because she thought about it, Qin Ning would really find a chance to turn things around and smoothly return to the alchemy chamber. This even made her think that this was fate. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, congratulations. Feeling the joy in her voice, Qin Yu secretly apologized. He cupped his hands together and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I just returned and there are still some matters I need to attend to." "Excuse me." Ning Yuan was startled. Her face blushed red. She swept her eyes around and saw many eyes looking at her. She scolded herself for losing her sense of propriety. Qin Ning had just come out and was trying to keep a low profile, so how could she approach him? He really was a good person. He was a meticulous and intelligent man. As cautious and intelligent as he was, how could he possibly admit to the rumors in front of everyone? Taking a step back, even if the rumors were true, there must be a deeper story hidden in the story. Ning Yuan increasingly felt that the Qin Ning in front of her wasn't that sort of person. His entire body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog that one couldn't help but want to unravel. In truth, things weren't like this at all. Qin Yu really just didn't want to approach her, that was all. Of course, he didn't deny that there was a reason for this. It was because he didn't want Ning Yuan to be implicated in his actions. There wasn't anything embarrassing about this. Such a beautiful and gentle young woman who lived alone had warm feelings for you. Even if you didn't have the heart to accept her, it was normal for him to consider her a little. Because Qin Yu had worked at the waste pill disposal department for 3 months, his residence at the base of the mountain had long since been cancelled. Perhaps it was to compensate him or perhaps it was to reward him, but Qin Yu was allowed to live halfway up the mountain. Of course, there was no need to think about a good courtyard. It was located at the corner of the valley. Although it was a bit small, it could still be considered quiet. The layout inside couldn't be compared to the waste pill disposal department. The decorations were exquisite and the furniture was exquisite. Qin Yu sat down, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps it was time for him to find a way to probe for information. After several attempts to no avail, he finally decided to use Ning Yuan's favorable impression of him. Qin Yu's information channels were far inferior to those of a member of the Ning family. As if inadvertently mentioning it, Ning Yuan was clearly much more relaxed. She spoke with much less scruples. Slowly, Qin Yu began to understand the general situation. It was rumored that the Gold Noble family held the key to a special space. It seemed that there was more than one key and it was held by different influences. The reason for this rumor was that the Gold Noble family had tried to use some sort of secret technique to forcefully open a special space with a key. As a result, they were questioned by the influences that held the other keys. Ning Yuan had a dignified expression. She repeatedly told Qin Yu not to reveal this information. The reason she knew of this was because she had inadvertently heard her elders mention it at home. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Originally, he didn't have absolute assurance in his heart. But now, he was sure that the opportunity that Heavenseek Pavilion spoke of was the current situation. With the Gold Noble family's strength, there were only a handful of influences in the world that could control such a precious key without fear of provoking disaster. Moreover, they had the qualifications to question them. The Demonic Path and Immortal Eclipse Valley. These two were the most likely suspects. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He thought that he might be able to see some acquaintances this time. If so, then he would have to be more careful in his actions lest something unexpected happen. As he was thinking, at the peak of the mountain city, within a grand hall shrouded in fog, the atmosphere was heavy and gloomy. Everyone, the letters of accountability from the 3 parties have already been placed on the table. The old ancestors' original intention was to shirk responsibility, but it is clear that they are suspicious and unwilling to give up. The reason I have gathered everyone here is to discuss how to deal with this. In the main seat, a white-bearded, white-browed old man slowly spoke up. He wore light purple robes and his aura was dignified and noble. The matter of space is my clan's greatest secret, so why would it be leaked out? I think it is best to investigate this matter first, otherwise we will continue to be schemed against by others in the future. On the left, a black-haired old woman coldly spoke up. Her face was as hard as stone. The voice of the old man in the main seat was a bit colder. I have already passed down orders. The same thing will not happen a second time. Now, let us discuss the matter of accountability from the 3 parties. Chapter 245. In the hall, the leaders of the Gold Noble family all had ugly complexions. With their Ning family's noble status, they were actually being forced by the forces of this wild land. They had truly lost all face. However, they had no choice but to lower their heads. The three parties had joined forces to make things difficult for them. Although they were angry, they could only think of ways to resolve the situation. This old man has read the letters. The three parties have clearly obtained concrete evidence through certain channels. It won't be easy to satisfy them. Since they already know, they should understand that our attempt has failed. Why are they still forcing us? It's very simple. The three powers do not wish for us to continue grasping the method of experimentation. After all, even if we fail this time, it does not mean that we won't fail again. The sinful girl's strength isn't enough. We've already done our best. How could we try again? The point is, we know this, but they don't. The figures with dignified expressions and terrifying auras spoke one after another, gradually pushing the matter to a point that everyone hoped to see. The key to solving the problem of the three parties was the sinful girl. At this point, it was already very clear that they were all smart people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to cooperate with each other so well. But no one was willing to point it out. The old man in the main seat cursed inwardly. He frowned and thought for a moment, does everyone mean to hand over that evil girl? Only someone of his status could say these words. It was tantamount to declaring their respective attitudes. The atmosphere in the hall eased up. It's not a good idea to hand over the evil girl. She's still a member of the upper family. If someone investigates this matter in the future, we'll be in trouble. The upper family had previously said that we should make arrangements for the evil girl. We can't hand her over, but we can marry her off. Men should get married when they're of age, and women should get married when they're of age. This is the law of the world. Even if people notice us in the future, they can't blame us. Patriarch, please make a decision. The old man in the main seat thought for a long time. Good. Then, as everyone has said, we will send a message to the three sides that my Ning family wishes to marry off a daughter. Send out a virtuous and outstanding person to ask for her hand in marriage. The final verdict. The dignified atmosphere of the Gold noble family dissipated by half. Instead, it became busy, as if they were about to welcome some important guests. This was confirmed by Madame Ning's words. The clan had already found a way to solve this problem. Marry off his daughter. As she mentioned this young girl that was about to be married off to someone else, Madame Ning's complexion was a bit complex. She sighed, little Seven's life is bitter. Qin Yu didn't care about these words. He thought about it. With the Gold noble family marrying off their daughter and the gathering of guests, this should be the best chance for him to obtain the Great Tao method to reach nascent soul. In that case, he needed to participate in it so that he could grasp the opportunity when it came. Thinking for a moment, Qin Yu said, when it comes to marrying off a daughter in the clan, it will surely be done without restraint. Is there anything I can help you with? Ning Yuan was surprised, but she immediately felt gratified. If Qin Ning said this, it was clear he wanted to improve himself. But this wasn't going to be easy. Although they didn't know who the guests would be, from the reaction of the clan, it was clear that they weren't ordinary people. Since the clan was going all out, they would definitely choose the most outstanding juniors to participate. Only then would they not lose face in front of outsiders. Although Qin Ning was good, with his current status, he feared he didn't have the qualifications to participate. However, it was rare for him to have such thoughts, so Ning Yuan didn't want to dampen his enthusiasm. After a moment of hesitation, she said, I can give it a try. Qin Yu could clearly feel the awkwardness in her words. He hesitated for a moment and said, I was too rash. Senior apprentice sister Ning Yuan, if I were a third-grade alchemist, would I have the qualifications? Ning Yuan's eyes brightened. Of course. The status of a third-grade alchemist is even higher than that of a Golden Core realm martial artist. With your age, it is enough for others to pay attention to you. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, could it be that you? Qin Yu smiled. I ask senior apprentice sister to speak up for me in a few days. He cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. Looking at his back, Ning Yuan's eyes sparkled. 5 days later, the month's promotion examination would begin. Qin Yu used his status token to register for the third-grade alchemist examination. After he was approved, he received 10,086 service information. It was marked with the preparations for the examination, as well as the examination location and time, rules, penalties for cheating, and other details. After confirming his choice, most of the registration process was completed. Of course, before the examination, he still needed to pay an examination fee, which included 3 sets of third-grade pill materials. The alchemy examination was naturally related to the alchemy chamber. Qin Yu needed to go to the alchemy chamber to pay the fee and complete his registration. Without surprise, there were already many alchemists waiting at the payment counter. Many of them were people that Qin Yu knew. As they saw him arrive, many of them revealed surprised expressions. Although they didn't say anything, their meaning was clear. Why did you come here? It had to be known that the foundation examination didn't require any additional fees. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He lined up and waited to pay the fee. Cough, fellow Daoist Qin Ning, what are you doing today? Finally, an alchemist that he had met several times couldn't help but ask. The people around him perked up their ears. Qin Yu lightly said, I have applied for this month's third-grade alchemist examination. Oh, ah. The alchemist froze in place. The others around him also had strange expressions. They didn't even bother to pretend and turned to look. Did they hear wrong? This boy actually wanted to apply for the third-grade alchemist examination. That was a third-grade alchemist who could refine golden core realm pills. Moreover, the standard for passing was a 30% success rate. How many alchemists had struggled for countless years, trapped in a bottleneck and unable to advance? This included many people here. This was because although there was only a single grade difference between a second-grade alchemist and a third-grade alchemist, their status was as different as clouds and mud. For instance, foundation establishment and golden core. In the gold noble family, alchemists were even more valued. A third-grade alchemist could obtain a certain degree of respect from the clan. Moreover, this Qin Ning was so young. If he could really pass the examination and become a third-grade alchemist, then that would be far too low of an evaluation of him. Such a young third-grade alchemist would inevitably be raised by the clan. It wasn't impossible for him to become a fourth-grade alchemist in the future. As for a fourth-grade alchemist, that was considered a high-level one. In the clan, their status was even higher than that of an ordinary nascent soul. After paying the fee and receiving the receipt, the registration was finally completed. All that was left was to wait for the examination to begin. Qin Yu nodded to the alchemist who had just spoken and turned to leave. The room was quiet for some time. Everyone regained their composure, their complexions a bit complex. Then, someone said, perhaps he just wants to experience the difficulty of the third-grade alchemist examination. You and I also did this sort of thing in our early years. That's right, I think so too. For Qin Yu to be able to stabilize his second-grade alchemy realm at such a young age is already commendable. Moreover, he was punished to enter the waste pill disposal department for the past 3 months, so how could he have made any progress? Perhaps he wants to use this method to display his age and potential so that the stewards of the alchemy chamber will notice him and eliminate the negative effects of what happened before. That's reasonable. The next day, the promotion examination officially began. Within the alchemy hall, there were a total of 49 people that applied for the examination. Your identity tokens have already received information about your random assignment. You can just refer to your room. Everyone has 3 sets of materials and 3 chances. Once you succeed, you will pass. The alchemist in charge of the examination had a solemn expression. Although you already know, I must remind you that the chances of cheating are 0. Once it is discovered, you will be banned from taking the examination for 3 years and you will also have to pay a heavy fine. I hope that you can think this through. Alright, let's begin. Qin Yu walked along the corridor. He looked at the room number in front of him and compared it with the information. After determining that it was correct, he walked in and closed the door behind him. However, there was a transparent crystal above the door. From the outside, one could clearly see what was going on inside. There were patrolling examiners constantly walking around. The room was simple and crude. There was only a pill furnace and a table. There were 3 sets of materials on the table. Chin-yu looked over them and determined that there were no problems. He also checked the pill furnace and found that there were no problems. He flicked his fingers and flames appeared out of thin air. He used the method of igniting fire to ignite the pill furnace. With a flick of his sleeves, a set of materials was swept up. A moment later, with a peng sound, black smoke began to emit from within the pill furnace. It was clear that the refinement had failed. Chin-yu had a calm expression. He extinguished the furnace fire and flicked his sleeves. The waste pill materials were placed to the side. When the temperature of the pill furnace dropped a little, he ignited it once more and began the second refinement. Bang! Failure. In the corridor, the patrolling examiner looked away, a trace of contempt on his face. He really was here to build up his reputation. With this level of strength, he wanted to pass the 3rd-grade alchemy examination. What a joke. The patrolling examiner shook his head and left. News of Chin-yu participating in the examination had rapidly spread from the moment he paid the fee, attracting the attention of many people. This patrolling examiner was one of them. As a 3rd-grade alchemist, he was well aware of how difficult it was to reach this step. With Chin-yu's age, if he could reach this step in one fell swoop, wouldn't that mean that he had lived all these years like a dog? Luckily, he didn't have any hope. But what this patrolling examiner didn't know was that not long after he left, Chin-yu began the 3rd refinement. He ignited the pill furnace, placed in the materials, formed the law formula, and opened the furnace to take out the pills. There wasn't anything special about the entire process. It was calm and steady, as if all of this was natural. Chin-yu flicked his sleeves and placed the 3 purple dawn pills into a jade bottle. Then, he walked to the door and opened it. The patrolling examiner quickly walked over. Beneath his calm face, there was a faint smile. You've all failed. You may leave, Chin-yu lightly said. I have formed the pills. I would like to request an examination. The patrolling examiner's voice came to an abrupt halt. His eyes widened and his face turned sluggish. He looked down. Indeed, Chin-yu was holding a jade bottle in his hand. Inside the bottle were 3 light purple pills. The patrolling examiner took a deep breath and dryly said, "Let me take a look." The patrolling examiner received the jade bottle and uncorked it. The fire energy was still there. This was indeed a newly refined pill. He sniffed the medicinal fragrance and then looked at its appearance. The patrolling examiner sighed inwardly. 3rd-grade purple dawn pill. That's right. He looked up at the young face in front of him. The patrolling examiner was in a daze. He had actually passed. As he thought of his own performance just now, his face heated up. I will hand the pills to the chief examiner to review. Only if there are no problems will you truly pass the examination. The patrolling examiner took the pills and brought Chin-yu to the area where the examination was held. The chief examiner had a dignified expression. After asking a few questions, he took the jade bottle with both hands. After a long silence, he slowly said, Chin-ning, congratulations on passing the examination. Chapter 246. In the records of the Gold Noble family, the youngest 3rd-grade alchemist had appeared. This news not only caused an uproar in the alchemy chamber, but it also caused an even greater shock. When Ningiran heard this, he was startled. He sighed inwardly. If one were to speak of regret, then he did feel a bit of regret. Chin-ning had revealed his alchemy talent. Even in the main family, he was outstanding. He would surely have great achievements in the future. If he could be on good terms with him, then the Ning mansion might be able to obtain external help. But now, it was a bit too late to think of these things. Of course, there was only a bit of regret. There was no need to worry or fear. Ningiran revealed a strong self-confidence. So what if Chin-yu could become a 4th-grade alchemist in the future? He believed that at that time, he would absolutely possess a strength that would make it so that Chin-yu wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Near the peak of the mountain city, the beautiful woman came out from her teacher's residence. Not long after, she heard the news. She was silent for a moment before a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I knew you weren't easy to deal with. If I were to die so easily, wouldn't that make me seem very useless? Qin Ning, perhaps it won't be long before we meet again. But at that time, will you still be able to recognize me? I'm looking forward to it. She charmingly smiled, a faint charm that could turn all living things upside down. Then, she returned to her room and continued to wholeheartedly cultivate. He was rapidly becoming more and more dazzling. If he didn't want to be outdone, he certainly had to work hard. Qin Ning. How could he possibly become a third-grade alchemist? Ning Le, the 15-year-old talented youth of the Ning mansion, had a twisted and fierce expression on his face. He had played a part in spreading these rumors. There was no other reason than that he looked down on Qin Ning and couldn't accept being suppressed by him. There's a conspiracy. There must be a conspiracy behind this. As the spoiled youth with a twisted personality roared out, several great figures in the alchemy chamber were alarmed and began to discuss this matter. The refinement of the pill and blood energy pill was a failure, but the purple dawn pill was a success. Could there be a problem? An alchemist asked. Pills and blood energy pills were the most widely used and were refined by alchemists the most. There were all sorts of detailed alchemy experiences and techniques, and relatively speaking, they were the least difficult of third-grade pills. The purple dawn pill was rarely used, and the difficulty of refining it was a level higher. Comparing them like this, it seemed very strange. We have examined it carefully, and it is indeed a newly refined spirit pill. There are no problems with the materials, and there are no flaws in the pill itself. The 3 pills were all refined by the same person, so there's no problem with that. Perhaps Qin Ning was lucky and succeeded in refining it. After asking the patrolling examiner, he learned that Qin Yu had been cleanly defeated the first 2 times. Most people agreed with his final fluke. Whether it was a fluke or not, since Qin Ning passed the examination, he can obtain the status of a third-grade alchemist. Another alchemist slowly said, "Of course, the test will be held next month. If he can't pass the basic test, we'll just kick him down." Yes, let's wait and see next month. The results will be clear. Through some unknown channel, the discussion between the grandmasters of alchemy began to spread. Many people suddenly realized that it was just a fluke. I was wondering how it could be so scary. With luck and coincidence, it was indeed possible for an alchemist to refine a high-tier medicinal pill. It was just that the chances were rather low. With this explanation, most of the gazes focused on Qin Yu began to disperse. The few remaining gazes began to reveal looks of mockery and anticipation. Becoming a third-grade alchemist would allow him to soar into the heavens. But, the higher he flew, the harder he would fall. If he were to be kicked down in the examination next month, he would lose all face. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, congratulations. Ning Yuan had a happy expression. She had also heard the conclusion of the Grandmaster's discussion and knew what many people were thinking. But in her heart, she only faintly smiled. Fluke. Just look at how lucky you are. Besides cheating, she had never heard of anyone being kicked down after passing the alchemy examination. Well, taking a step back, even if this really was a coincidence, if Qin Yu was able to make such a coincidence occur, that meant he had strength infinitely close to a third-grade alchemist. For him to be able to accomplish this at his age was already amazing enough. What a bunch of ignorant and jealous people. They only knew how to watch Qin Ning lose face, but they never imagined that his achievements had already surpassed the vast majority of them. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Ning Yuan. Without waiting for him to speak, Ning Yuan smiled. Such a young third-grade alchemist certainly has the qualifications to attend the wedding ceremony. My family has an elder who happens to be in charge of this. Once I mention it, there shouldn't be a problem. Then, thank you senior apprentice sister. There's no need to be polite with me. It's fine as long as you remember senior apprentice sister's kindness. Ning Yuan softly said. In the end, she was still a young and charming woman. She was much more courageous than most girls. As she spoke, she looked straight at Qin Yu, her eyes blinking as if they could speak. Qin Yu shook his head inwardly. He had to think of a way to separate himself from Ning Yuan so that she wouldn't suffer a calamity if he attacked her. The great Tao law that could help him reach nascent soul was definitely an extraordinary treasure. If he took it away, how could the Gold Noble family not be angry? Seeing that Qin Yu didn't respond and instead seemed to be thinking of something, Ning Yuan blushed red. She softly said, "You don't need to worry too much. As long as you have me in your heart, I will handle everything else. Moreover, the clan doesn't forbid the women of the clan from marrying down. I just need you to perform a bit better." She turned and walked away, her laughter echoing in the distance. "I will go and discuss this with the elders of my family. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, you can do it. You have to work even harder." Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. He bitterly smiled. This young woman Ning, it seemed that her thoughts were going further and further awry. He shook his head and turned to leave. But things didn't go as smoothly as Ning Yuan said. When the two met the next day, there was a clear worry in the young woman's eyes. Qin Yu frowned. "Senior apprentice sister, did it not go smoothly?" Ning Yuan sighed. "It's all because of the Grandmaster's words. The family doesn't trust your strength too much, and they worry that if you lose face during the wedding ceremony, you will bring shame to the entire clan." She waved her hand. "That is only what they think. I have absolute confidence in you." Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He never thought that all of his efforts would be for naught. As Ning Yuan saw his appearance, she clenched her teeth and said, "Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning, if you really want to participate, I can help you do so. But you must pass next month's examination. Otherwise, even if you submit a name list, it will be erased. Moreover, you and I cannot interact like this in the future." Qin Yu was silent for several breaths of time. He cupped his hands together and said, "Senior apprentice sister, I'll have to trouble you." Ning Yuan faintly smiled. What she said was the truth, but she also had absolute confidence in Qin Yu from the bottom of her heart. But as long as she said this, then Qin Yu would owe her a favor. This gratitude and guilt would be beneficial to her. This was a young woman. Towards those she liked, she could play some harmless little tricks. Even if she was seen through later, it wouldn't affect her too much. 2 days later, Qin Yu's status token received a message from 10086, congratulating him on obtaining permission to become one of the disciples participating in the grand marriage ceremony. He was asked to prepare himself and wait for the clan's arrangements. Qin Yu let out a light breath and smiled. Within the Gold noble family, news gradually spread out. It was said that a noble daughter of the family was going to be married off to the outside world. Although there were some young juniors who expressed their dissatisfaction with this and shouted that the daughter of the Ning family didn't need to suffer such grievances, all of these voices would disappear the next day. No matter how aggressive the young man was, he or she would remain silent. Gradually, no one said anything. Everyone tacitly agreed. With the arrival of this event, the preparations began to unfold in an orderly manner. The dim light caused the atmosphere in the hall to be a bit stifling. In a grey cage, a woman sat cross-legged. Her complexion was pale and her eyes were light. "Seventh miss, don't be angry. You should quickly recover from your injuries. There is no need to embarrass yourself." The old man sighed, a bit helpless. The woman looked up, her eyes light. "Old Cloud, are they really going to marry me off?" The old man hesitated for a moment and then nodded. The woman was silent for a long time. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of ridicule. "They will not succeed." Old Cloud's heart skipped a beat. "Seventh miss, what do you plan on doing?" The woman lowered her head, no longer speaking. Old Cloud said, "Seventh miss, now that you know about the old madam, even if you don't think for yourself, you should still think for her." Seeing the woman remain silent, he shook his head and left. In the grey cage, the woman looked up. On her beautiful and noble face, a trace of misery flashed. Time slowly passed, not speeding up or slowing down according to anyone's will. As the Gold noble family completed their preparations, another month passed. This month's promotion examination had arrived. Qin Yu received a reminder from his status token. As a third-grade alchemist, he had to participate in the foundational examination. He had to refine any type of third-grade pill within a set period of time. Of course, the only advantage was that he didn't need to pay any extra fees for the foundational examination. On this day, many eyes gathered on the alchemy chamber examination area. In particular, when Qin Yu arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. Countless people were waiting and anticipating. But there were no pleasant surprises today. Qin Yu entered the examination area. Qin Yu came out. In the chief examiner's hands were 3 qualified blood energy pills. There was silence. Countless eyes were filled with astonishment, shock, and then awe. Qin Yu had passed this examination and officially confirmed his status. He was a true and upright third-grade alchemist. Within the Gold Noble family, he was the youngest third-grade alchemist. There was no fluke. Some people secretly rejoiced, some people felt sour, some people flipped tables, some people cursed out loud. There were all sorts of reactions. But none of this had anything to do with Qin Yu. Not long after he passed the examination, he finally received a message from his status token. It told him to claim his wedding robe and also to receive some guidance. Ning Yuan came to congratulate him. At the same time, she invited Qin Yu to her home as a guest. She said that there were some people who wanted to take this opportunity to express their apologies. It was clear that in this past month, even though he had appeared on the list, there was no follow-up. This was because the elders of Ning Yuan's family didn't favor him. Now that the situation was settled and Qin Yu had proven his strength and potential, he naturally had the capital to be valued by Ning Yuan's family. Qin Yu politely declined. Of course, he gave an excellent reason. He said that he had made some gains in alchemy and needed to temporarily go into seclusion. He was extremely apologetic and would personally pay a visit afterwards. Ning Yuan was surprised. She deeply looked at him and then left with a smile. After returning home, Qin Yu's reason caused the several elders of Ning Yuan's family to reveal dignified expressions. In just several months, he had broken through from the 2nd grade to the 3rd grade and now he had made some gains. This Qin Yu, his potential was limitless. As for whether or not this was just an excuse, it wasn't that Ning Yuan's family didn't think about it. It was just that they quickly suppressed this thought. For a cultivator with a different surname, if he wanted to truly obtain the recognition and support of the Gold Noble family, marrying a woman of the Ning family was the best choice. Ning Yuan had shown graciousness to Qin Yu and she was beautiful to begin with. Her family also had considerable strength. If Qin Ning wanted to realize his ambitions, he had no reason to refuse. Then there was only one explanation: what he said was true. The old patriarch leisurely said, Yuan, your eyesight is quite good. From now on, the family will not care about your matters. You will be able to control them yourself. This was tacit approval. Ning Yuan blushed red but her eyes brightened. A faint pride appeared on her beautiful face. The man she had taken a liking to wasn't wrong. Chapter 247. For such a young 3rd-grade alchemist, even the Gold Noble family had to place a certain degree of importance on him. Soon, Qin Yu received a notification that he had been promoted to a 6th-grade disciple. He received a special customer service line, a better residence, maids, and all sorts of other information. Several stewards of the alchemy chamber summoned him. Their expressions were warm and amiable, and they assigned Qin Yu an alchemy chamber, acknowledging that he had the status and qualifications to manage alchemy. Even though the self-proclaimed flower lover did not know what he was thinking, he could not help but squeeze out a smile on his face. After all, with Qin Yu's age and the potential he revealed, it wouldn't be a problem for him to break into a 4th-grade alchemist. If he could find a lucky chance and take another step further, then he would truly be someone with great authority within the Gold Noble family. Who would dare to underestimate him? Qin Yu only cared about the Great Tao method to break into nascent soul. He didn't care about the goodwill the Gold Noble family showed him at all and calmly dealt with it. Finally, outside the Green Cloud world, the guests who had been invited arrived. On this day, Qin Yu changed out of his robes. He was now wearing a black robe embroidered with red edges. His aura was calm and dignified. He pushed open the door and left the new courtyard. Although he didn't know who the guest was today, there was an extremely high chance that they knew each other. In order to avoid provoking any problems, he chose the simplest job, a peripheral guard. Ning Yuan's family practically treated him as one of their own. For such a small request, they naturally made appropriate arrangements. As for why Qin Yu didn't want to show himself in the limelight, The several elders of Ning Yuan's family thought about it for a moment and then sighed in praise. Qin Ning was hiding his true strength. He was already a third-grade alchemist and was allowed to participate in the grand event of the wedding. This was more than enough to prove his status. But he still couldn't be considered a true member of the Ning family. If he continued to show off, it would be far too ostentatious. Not only did he have strength, but he also had potential. What was rare was that he also knew when to advance and when to retreat. This was extremely rare. Ning Yuan smiled. She unconsciously felt even more satisfied with Qin Yu. Junior apprentice brother Qin Ning. She had been waiting at the intersection, smiling and waving at him. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Greetings, senior apprentice sister. Ning Yuan rolled her eyes and lowered her voice. There are no outsiders here. Is it so hard to call me a nice name? Compared to the girls in the boudoir, the young married woman was indeed bold and shrewd. After obtaining the approval of her family, she had less misgivings in her actions. These words, almost. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He felt a bit guilty towards Madame Ning, but in front of the great Tao of nascent soul, he wouldn't hesitate at all. While he was thinking about how he should escape, a thunderous roar suddenly rose in the distance. Immortal Eclipse Valley's Eclipse Lenqing brings disciple Zheng Zhongxiu to pay a visit to the Blue Cloud World. The demonic path's Heaven Star Demon has brought Saint Sun Deep Blue to pay a visit to the Blue Cloud World. Sea Region's Moon Praying Shrines Shuezheng brings Prince Deep White to pay a visit to the Blue Cloud World. 3 waves of sound rang out in succession, sweeping across the sky like a great tide. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He never thought that the 3 parties that came today would all be old acquaintances. He took this chance to cup his hands together and say, "Senior apprentice sister, please forgive me. I will be going now." Whoosh, he soared into the sky. Ning Yuan's expression was solemn. She didn't stop him, but there was worry in the depths of her eyes. Immortal Eclipse Valley and the demonic path were still fine because they were within the boundaries of the continent. But the sea region was tens of millions of miles away from the Blue Cloud World. Today, 3 parties actually came at the same time. It was obvious that they had an agreement beforehand. It was obvious that they had come with ill intentions. In the Blue Cloud World, the Gold Noble family had already prepared themselves. A massive number of cultivators soared into the skies, welcoming the people from the 3 sides. Fellow Daoist Zhao Lenqing, it's been many years since we last met. You look as graceful as before. Heaven Star Demon, your cultivation is becoming increasingly formidable. If you have time, let's exchange pointers again. Commander Shuezheng, this is your first time coming to my Blue Cloud World. You must stay for several more days so that my Ning family can play host to you. The Ning family powerhouses were all smiles and polite. In the end, they were in the wrong when they tried to open up the space. Luckily, the clan had decided to marry off their wicked daughter, so the 3 parties would soon be able to resolve their responsibilities. Heaven Star Demon lightly said, "I have come on the orders of the Saint Lord to ask Saint Sun Deep Blue to marry the 7th Miss. I ask that the Ning family agree." Shuezheng had no expression. "My clan's majesty and Lord Priest have ordered me to bring the 7th Miss back to the sea races no matter what." As soon as the 2 sides spoke, they began to oppose each other. Black energy flashed in Heaven Star Demon's eyes before he immediately suppressed it. The sea region was terrifyingly strong. Even if they couldn't casually land on the continent, it was still best not to provoke them. Humph. Eclipse Lenqing's complexion darkened. Although he couldn't help but admit that Immortal Eclipse Valley was the weakest of the 3, he certainly couldn't accept that the other 2 sides had completely ignored him. "My Immortal Eclipse Valley is also determined to obtain the 7th Miss." Heaven Star Demon coldly sneered. "The one I brought is my demonic path's Saint Sun. He has obtained the approval of the Lord Demon Monarch and will inherit my demonic path's legacy in the future. How can the people you brought possibly compete with my Saint Sun?" Deep Blue lowered his head. Surrounded by these great figures, he seemed respectful and meek. But the overbearing aura that surrounded him constantly revealed his formidable self-confidence. Golden core perfection, half-step nascent soul. In fact, his aura was no less powerful than that of an ordinary early nascent soul. After experiencing a disastrous defeat in the sea region, Saint Sun Deep Blue clearly hadn't sunk into depravity. Rather, he emerged from his setbacks and became even stronger. Eclipse Lenqing was enraged. Zheng Zhengxiu is the only disciple of my immortal Eclipse Valley master, and he is the master of the 8th furnace. His alchemy talent is astonishing, and he has already reached the peak of the 3rd grade. He can step into the 4th grade at any time. His future is limitless. How could he not compare to you, the demonic path Saint Sun? Zheng Zhengxiu had a light expression. He had occupied an important position for many years, and his temperament was calm. When combined with his handsome appearance, he was no less dazzling than Deep Blue. The complexions of the Gold Noble family's several powerhouses changed. This was truly worthy of being the #1 alchemy sect, Immortal Eclipse Valley. Even such a young disciple had nearly touched upon the 4th grade realm. Compared to him, that Qin Ning who had appeared in the clan a while ago was far inferior. Heavenstar Demon seemed to have already planned this. He revealed a strange smile and suddenly said, "I heard that an alchemy genius also appeared in the Ning family some time ago. How about we have a competition so that I can broaden my horizons? After all, alchemy strength cannot compare with cultivation. No one can see through it, so who knows whether or not your immortal Eclipse Valley is lying or not." Eclipse Lenqing coldly coughed. "In the path of alchemy, my immortal Eclipse Valley is #1 in the world. Even in the Blue Cloud world, you still dare to speak such words." He coldly glared at Heavenstar Demon. "Heavenstar Demon, I know of your sinister thoughts, but the honor of my immortal Eclipse Valley's alchemy path cannot be slandered. Zheng Zhengxiu, you will have a competition with the Ning family genius to prove your strength and express your sincerity in marrying the 7th Miss." Helplessness flashed in Zheng Zhengxiu's eyes. In truth, he didn't want to accept this 7th Miss that he had never met before. But his teacher had said that even if he didn't succeed, he still had to destroy this matter and not allow the demonic path to succeed. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. "Yes, High Master." The complexions of the Gold Noble family darkened. Originally, they should have been able to sit on the sidelines and watch the 3 sides fight, but how come they were suddenly dragged into the water? The key point was that they couldn't refuse, otherwise they would be admitting that the juniors of the Gold Noble family couldn't compare to those from Immortal Eclipse Valley. After a moment of hesitation, a nascent soul powerhouse from the Gold Noble family turned and order someone to find Qin Ning. The juniors hurried away. "Everyone, let us go to the reception hall first. We will need to make some preparations for the alchemy competition." Heavenstar Demon faintly smiled. "I will wait and see." Eclipse Lenqing was expressionless. He certainly knew that he had fallen into Heavenstar Demon's trap. In this battle with the Gold Noble family's alchemy genius, regardless of whether Zheng Zhengxiu won or lost, it would increase the difficulty of marrying the 7th Miss. But, if Zheng Zhengxiu's performance was outstanding enough, then this would also be a chance to show off his skills. He knew that this apprentice nephew Zheng had made a breakthrough in alchemy not too long ago. Immortal Eclipse Valley was the weakest of the 3 sides, so it was impossible for them to compete head-on. Perhaps they had a chance if they took another path. Otherwise, for better or worse, Eclipse Lenqing was still a nascent soul powerhouse, so how could he have fallen into such a trap? Xue Zheng had a calm expression, as if he didn't care about the battle between the demonic path and Immortal Eclipse Valley. Beside him, there was a pale-faced Prince Hai Deep White. When Qin Yu had kidnapped Princess Lushi, he had once met him. His white robes and white hair were the same as before, but he didn't have the same calm spirit as before, as if he had suffered a tremendous blow. After Qin Yu learned that Immortal Eclipse Valley had proposed an alchemy competition with him, he was startled for a moment before bitterly smiling. Indeed, the plans of man were no match for the plans of the heavens. He had already avoided them ahead of time, but he never imagined that a mistake would occur. It was certainly impossible to compete in alchemy, otherwise he would be exposed as soon as he showed himself. "You are a dignified great master with combat strength comparable to a nascent soul, yet you sneaked into the Gold Noble family. Who would you be fooling if you said you didn't have some ulterior motive?" Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He coughed and covered his stomach with his hands. "Senior apprentice brother, I have an unbearable pain in my stomach." I will bid my farewells first. He turned and left. Before the Ning family cultivator could regain his composure, he had vanished from sight in several blinks of an eye. It wasn't just the Ning family cultivator who sent the message, but the surrounding people were also stunned. Was this the legendary shit and pissing escape technique? But at this critical juncture, was this really the right thing to do? To flee without a fight, where would the Gold Noble family's face be placed? After a moment of shock, the Ning family cultivator regained his composure. He stomped his feet and cursed, "You bastard! What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and find him and bring him directly to the welcoming hall." He turned and rushed out. He had to immediately report this matter to the elders of the family. At this time, in the welcoming hall, 2 high-grade pill furnaces had already been prepared. Several sets of materials were placed together and a light medicinal fragrance wafted through the air. Several Ning family nascent souls were enthusiastically entertaining the guests that had come from afar. "Everyone, have a taste. This is a new tea from an old tea plant in the family. Every 30 years, there are only a few gins produced and the taste isn't bad." Ning Wanwan smiled as he spoke. Today, he had come out to greet them on behalf of the patriarch, so he naturally had to maintain some face. Just as his voice fell, a disciple walked over to his side and said a few words. Ning Wanwan's face stiffened and a trace of anger gushed out from the depths of his eyes. But in the end, he was still a shrewd individual. He took a deep breath and his complexion returned to normal. Even so, he could still feel the unnatural expression on his face. What nonsense! How could he be natural? The dignified Gold Noble family, the clan with the most noble bloodline in the world, had actually sent a subordinate cultivator to flee without a fight. Moreover, he had used a shameless method like using shit and pissing to escape. If that bastard Qin Ning was here, Elder Ning Wanwan would definitely let him know what it meant to be worse than death. In the hall, the other Ning family elders also learned of this matter. Although they tried their best to maintain their calm, the atmosphere in the hall became stiff. Heavenstar Demon's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, "Where is that alchemy genius from your noble race? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" The Ning family elder's smile became a bit more forced. Ning Wanwan waved his hand to summon a disciple. After asking a few questions, he smiled and said, "Unfortunately, this disciple of my tribe suddenly went into seclusion to cultivate. He said that he had made some progress in alchemy. It looks like today's alchemy competition will have to be postponed." It wasn't that he hadn't thought of changing to someone else to compete with Zheng Zhengxiu, but if these 3 people said that they didn't have spies in the Gold Noble family, he wouldn't believe them. What's more, the clan had long noticed some hidden spies. It was just that they couldn't touch the real secrets, so they turned a blind eye and let them stay. Perhaps he knew Qin Ning, perhaps he didn't. But it was better not to take this risk. If he was exposed, he couldn't afford to lose face. Heavenstar Demon's lips curved up. "Is that so? It looks like some people can show off for a bit longer." Eclipse Lenqing coldly shouted, "Heavenstar Demon, stop making insinuations. How can you ruin the reputation of my immortal Eclipse Valley? If you continue to speak without thinking, I will not forgive you." Heavenstar Demon laughed. How laughable. I wonder just who it was that was so frightened by my demonic path that they didn't dare to casually step out these past years. Eclipse Lenqing, if you aren't convinced, then once this matter is over, you and I can fight. Eclipse Lenqing's complexion darkened. Good, then I will wait for you. The Ning family took this chance to end today's meeting. They ordered their disciples to lead them to their respective residences. After the cultivators from the 3 sides left, their complexions paled and they left in a huff. The Gold Noble family was marrying off a daughter and the 3 factions were fighting over it. They should have been sitting on the high platform, watching the rain and listening to the flowers, but they were the first ones to be embarrassed. How could these elders not be angry? In the end, they were even forced to lie and escape. To the proud Gold Noble family members, this was a great humiliation and helplessness. Qin Yu was also helpless right now. He couldn't tell others that he had his own difficulties and couldn't reveal his identity. Thus, he could only keep his mouth shut when faced with questions. Ning Yuan had a worried expression. "Qin Ning, Today's alchemy competition isn't the main point to begin with. It would be best if you won, but even if you lost, it wouldn't matter. As long as you revealed your strength as a third-grade alchemist, the family wouldn't blame you. But what you shouldn't have done is that you shouldn't have avoided the fight. The elders in the clan are all very concerned about their reputation. If you do this, they won't be able to find a way out of this embarrassing situation and will definitely be punished. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. The Ning family cared about their face, and Ning Yuan had pointed out the crux of the matter. In this mysterious family, everyone was proud to the bones. Although it was a great taboo for him to avoid the fight, he had no other choice. Seeing him remain silent, Ning Yuan's eyes dimmed. But she didn't give up. Qin Ning, is there something you find difficult to say? Tell me and I will help you think of a way. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were pushed open and several black-clothed Ning family cultivators walked in with gloomy expressions. Qin Ning, come with us. Qin Yu had already expected this. He nodded to Ning Yuan and left. Ning Yuan paled. These were people from the discipline hall. Qin Ning had made a grave mistake this time. If he went in, he would likely suffer. She clenched her teeth and hurried back home. Just as she was about to mention this matter, she was interrupted by an elder. Ning Yuan, don't interfere in this matter. My face has been lost because of him. I thought so highly of him in vain. Avoiding the fight is an insult to my family's prestige. This is destroying his own future. The family will not give him another chance. Stay away from him in the future and let him fend for himself. After speaking, he coldly snorted and left. Ning Yuan's heart was filled with bitterness and bitterness. Qin Ning, you are so smart and determined, so how could you make such a wrong decision? Now, even I have no way to save you. Chapter 248. Ning Family, Discipline Hall. The atmosphere was cold and unfriendly. In the dim lobby, 5 Ning family cultivators sat at a table with pale complexions. Their eyes were so gloomy that it seemed as if they would drip water at any moment. Qin Ning, how dare you? Even now you still refuse to admit your guilt. The second person from the left, a middle-aged man with a light beard, growled. His voice trembled slightly, but his anger was raging. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. May I ask, what have I done wrong? You avoided the alchemy competition with Immortal Eclipse Valley, greatly damaging the prestige of my clan. This is an unforgivable crime, yet you still want to quibble. Another Ning family cultivator roared. There were others who lamented bitterly, as if saying how could this brat still have any face left to continue living in this world. The clan has attached great importance to you, originally having intentions of fostering you. Who would have thought that you would be so unsightly, betraying our clan's trust? Qin Yu had an innocent look on his face. It's not that I didn't want to fight, it's just that my stomach is unbearable. As the saying goes, people have 3 urgent needs, and no one can avoid them. Don't try to deny it. No matter how glib your tongue is, do you think you can fool us? This disciple does not dare, but all of this was an accident, and this disciple has suffered greatly. You still dare to shirk responsibility. No matter how aggressive he was and how he angrily shouted at him, Qin Yu could only cry out that he was wronged. It was clear that he couldn't agree to this, otherwise there was no telling how the Ning family would punish him. The Sea region, the demonic path, and Immortal Eclipse Valley had arrived. Qin Yu believed that the turning point he had been waiting for would soon arrive. He didn't feel any pressure at all if he acted shamelessly. The stalemate continued for a long time without Qin Yu admitting his guilt. The 5 Ning family cultivators gasped for breath, their throats hoarse from all the shouting. The bearded middle-aged cultivator waved his hand. Qin Ning, don't think that just because you refuse to admit it, we have no way to punish you. Guards, lock him up. As long as he doesn't confess, he won't be allowed out. Let's see how long he can last. 2 men with fierce auras walked in. They swept their eyes over Qin Yu and sneered. If he didn't admit it no matter what, it would only make the discipline hall angrier. This boy would suffer. The rules of the Gold Noble family were strict and strict. When it came to disciples that didn't share the Gold Noble family's surname, they had to be even more cautious in dealing with them. This was a custom that had been formed in the early years, and it had proven that this was extremely useful in stabilizing the family's rule and also in drawing in talented cultivators from the outside world. It had to be mentioned here. The reason the Gold Noble family took in outside cultivators was similar to the reason the sea races wanted to recruit Chinyu as their son-in-law. The reason that the Gold Noble family was so strong was because they inherited a formidable bloodline. By absorbing outstanding cultivators from the outside and fusing their bloodline with them, it was guaranteed that the Gold Noble family's bloodline would never decline. It was because of this that cultivators that didn't share the Gold Noble family's surname would be dissatisfied with them. Anything that involved them needed to be handled in a more fair and transparent manner. Otherwise, a mere third-grade alchemist would be able to crush him to pieces with just a thought. Of course, if the Gold Noble family really did this, they would discover that this harmless little rabbit in front of them would instantly turn into a vicious dragon that ate people without spitting out bones. Qin Ning's will is firm. You and I have tried for a long time but to no avail. I fear it will be difficult to capture him. It's not easy to make him admit his guilt. That junior Qin Ning is extremely cunning. If he insists that a person has 3 needs, then it won't be easy for us to punish him too harshly. Perhaps we can try to have the cultivators from the outer branch come and put pressure on him. He might be able to play dumb in front of you and me, but that won't necessarily work on them. That's true. Thus, Ning Iran headed downwards and entered the Blue Cloud World's Ning Mansion. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. The identity medallion of all the cultivators received a message asking them to assist in the investigation. The next day, Qin Yu's dungeon was visited. Ning Iran frowned. He slowly said, "Qin Ning, you have really disappointed me." In his heart, he had once regarded Qin Yu as a rival and even a goal to motivate him. But the reality was so unbearable. The beautiful woman was silent. Her watery eyes fell on Qin Yu's body. Her eyes were gentle and light, as if there weren't any fluctuations at all. However, there was a bit of confusion hidden deep within. She didn't believe that someone as smart and cautious as him would actually make such a simple and crude mistake. But what she saw in front of her seemed to be the truth. The first to speak was Ning Le. His heavy complexion contained a bit of suppressed pleasure. "Qin Ning, you are someone recommended by my Ning Mansion. It's fine if you are so unbearable, but you actually try to escape your crimes. I advise you to admit your guilt as soon as possible so that you don't suffer any more. The master's methods are beyond your imagination. He naturally has a way to make you open your mouth." Qin Yu glanced at him and shook his head. "I've already explained myself. This wasn't what I wanted. It was just a coincidence." "Humph. What nonsense. Do you think we are all idiots? Us cultivators have healthy bodies. If we weren't injured or poisoned, why would we suddenly have an unbearable stomach ache?" Qin Ning sneered, his eyes filled with contempt. Such a poor excuse was just laughable. Qin Yu closed his eyes. "I've already explained myself. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Ning Iran shook his head. "Qin Ning, there is one thing that Ningla is right about. If the master wants someone to admit their guilt, there is always a way. You don't have much time to think about it, so do your best." He turned and left. A trace of disappointment flashed in the woman's eyes. She thought that Qin Ning had his own reasons for doing this. But now, besides refusing to admit his guilt, there was nothing else she could do. But, was this really useful? She was prepared to say something, but as she saw the situation, there was no need to say anything. She gently sighed and turned to leave, an inexplicable sense of melancholy in her heart. The other Ning Mansion cultivators sneered and followed behind the two of them. Right now, they were working hard to improve themselves. How could they have the time to waste here? Hihi, the youngest third-grade alchemist of the Gold Noble family, a rising star with a limitless future. Thinking about it now, it seemed particularly ironic. Ningla squatted down. Separated by the array formation, he chuckled. "Qin Ning, I really dislike you. So whether it is the Ning Mansion or the Blue Cloud World, I have participated in all the rumors about you. No, strictly speaking, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I deliberately led the Blue Cloud World this time. You are only a lowly cultivator with a different surname, so how can you be more outstanding than me? After today, you are doomed to fall into a bottomless abyss. As for me, I will rise step by step until I finally become a dazzling existence that you can't even look at. Don't ask me why. I don't want to explain myself. To hate someone and then think of a way to destroy them is a very simple matter. Unfortunately, the one who will destroy you is you. It has nothing to do with me. If I think about it in the future, I might be a bit disappointed. Ningla stood up, the smile on his face brighter. To be able to speak the words in his heart without any scruples, this was the right of the victor. It was clear that he was the victor. However, what surprised Ningla was that as Qin Yu heard these words, he remained calm. His complexion didn't even change and he didn't even open his eyes to look at him. Is it because you don't want to lose face in front of me? Perhaps at this time, his heart was filled with discomfort, as if a raging inferno were burning in his heart. Ningla stood up. He flicked the non-existent dust off his clothes, as if he didn't want to be contaminated by it. The bad luck here made him turn around to leave. He had already said what he needed to say. Perhaps in the future, the two of them wouldn't cross paths again, so there was no need to waste any more time on Qin Yu. At this time, within the cage, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a divine light flashing within them. An old voice sounded out in the depths of his mind. Little friend Qin Yu, if you don't make a move now, when will you? In the next moment, a heaven-shaking rumble echoed out, causing the entire prison to tremble. And, this was underground, so it was unknown how far away it was. From this, it could be imagined just what sort of terrifying strength was contained within this rumble. Ningla's complexion paled and his mind buzzed. His eyes turned dazed and panic-stricken, not knowing just what was happening. Before he could regain his composure, there was another explosion behind him and a blinding light erupted. He turned around, his mouth hanging open as if he had seen something unbelievable. Qin Yu grasped the cage with both hands and forcefully pulled it apart. On the surface of the cage, array formation runes crazily revolved and terrifying thunder bombarded his body. But whether it was the array formation runes or the horrifying thunder, none of them were able to shake him in the least. The hole in the cage became increasingly large. The ground trembled and cracks rapidly appeared, spreading outwards like a spider web. Ningla's eyes widened in panic. Endless fear flooded his mind like a tide. He knew that what he should do now was turn around and flee as far as he could. But, it was like his feet had taken root, he wasn't able to move at all. As a result, he was only alarmed and in despair. When a Hong roar sounded, that cage was already broken into pieces, the ground exploding. Para Qin Yu landed on the ground. He strode out, not even glancing to the side. Ningla's heart leapt into his throat. Suddenly, he felt a bit more at ease. Perhaps he didn't care about himself at all. Then, he was ecstatic at having escaped death, as well as puzzled at having finally regained his ability to think. How could Qin Ning possibly possess such terrifying strength? The twisted mind instantly gained the upper hand. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes. No matter how strong Qin Ning was, forcefully breaking out of this cage was a capital crime. The masters of the main clan would definitely kill him. As he was filled with anticipation and joy, Ningla suddenly felt the scene in front of him tumble. Not too far away, a person was lying on the ground, blood gushing out from his mouth. His clothes were so familiar. Where was his head? Qin Yu walked up the stairs. The cage door wasn't closed and the guards outside were looking into the distant skies with shock and horror. They didn't see Qin Yu walk out. Looking up, it seemed to be the entrance to the blue cloud world. The vault of heaven had collapsed and massive cracks covered the skies like canyons. It was an extremely terrifying aura. Even standing here, he could clearly feel it. Qin Yu's expression became dignified. He originally thought that the Sea Sovereign was the most formidable existence in the world, but he never imagined that he would see powerful characters that could compare with him today. Moreover, there were two of them at once. The one that warned him must be one of them. But, why did they help him? They didn't even hesitate to become enemies with the Gold Noble family and pay such a great price. One didn't need to be a genius to know that they were plotting something. Qin Yu suddenly discovered that things seemed to have changed. Dread began to rise from the depths of his heart. But with things having come this far, the chance to obtain a nascent soul was right in front of him. Even if he knew it was wrong, he couldn't shrink back. "Qin Ning, why are you here?" Ning Iran shouted out loud. As the future leader of the Ning mansion, he was the first to discover a figure that shouldn't be here. Sure, several guards swept their eyes over, their killing intent thick. Chapter 249. Qin Yu drew back his gaze. He glanced at Ningiran and then walked away. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay here." With a roar, the guard attacked. His supernatural powers shined with an incomparably dazzling light, condensing into chains that swept towards him. Bang! With a loud explosion, all of the chains disintegrated. The guard cried out miserably as he was sent flying backwards. Blood wildly gushed out from his head. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone's eyes widened. They looked at the tall and straight figure walking away. He didn't stop at all, but that brief exchange just now was more than enough to reveal his formidable strength. Nascent soul. Ning Iran suddenly discovered that he had been mistaken from the very start. Qin Ning had never been his match, because the two of them weren't on the same level to begin with. Her beautiful eyes tumbled like a tide. The originally disappointed person suddenly began to shine with a brilliant light. Even she was shaken and lost the ability to think. Suddenly, she thought back to the terrifying powerhouse that had brazenly rushed into the blue cloud world just now, and then to Qin Yu's sudden eruption of attacks. There must be some connection between the two. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of breaking air howled out. A guard's face was covered in blood. "In the blue cloud world, no one dares to disobey my Ning family. You will die." Sure, the beams of light scattered, revealing two figures. One was a man and one was a woman, both of them middle-aged. Their bodies exuded a boundless aura as deep as a prison. And what was even more astonishing was that their auras were faintly connected, creating a result where 1 + 1 was greater than 2. The auras of these two early nascent soul cultivators were actually more terrifying than those of ordinary middle nascent souls. Disciplinary elders, Qin Ning has broken out of the prison. He must be a spy from the outside world. Please capture him. The wounded guard roared. Ning Iran turned and rapidly retreated. The outer branch cultivators were startled for a moment before they hurriedly followed. They thought that they had no future and that their reactions were slower than others. In a battle between nascent souls like them, how was it any different from seeking death if they approached? Ning Iran's eyes fell on Qin Yu. His expression was dignified and it was impossible to see what he was thinking. As for the woman with the beautiful eyes, she gently frowned, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. Nascent souls were indeed very strong, but this was the Green Cloud world, where the main clan was located. Experts were as common as trees in a forest, so what if they were nascent souls? As for the other outer branch Ning mansion cultivators, after their initial shock, they all revealed happy expressions. No matter how fierce Qin Ning was, didn't he still die in the end? The middle-aged man and woman were husband and wife. Their eyes were icy cold as they covered Qin Yu's body. No matter who you are, hiding your identity and intruding into the blue cloud world is a capital crime. The two raised their hands and clapped forward. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth boiled. A huge hand appeared, its surface mottled and covered with the marks of time. It seemed like a divine ability from a long time ago had been summoned by the two of them from across space and time. Before it even descended, the entire area fell into a stalemate, and the air was so thick that it almost solidified. Qin Yu looked up, praise flashing in his eyes. They were truly worthy of being called the Gold Noble family. With this supernatural power, they could even suppress a middle nascent soul. However, his face was still as calm as ever. He stopped in his tracks, raised his hand, and pointed up into the sky. Winds and clouds stirred once more. A finger pierced through the vast skies. After a moment of silence, there was a heaven-shaking rumble. Shockwaves swept outwards, causing his black hair to flutter about. Ning Iran lifted his hand and clapped. The beautiful woman beside him also reached out a slender jade hand. Then, Their complexions paled and they rapidly drew backwards. Not too far away, they saw a tall figure standing there, a look of shock in their eyes. Qin Yu's strength had surpassed their expectations. The middle-aged man and woman had grim expressions. Although their attack just now seemed simple, the two of them had used their full strength, and yet they hadn't been able to shake Qin Yu at all. But in the next moment, their expressions calmed down. They lifted their hands and pointed several times in the air. As their fingers fell, the world in front of them was still the same, but it had suddenly become different. It was heavy and cruel, and the killing intent was invisible and intangible, yet it struck straight into the heart. As his fingers descended, the world in front of him was still the same world, yet it had suddenly become different. It was heavy and ruthless, and the murderous aura was formless and intangible, yet it struck directly at the heart. Qin Yu looked up to see countless runes of array formations appear above his head. Then, black clouds gushed out and blinding lightning flashed. This terrifying aura was even more horrifying than nascent soul heavenly tribulation. Bang! Thunder roared forth. Qin Yu looked up at the middle-aged man and woman. He lightly said, "I don't want to kill you. Move aside." The killing array was filled with thunder and there were even two great nascent souls standing guard. For him to say such words was simply arrogant to the extreme. But soon, there was no longer any sound in the world. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them. Even the middle-aged man and woman couldn't help but feel their minds shake, horror on their faces. They saw that terrifying thunder strike Qin Yu. But, his body was like a black hole, causing the thunder to distort and then be swallowed into his stomach. Then, terrifying thunder descended one after another, bringing with it an endless killing intent. But, the result didn't change. Beneath the black clouds, the thunder was like a prison. The blinding lightning made it hard to look straight at it. Qin Yu calmly walked forwards. This scene was like a miracle. He walked out from the black clouds, avoiding the thunder. He looked up at the summit of the mountain city, at the place covered in fog. An intuition, an impulse, gradually appeared in his heart. The chance to reach the nascent soul great Tao was right there. Power! The ground shattered into powder. Qin Yu burst forwards like a bolt of lightning. Ningguang and the woman beside him revealed complex expressions. Was this his true strength? The middle-aged man and woman paled. Their eyes were filled with anger and shame. But at this moment, they really didn't dare to stop him. This scene was like a miracle. The psychological impact it created was enough to crush all of their pride and self-confidence. But if he wanted to rely on just this to wreak havoc in the blue cloud world, it might not be enough. Even if they didn't dare to do anything, there would naturally be others who would. Banger on the mountain summit in front of him, a sword intent soared into the heavens. The terrifying aura was incomparably sharp, as if it could cut apart the world. In the blink of an eye, a sword phantom condensed. The sword edge cut through the void, trembling and twisting as it cut down towards Qin Yu's head. He looked up. His black hair was swept up by the strong winds and his face stung with pain. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Clang! Like a divine sword being unsheathed, it emitted a resonant sword cry. The white sword revealed its tyrannical potential. It met the sword phantom. Even though it moved later, it arrived first, colliding with it. The collapsing sword intent was like a torrential rain of swords. In the blink of an eye, for 100 miles around the mountain, all of the ancient trees were cut in half. Then, they were swept away by the sword intent, torn to shreds and scattered everywhere. On the exposed mountain summit, an old man in a sword robe was sitting cross-legged. His face was deathly pale, and for 100 feet around him, there wasn't even a single inch of land that was intact. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of his body and tiny beads of blood seeped out. In the blink of an eye, he was covered in blood. The attacks of a sword cultivator were terrifying, but their weakness was that they were one with the sword. Breaking their sword was the same as breaking their body. Even if this old sword cultivator didn't die today, his cultivation would still fall. Qin Yu didn't stop. He stepped over the bare mountain peak, heading towards the place where the fog lingered. The blue cloud world had suddenly encountered a powerful enemy. At this time, at the entrance of the collapsed space, there were still terrifying auras constantly spreading out, causing the canyon-like cracks to spread out. Such a commotion instantly attracted the attention of countless people. Not only were there people from the Gold Noble family, but there were also honored guests from 3 different directions that had come from afar. Deep Blue clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. But there was also a trace of panic that he didn't want to admit. Qinyu, it was Qinyu. There was no way he would mistake this face for someone else. But it had only been several years since they last met in the sea region, and yet Qinyu had already become so powerful. In the past, although he wasn't his match, Qinyu had taken advantage of the power of a treasure. If he truly fought with everything he had, he might have been able to win. But now, his eyes were locked onto the figure that was stepping into the skies. Deep Blue's nails dug into his palms, but he didn't feel them at all. He didn't want to admit it, but he had no choice but to do so. If they fought again today, he feared he would die on the spot. Heavenstar Demon had a dignified expression. His thoughts raced. In the past, he had discovered a great secret on Qinyu's body. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to do so. Qinyu had used the blood escape to escape. Today, the more powerful Qinyu's performance was, the more intense his greed for the demon body became. Today, if he helped the Gold Noble family, he might be able to capture Qinyu and then find a chance to seize his demon body. But who was the one fighting the Ning family old ancestor? Such a terrifying demonic energy wasn't any worse than the demon monarch's. Brother Qin. Zheng Zhongxiu was shocked. His eyes rapidly flashed as he turned around. Eclipse Lenqing took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "I indeed don't like him, but in the end, Qinyu is someone of my immortal Eclipse Valley. I won't do anything to him." Of course, there was one thing he wouldn't admit, and that was that a faint fear was slowly spreading in his heart. Zheng Zhongxiu calmed down a little. His thoughts raced. It wasn't a coincidence that Qinyu appeared at this time. He looked at the shattered skies in the distance, a thoughtful look on his face. Perhaps there was something he needed in the Gold Noble family. Xue Zheng straightened his body. His eyes darkened and he slowly unsheathed himself like a heavy sword. Hai Deep White had a complex look in his eyes. In the next moment, his expression turned icy cold. If it weren't for Qinyu, the Whale Sovereign wouldn't have died and he wouldn't have fallen into the fate of being imprisoned by his royal father. But now, all of his plans had come to nothing. It was no longer possible for him to sit on that supreme throne. If one had to ask who he hated the most in the world, then Hai Deep White would absolutely vote for Qinyu. But at this time, he didn't say anything. He glanced at Xue Zheng from the corner of his eyes and covered up the chill in his eyes. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out once more. Qinyu had already heard it when he was in the dungeon, but now that he was stepping into the skies, it was naturally even clearer. A shockwave spread out at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was like a strong gust of wind rising from the ground. The ancient trees on the mountain bent down from the pressure. Some couldn't withstand it and were directly torn apart. They were sucked into the skies and turned to pieces. Qinyu paused and turned around. He saw a beam of light shoot towards him, tearing apart the layers of fog in front of him. Countless array formations and spells appeared one at a time, but none of them were able to stop this beam of light at all. It pierced through as if it were rotten wood. Then, it fell onto the summit of a mountain, landing in a common-looking side hall. The entire mountain trembled. The defensive strength of this side hall had reached an inconceivable level. When that terrifying beam of light crashed into it, it only caused cracks to appear all over it. Even so, it didn't collapse. But this was already enough. Beams of golden light gushed out from the cracks in the side hall. In the blink of an eye, they illuminated the skies like a burning flame. Qinyu could feel the aura of strength contained within this golden light. His intuition told him that the object that could help him break into the nascent soul realm was in this side hall. It was so clear, so intense, that a raging fire ignited in his chest. His eyes blazed with heat. Chapter 250. The rich golden light contained an incomparably formidable aura. It clearly displayed the strength it possessed. All of the cultivators who saw the golden light and sensed it had a clear thought in their minds: this was an extremely powerful treasure. They didn't know what it was or what use it had, but it easily stirred up the greed in everyone's hearts. There was even a desperate urgency. If they could obtain it and control it, they could have everything. The resentment in Deep Blue's eyes completely turned into greed. He stubbornly stared at the golden light, his throat bobbing up and down. Heavenstar Demon was a bit better. A nascent soul cultivator had a strong will, but from his trembling face, it was clear he wasn't calm at all. It is rumored that the Gold Noble family possesses a supreme treasure. It is by relying on this treasure that they are able to possess the Blue Cloud world. The master of this treasure is the master of the Blue Cloud world. Within this world fragment, there is an inconceivable strength. If I'm not wrong, this golden light is related to this treasure. Deep Blue licked his lips. 7 kill sect master, what do you mean? Heavenstar Demon said in a soft voice, the Gold Noble family has encountered a great enemy. As guests, we also intend to marry them, so how can we stand idly by and allow these thieves to wreak havoc? Deep Blue nodded. 7 kill sect master is right. Whoosh, the two of them shot into the skies. High Deep White shivered. He could feel a strong beckoning from this golden light, as if it should have originally belonged to him. In fact, his intuition even grew in his heart. If he could obtain the main body of this golden light, he could reverse his current predicament and fight once more. This was a treasure that could change his destiny. Mine, it is mine. Shuezheng frowned. He turned and said, Prince Deepwhite, you and I came here to ask for the Ning family's daughter's hand in marriage. I hope that you don't cause unnecessary trouble. High Deepwhite sneered. It's true that we are asking for the Ning family's daughter's hand in marriage, but I ask Commander Shuezheng to keep your eyes open. The demonic path has already made their move, so are we just going to sit back and do nothing? Sure, he flew out from the courtyard. Black water vapor gushed out from his body, condensing into the phantom of a flood dragon. With a roar, it soared towards the summit. Eclipse Lenqing stared at the golden light on the summit. He coldly said, no matter what that is, we cannot allow it to fall into the hands of the demonic path. Follow me, we are going to take a look. He took a step forward and whistled away. At the same time, as the side hall was destroyed, golden light gushed out. The vast green cloud world suddenly seemed to shake at its foundation. As a result, the area of collapse rapidly expanded. Apart from the giant cracks that spread outwards, there were also countless small cracks that appeared on their own. In the blink of an eye, the green cloud world actually showed signs of collapsing. Heavenseek old demon, you've gone too far. Furious roars suddenly rang out from within. After a loud boom, 2 figures flew out from within the darkness. One of them was shrouded in darkness, while the other was burning with golden flames. A terrifying aura surged out, causing the space around them to distort, making it impossible to see their appearances clearly. Their figures were magnified dozens of times due to the spatial distortions, making them look like gods fighting. The river flows east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. When you tried to kill me back then, you should have anticipated that a situation like this would occur. My Ning family has already paid a high enough price for what happened in the past. You have already agreed to let bygones be bygones, so why are you going back on your word? Demonic path cultivators are shameless and despicable. So what if they do something like treachery? If you don't accept it, you can come looking for me in the future. Despicable. A sound wave spread out from afar. Qin Yu paused. Heavenseek old demon. Heavenseek pavilion, as he thought, this matter was related to them. Qin Yu looked up. As his eyes swept over that mass of black demonic energy, he stiffened. Without any reason, he knew that there was a pair of eyes within that mass of demonic energy that was also watching him. Was it coming for him? But what did he have that was worth Heavenseek old demon going back on his word and recklessly attacking the Gold Noble family? Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Then, he heard Heavenseek old demon lightly say, you and I should change places to fight. Otherwise, if there are a few more collisions, I'm afraid that your green cloud world will really be destroyed. Good. Beneath the golden light, anger soared to the heavens. The black and golden spheres of light sank into the shattered heavens, vanishing from sight. Hurry and activate the Great Array. Stabilize the space. We cannot allow anything to happen to the green cloud world. Attack with everything you have. Bang air bang from various parts of the green cloud world, beams of light appeared one after another, shooting into the heavens. They were like giant stone pillars that supported the collapsing heavens. These array formations held back the majority of the powerhouses of the Gold Noble family, so they didn't have time to spare. Thus, when Qin Yu arrived at the side hall, no one appeared to stop him. Shua, the demonic light scattered. Following closely behind were Heavenstar Demon and Deep Blue. As their eyes fell on Qin Yu, they didn't bother to conceal their hostility. Fellow Daoist Qin, we meet again, Heavenstar Demon slowly said. Wush Shuezheng and High Deep Blue arrived. The corners of the latter's eyes twitched. He lowered his voice and roared, Qin Yu, filled with resentment. Shuezheng cupped his hands together. Greetings, Priest Qin Yu. He turned a blind eye to High Deep Blue's hatred. Eclipse Lenqing and Zheng Zhengxiu were the last to arrive. Brother Qin, Heavenstar Demon's eyes flashed. I never thought that we would all be acquaintances. That makes things much easier. He swept his eyes around. Now that the Gold Noble family is busy, we finally have a chance. How about we enter the hall first and then compete for the treasures with our own methods? Shuezheng frowned. This is the Gold Noble family, Heavenstar Demon sneered. So what? The Ning family old ancestor was led away by a mysterious powerhouse of my demonic path, and the other masters are stabilizing the world fragment. If we miss out on such a heaven-sent opportunity, we will surely regret it for the rest of our lives. You must know that riches and honor come from danger. He paused for a moment and then sneered. Moreover, don't you too wish to heavily wound the Gold Noble family? This world is too small, there isn't enough space for too many people. High Deep Blue shouted out loud, Good, we agree. Then let's do it lest new problems crop up. Heavenstar Demon flicked his sleeves. Demonic energy tumbled and a diamond demon puppet appeared. It was 100 feet tall, like a giant. It waved its fists and smashed into the shattered side hall. Bang! The diamond demon puppet was sent tumbling backwards. A deep cut appeared on its thick chest armor, tearing open terrifying cracks in the ground. But its defensive capabilities were clearly amazing. It wasn't heavily wounded at all. It shook its head and crawled back up. Wherever the fist fell, the cracks in the side hall became much larger. More golden light gushed out. It was clear that after that beam of light struck, the defensive strength of the side hall was also exhausted. Heavenstar Demon roared, Attack together. Hurry up. Qin Yu lifted a hand and thrust out his palm. As Eclipse Lenqing saw this, he frowned. He lifted his hand and punched out. Shuezheng didn't move, but the sound of roaring waves filled the air. The phantom of a sea beast appeared and rushed towards the side hall. The diamond demon puppet roared as it rushed forwards. Rumble rumble, a corner of the side hall collapsed. Then, the entire side hall was shattered by the raging strength that surged out from within. After that golden light was freed from its shackles, it wildly erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the temptation it gave off had increased exponentially at this moment. Everyone's eyes burned, revealing naked greed. Qin Yu frowned. His eyes fell on that golden light. It was indeed a peerless treasure that possessed an unimaginable strength. But it wasn't what he wanted. Whoosh! He rushed towards the side hall. Heavenstar Demon sneered. Qin Yu, aren't you being too impatient? He lifted a hand and a pitch-black demon hand appeared, grasping at his back. Qin Yu didn't turn around. With a flick of his sleeves, he pushed back the demon hand. He coldly said, I have no interest in this treasure. If you want it, then go ahead. His figure didn't stop. He rushed into a corner of the hall. There was a passage there that led to some unknown place. Heavenstar Demon frowned. Could there be other important treasures in this side hall? This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page. But after a brief moment of hesitation, he suppressed these thoughts. A cold sneer flashed in his eyes. As long as he could take away the main body of the golden light, he could control the blue cloud world. At that time, He would be an invincible existence in this world fragment. Even if the Ning family old ancestor returned, he still might not be his match. So what if Qin Yu was strong? Even if he obtained some treasure, he would still be easily crushed to dregs. Demonic energy rose up. Heavenstar Demon rushed towards the golden light. Eclipse Lenqing shouted out loud, "Our battle will be today." Bang! The two nascent soul masters began to fight. Deep Blue turned around. He looked at the calm Xue Zheng and High Deep White with dread in his eyes and took several steps back. He wasn't a nascent soul, but if he went all out he might still have the strength of a nascent soul. Strong winds blew against his face. Qin Yu stormed forwards in the tunnel. It was true that the golden light was a great treasure, but wanting to subdue it was extremely difficult. In fact, when Qin Yu approached it, his soul instinctively shivered. As for the little blue lamp, light flowed on its surface, as if it were eager to try. Qin Yu didn't want to complicate matters. What he wanted now was the method to break into nascent soul. As long as he could reach nascent soul, he would have the qualifications to wander this vast world with disdain. Treasures were good, but compared to this, they weren't anything at all. Qin Yu's heart became increasingly excited. He knew that he was getting closer and closer. But his eyes became increasingly calm. Finally, they were like calm water beneath ice, without any ripples. As he neared the final moment, he should be even more cautious. But why was there such a burning heat in the depths of his heart? Why did inexplicable emotions tumble in his heart, as if they would gush out at any moment? When he reached the end of the tunnel, Qin Yu flew out. This was an underground palace that wasn't too large. It was completely empty, and there was only an innumerable number of runes on the ground. These runes seemed scattered and disorderly, but it was clear that they formed a great array formation. Even with Qin Yu's current eyesight, he couldn't tell just what it was used for. From this, one could see just how profound it was. But as he glanced over these runes, Qin Yu's eyes were drawn to the center of the underground palace, to the grey cage. There was a woman inside. Her body was slender and light, and just looking at her made one feel pity from the bottom of their hearts. At this time, she was sitting with her back to him, as if she were thinking about something. It was impossible to see her appearance, but with her jade-like ears, one couldn't help but wonder just what sort of beautiful face she was hiding. The dim light couldn't illuminate the entire underground palace. But Qin Yu's 5 senses had always far surpassed the ordinary. To him, this place was no different from daytime. He looked at the figure in the grey cage, his eyes widening as if he were seeing something unbelievable. As if she could hear the movements behind her, the woman lifted a hand to stroke her hair. She said in a soft voice, "Old Cloud, go and tell them that there is no need to be anxious." "I will not agree." Qin Yu stiffened. A turbulent current tumbled in his heart, breaking through all of his composure and self-control. His eyes began to sting. This voice, it's her. She's alive, she's still alive. Qin Yu couldn't describe what he was feeling at this time. The dark hall in front of him suddenly became beautiful, and the originally gloomy flames seemed a bit warmer. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he found it difficult to speak. The woman waited for a moment but didn't obtain a response. She turned around. What kind of face was this? Even though it was slightly pale, it was still beautiful enough to make one feel ashamed of their inferiority. Then, their gazes collided in the air. Her beautiful eyes widened and she immediately stood up. Her body shivered as she stared at Qin Yu. There was a moment of silence. In the silence, there were only 2 gasps. The woman suddenly smiled, like the most beautiful flower in the world blooming. "If you're breathing, then this isn't an illusion. Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, I knew that you wouldn't die." Qin Yu seemed to come back to life. His stiff expression softened and he took a deep breath. I never thought I would see senior apprentice sister Ning again." His voice was hoarse. The two looked at each other for several breaths of time and then laughed. Chapter 251. Ningling, she was Ningling, the woman he thought had died, the woman who had completely vanished from his life. She was alive, she was right in front of him. Qin Yu's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. His heart beat like a great drum. Junior apprentice brother Qin, Why are you here? Ning Ling asked in a soft voice. Qin Yu smiled. It's a long story. But senior apprentice sister, how come you are locked up here? Ning Ling. Gold noble family, she really was one of them. If so, then Qin Yu would have more scruples in his actions. He had to consider Ning Ling's feelings. Ning Ling's eyes darkened. She said in a soft voice, Junior apprentice brother Qin came from the outside, so you should know. They are preparing to marry me off because I no longer have any value to them. Within his sleeves, Qin Yu clenched his fists. Someone so important to him was actually being treated like this. He took a deep breath and strode forwards. Senior apprentice sister Ning, I will save you. Ning Ling hurriedly said, no, this cage is supported by a powerful array formation. Junior apprentice brother Qin, hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. Qin Yu met her eyes and said, from today on, I will never abandon senior apprentice sister again. Ning Ling's heart shook. She thought back to the time when she fled underground and the brilliant sunlight that sprinkled down from above her head. Some kind of deep emotion was rolling in the bottom of her heart, causing her mind to tremble. Senior apprentice sister, stand back, I am going to start. Qin Yu shouted out loud. His hands grasped the grey cage and all of his strength erupted. Open for me. On the ground, the runes suddenly lit up. The array formation activated with it. Billowing grey energy surged out, turning into long whips that ruthlessly lashed at Qin Yu. Even with Qin Yu's current cultivation and powerful demon body, his defenses were instantly broken. Bloody whip marks appeared on his body and his face paled. But in his eyes, there was no pain at all. There was only steadiness and firmness. Ning Ling was here. If he wanted to take her away and prevent her from being harmed again, no one could stop him from doing this. His aura rose up once more. His black hair flew upwards and blue veins popped out on his hands. His body grew several inches. The power of the demon body had been stimulated to the limit. This was a whip condensed from grey energy that lashed out. In several breaths of time, Qin Yu's robes were torn to shreds and blood dripped down from the torn corners of his robes. Ning Ling stared blankly at the man in front of her with a demonic aura. She could feel his determination and his willingness to risk everything as she watched him be wounded by the array formation. The roiling emotions were finally unable to be suppressed any longer, and they gushed out from the depths of his heart like a volcanic eruption, destroying all his worries and restraints. Qin Yu. Qin Yu. She threw herself in front of the cage and grabbed onto Qin Yu's hand. I'll help you. The grey aura was like a sharp blade. In the blink of an eye, countless wounds appeared on her palm. Pale golden blood flowed onto Qin Yu's hand, entering his body through the wound. It was like boiling oil had been poured into a raging fire. Qin Yu's eyes gradually turned red and endless anger rose up in his chest, as well as a terrifying thought of destroying all. She was injured. Ning Ling was injured. Break for me. Qin Yu crazily roared. With a grating creaking sound, the crazily revolving array formation on the ground suddenly slowed down. Then, the runes that formed the formation trembled slightly before exploding. Pain the blink of an eye, they connected together. The grey energy that surged on the surface of the cage immediately weakened. In the next moment, it loudly disintegrated, torn in half. The array formation came to a sudden stop and all the runes collapse. Qin Yu grabbed onto Ning Ling and anxiously asked, Senior apprentice sister Ning, are you alright? Looking at the man in front of her, bathed in blood, who was nervously asking her if she was alright, Ning Ling sniffled and her eyes became even gentler. I'm fine. She bit her lips and grabbed onto Qin Yu's hand. What about you? How are you feeling? Feeling the warmth and strength of her hand, Qin Yu was startled. Then, he brightly smiled. Senior apprentice sister, don't worry, I'm fine. Let's leave first. He swept his eyes around the underground palace. He knew that the Great Tao method to break into nascent soul was here, but he had already wasted a great deal of time saving Ning Ling. If he didn't leave now, there might be an accident. He couldn't take any more risks and place Ning Ling in a dangerous situation. The Great Tao of nascent soul, even if he couldn't achieve it in the Gold Noble family, there were still other opportunities. Ning Ling blushed. The two of them still hadn't let go of each other. As they walked through the passage, Qin Yu had to admit that he felt a bit disappointed. After all, in order to enter the Gold Noble family, he had made far too many preparations and spent a great deal of effort. But he was even more overjoyed. Ning Ling hadn't died and she was willing to leave with him. The faint affection in her eyes caused Qin Yu's heart to jump with joy. It had been a long, long time since he had such emotions. He subconsciously tightened his grip on Ning Ling's hand. After turning around the passage and returning to the main hall once more, Qin Yu suddenly frowned. The situation was different from what he imagined. Heavenstar Demon and Eclipse Lenqing were both pale and there were traces of blood at the corners of their lips. Shui Zheng had a grim expression and there were tears in his robes. The three of them represented the demonic path, Immortal Eclipse Valley, and the sea region to come to the Blue Cloud world. If they said they didn't have any cards in their hands, he wouldn't believe them. But now, the three of them were clearly in a difficult situation, and the one facing them was actually Deep Blue. It was just that Deep Blue's current state was clearly abnormal. His eyes were blood red and his pupils were gold. His pale face was fierce and twisted, filled with cruelty and cruelty. Qin Yu brought Ning Ling out. Deep Blue looked over and wildly laughed. Qin Yu, you never imagined that the one to obtain the supreme treasure today would be me, Deep Blue. In the sea region, you ruined my plans and caused me to suffer so much. Today, I will destroy your body and soul so that you will never be able to reincarnate. He lifted a hand and slapped out. Rich golden light erupted, like a sun descending. The terrifying aura left one's mind trembling. This was the aura of that treasure. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Just as he was about to attack, within his Dantian Sea's great Dao base, the little blue lamp suddenly erupted with light. Today, the foot-long sea blue light had reached 2 feet, as deep as the deepest sea in the world. The golden light froze. Then, it drew back at an even faster speed. Deep Blue was enraged. Kill him. Hurry and kill him. His complexion paled even further and his body began to rapidly wither away. His sunken eyes were filled with madness. Ning Ling glanced at Qin Yu and said in a soft voice, "He doesn't control the world treasure at all. It is the world treasure that is controlling him. He will soon have all his strength stolen away and then die." Qin Yu nodded. He looked at Eclipse Lenqing and Zheng Zhengxiu in the corner. "Brother Qin, hurry and leave. We are envoys of Immortal Eclipse Valley. No matter how angry the Gold Noble family is, they wouldn't dare to move against us." Zheng Zhengxiu clearly recognized Ning Ling. He looked deeply at her and urged her to leave. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "We will leave first." He brought Ning Ling with him and strode away. Deep Blue howled, "Qin Yu, don't go. I will kill you, I will kill you." His body twitched. In just a short period of time, he had become as thin as a skeleton. He reached out his arms to grab at Qin Yu, but no matter how he struggled, that terrifying strength mercilessly plundered him. Everyone knew that he was about to die. High Deep White stubbornly stared at Qin Yu's back. Within his sleeves, he grasped a shell that was shrouded in black energy. From time to time, fierce ghost faces would appear. A cold light erupted from the depths of his eyes. Just as he was about to crush the shell, the sound of wind rose up in his ears. His eyes rolled back and he slumped to the ground. Shui Zheng drew back his hand and met Qin Yu's gaze. "I have a little brother who once received the grace of Qin Yu's sacrifice. That is how he was able to break into nascent soul." This was an explanation. But it wasn't important. Qin Yu smiled. "We will meet again." He and Ning Ling shot into the skies. In the Blue Cloud world, the skies were covered with cracks. Beams of light shot into the skies. Qin Yu swept his eyes around and frowned. Ning Ling said, "I know that there is another exit to the Blue Cloud world." Qin Yu turned. "Show me the way." He held onto Ning Ling. Blood-red flames ignited and his speed rose 10 times over. He was like a burning meteor that howled into the distance. "It's over there. There is a transmission array in the mountain valley." Ning Ling leaned close to Qin Yu and whispered, her face like a sunset glow. Suddenly, 3 tyrannical auras erupted from the mountain valley. Today, No one can think of leaving the blue cloud world. With an old voice, 3 figures stepped out. They all wore brown robes and their hair was combed into a simple crown. Their wrinkled faces were solemn and dignified. Boundless auras surged out from their bodies like raging rivers, sweeping out in all directions. Guardian Elder. Ning Ling's complexion changed. At this time, the 3 people on the other side also looked over. Evil woman. The tall and thin old man in the middle coldly said, "You actually dare to collude with outsiders to harm your clan?" Ning Ling paled. She looked up and said, "I didn't. The facts are before you and you still dare to quibble." The tall and thin old man's voice was harsh. "Today, I will capture you and punish you according to the clan rules." Ning Ling's eyes turned red. "It was the clan that abandoned me." "Shut up. The fact that you were able to live until now is already the mercy of the clan. Even if you were to die, that is also the right thing to do." Qin Yu sneered. "Where did these 3 old dogs come from? Their barking is annoying. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, why bother with them? Just wait for me to send them away." The tall and thin old man was enraged. "How insolent. Since you dare to intrude into my Ning family, I will kill you first." He lifted a hand and a terrifying aura surged out. At this time, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He didn't look at the 3 people in front of him and instead turned around. In the distant skies, in the darkness formed by the collapse of space, a figure stepped out. No matter how amazing his eyesight was, he could only see an incomparably small black dot. But the aura he emitted caused Qin Yu's heart to shrink and endless danger to rise within him. The Ning family old ancestor. He had returned. Qin Yu held on to Ning Ling. He stepped forwards and rushed into the mountain valley. "Junior, you are seeking death." The tall and thin old man's palm came crashing down. But in the next moment, his body stiffened and the terrifying aura around him scattered. At the same time, the faces of the other 2 people beside the tall and thin old man twisted. Blood seeped out from the corners of their eyes, noses, and mouths. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. The power of the void roared out and the 3 people were sent flying away. Ning Ling's eyes widened. Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu's soul was actually tyrannical to the point of being able to roll over the 3 guardian elders. Qin Yu flew into the mountain valley. Without hesitation, he released Ning Ling and shouted out, "Senior apprentice sister, hurry and open the transmission array." Ning Ling regained her composure and quickly nodded. She didn't know what was happening, but looking at Qin Yu's expression, she could tell that this was an urgent matter. She nodded and hurried forwards. But at this time, her body froze. The air seemed to freeze over. Chapter 252. Genius 1 second remember love go away. This is the web that provides you with wonderful novels to read. He wasn't tall nor was he short. He wore a wide blue robe and his appearance was ordinary. Only his eyes were a bit brighter. He couldn't be any more ordinary. But as they approached him, they were instantly stripped away and swallowed up. It was like they were facing a mountain, their hearts heavy and their breathing difficult. This was the Ning family old ancestor. Ning Ling's face was drained of blood. She hurriedly said, "Old ancestor, today's matter has nothing to do with him. I beg you to let him leave. This disciple is willing to accept any punishment." The Ning family old ancestor's eyes were ice cold. "Evil girl, today you colluded with outsiders to ruin the peace of my blue cloud world. You have committed an unforgivable crime." He waved his sleeves. "See through the shattering vault of heaven. Countless bloodlines of my clan have died today. Do you think a few words from you can erase all of that?" Ning Ling clenched her teeth. "Old ancestor, I agree to marry you. I beg you to spare him." The Ning family old ancestor's eyes flashed. "Really? This disciple swears. Good. But while he can avoid death, he cannot escape punishment. I will cripple his cultivation and drive him out of the blue cloud world." Ning Ling's eyes widened. She fell to her knees. "I beg the old ancestor to show mercy." To Qin Yu, losing his cultivation was no different from death. The Ning family old ancestor had no expression. "This is my bottom line. There is no need to say anything more." Qin Yu lowered his head. A smile lifted the corners of his lips. He said in a soft voice, "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, you and I have just met, so there are some things we haven't talked about yet. Yes, in this world, there are indeed people with unrivaled pressure and unrivaled strength. But even so, that doesn't mean they don't have weaknesses. For instance, not too long ago in the sea region, I killed an extremely fierce opponent known as the Whale Sovereign." He looked up, his eyes calm and steady. He pulled Ning Ling up. "So now is not the time to despair. Perhaps if I go all out, I will be able to add another dazzling name to my battle record." The Ning family old ancestor frowned. He looked up and suddenly said, "Qin Yu?" Qin Yu smiled and cupped his hands together. The Ning family is truly worthy of being called the Gold Noble family. The Ning family old ancestor was silent for a moment. He shook his head. "Even if you really are Qin Yu, I don't believe that you can kill the Whale Sovereign with your strength." Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Sure enough, these people were old and cunning, they couldn't be scared away with just a few words. If he wanted to escape today, he would have to go all out. But he didn't reveal any of it on his face. The corners of his mouth curled up. "Is that so? Since Senior doesn't believe me, you can try. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, go and activate the transmission array. We'll be leaving soon." Ning Ling's eyes widened, as if this was her first time seeing him. It had to be known that the person in front of her was the Ning family old ancestor, one of the few peak existences in the world. His strength was transcendent. He was actually so calm, facing it head-on without fear. Not mentioning anything else, just this boldness alone was enough to shock everyone. "Junior brother Qin, be careful. Since Qin Yu wanted to put everything on the line, she would cooperate with him with all her strength." Perhaps there was hope. With her back facing Qin Yu, Ning Ling revealed a helpless smile. This hope was far too slim. If she couldn't escape today's great calamity, then she would die together with junior apprentice brother Qin Yu. The Ning family old ancestor didn't stop Ning Ling. He looked at Qin Yu and lifted a hand. There were no words, no preparations. Those in a higher position always believed in strength. What they could do, they wouldn't say. As his palm fell, winds and clouds rose up. Loud roars filled the air and space twisted. A light palm seal appeared in this distorted space, falling towards Qin Yu's face. Qin Yu's heart shrank, turning as stiff as stone, no longer able to beat. His soul shivered, instinctively giving birth to a great fear. It was like the world was collapsing and a great calamity was about to befall him. The Ning family old ancestor already stood at the threshold of divine soul. Even a casual strike of his had the power to split apart mountains and rivers. It was more than enough to easily kill a nascent soul. Qin Yu knew that he had to block this palm first. Only then could he obtain the qualifications to negotiate with the Ning family old ancestor. Otherwise, no matter how good his hand was, if his blood was too thin and he was instantly defeated, all he could do was eat his dust. He took a deep breath. Within his Dantian Sea, the 5-element golden cores began to rapidly spin. White, black, blue, red, and yellow, the colors of 5 wildly revolved, fusing together and forming a circle. The 5 elements mutually reinforced and restrained each other. They could display a thunderous strike, their might boundless and irresistible. At the same time, they could transform into the world's strongest defensive strength. The palm seal fell. Several inches away from Qin Yu, space began to tremble. Small, rapid, and high-frequency fluctuations spread out. In this extremely narrow range, it was like a raging sea, a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering aura wildly rampaging about. With a stuffy cough, blood flowed out from Qin Yu's mouth and nose. But the Ning family old ancestor's attack was blocked. His eyes suddenly brightened, like 2 stars in the dark skies of a winter night. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. In the blue cloud world, the skies suddenly darkened, as if a layer of grey gauze had covered the world. A cold and gloomy aura appeared out of nowhere, like invisible thorns piercing into the heart. Between the heavens and earth, blurry phantoms of faces appeared. They turned around at the same time, looking towards where Qin Yu was. Then, they turned into countless flows of grey energy that rapidly gathered. Then, that finger that pointed out turned black, as if it had been soaked in ink for countless years. The violent killing intent was like a violent storm, arriving in an instant. The pitch-black finger trembled and then vanished from sight. When it reappeared, it was in front of the Ning family old ancestor, pressing down between his eyebrows. The second of the azure touch. Blue spirit finger. For the first time, the Ning family old ancestor revealed a dignified expression. There was shock in his eyes, but it wasn't too great. The point between his eyebrows suddenly shined and a rune appeared. A beam of light shot into the air, expanding into the shape of a shield. As the blue spirit finger fell, the rune fiercely trembled and dimmed a bit. The Ning family old ancestor's expression remained calm, but there was a bit more weariness in his eyes. Soul slaughter art. I never thought that with your cultivation and age, you would be able to control such a strength. Qin Yu, I am beginning to believe that you have a chance of killing the whale sovereign. But I am stronger than he is, and I also have some methods to deal with soul slaughter arts. So, if this is all you have, you will still die. Qin Yu lightly said, Is that so? He raised his hands and his robes fluttered without wind. An aura that made one's heart race surged out from his body. Within his soul space, Spirity had a heavy expression. Grey flames began to emit from the surface of her body. She lowered her head and muttered to herself. Although it wasn't clear what she was saying, one could feel her resentment and helplessness. After waiting for countless years and paying a heavy price, she had finally obtained a new life. Was she going to die like this? Just thinking about it made her feel unwilling. Unfortunately, the decision wasn't in her hands. The Ning family old ancestor frowned. His pupils shrank as he stared at Qin Yu. Soul-perishing art? I never thought you would have grasped a method to perish together with me. But with the strength of your soul, even if you self-destruct, the most you will be able to do is wound me. Qin Yu shouted out, Then take another look. Strong winds rose up, lifting up his black robes. The Ning family old ancestor stiffened and his complexion paled. He could sense that the terrifying aura Qin Yu emitted had doubled in strength. Even with his cultivation, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Bastard, where did this brat get so many method? Soul-perishing art. By sacrificing one's own soul, one can obtain a formidable killing strength. Once one uses it, they will completely dissipate, unable to enter samsara. Qin Yu interrupted, I know. He looked up, a crazed look in his eyes. In this world, we must seize every moment we have. How can we worry about so many things? Since I am going to die today, I might as well drag someone down with me so that I won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs. The Ning family old ancestor coldly said, With the soul-perishing art, you will not be able to enter the Yellow Springs. Then I ask Senior to go alone. Qin Yu stepped forward. He lifted a hand, a terrifying aura lingering around him. I know that Senior is stalling for time. Perhaps you have a way to avoid this strike, but I will not give you the chance. Please die. His fingers moved and then fell. The Ning family old ancestor's mind fiercely shook. He finally couldn't hold himself back any longer. He shouted out, Stop. He coldly stared at Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Even though he knew that this brat was deliberately trying to scare him, he didn't dare to take the risk. What if he really did attack? He had lived for a long time, but he still hadn't lived enough. He was even considering how to live longer. How could such a Ning family old ancestor be willing to perish together with Qin Yu? Qin Yu's fingers stopped, but they didn't fall. He looked straight ahead. The Ning family old ancestor took a deep breath. Leave. Don't let me see you again in the future, otherwise I will immediately erase you. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Senior. His second sentence was, I ask Senior to make an oath. The Ning family old ancestor clenched his teeth. I swear that I will let Qin Yu and Qin Yu leave. If I violate this oath, I will never be able to reach divine soul for the rest of my life. Qin Yu turned and walked away. Deep in the mountain valley, the array formation embedded in the ground was already in an active state. Ning Ling stood at the side, her complexion pale. Just now, although she hadn't personally witnessed the might of the Ning family old ancestor's strike, At such a close distance she could still feel it. That monstrous strength was like a million mountains falling down. Could Qin Yu really resist it? Outside, there hadn't been any sound for a long time. Could it be? Ning Ling's heart tightened. She felt waves of pain. She took a deep breath and light flashed around her as she prepared to fly out. The transmission array had already opened. If she stepped in, there was a high chance she would be able to escape from the blue cloud world. But with Qin Yu behind her, she couldn't leave by herself. Since this was the case, she would do as she thought before and die together with him. The sound of footsteps entered her ears. Ning Ling stiffened. She looked up to see Qin Yu's pale face. He glanced at Ning Ling, who was about to fly out, and then at the shining transmission array on the ground. His heart warmed and he revealed a smile. I've made senior apprentice sister worry. Qin Yu. Ning Ling rushed over. When she arrived in front of him, she came to an awkward stop. The joy in her eyes was bright and enchanting. Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out and gently hug her. As Ning Ling stiffened, he let go as if nothing had happened. He said, "Let's go." Ning Ling lowered her head. She nodded and allowed him to grab her hand as they stepped into the transmission array. At this time, her mind was in chaos. She actually forgot to ask why the old ancestor had let them leave. The transmission array lit up. After a dazzling flash of light, the two figures twisted and vanished from sight. The Ning family old ancestor stepped forwards. He stood outside the empty transmission array, his face cloudy for a long time. Finally, he sighed. Perhaps this is the best result. Chapter 253. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Severed Spirit Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, the valley was tranquil. Love go small say neck. Sunlight sprinkled down and the radiant redwood shined brightly. The entire valley was covered in a layer of red light. Its branches and leaves gently swayed back and forth, stirring up the spiritual strength of heaven and earth. It emitted a soft rustling sound, like the sound of flowing water. The spirit plants in the valley grew exceptionally luxuriant under such a rich environment of heaven and earth spirit energy. Their fine green leaves were tender and glistening. In the empty space, other than the original wooden house, a new one had been built. There was also the smell of fresh wood in the air. However, for some reason, the entire valley seemed to be filled with warmth with the addition of this wooden hut. Creak, the newly built cabin opened from within and Ning Ling stepped out. She took a deep breath and stretched her waist, a light smile on her lips. It had been a long time since he had this kind of peaceful life. It would be great if he could stay here forever. Ning Ling's eyes widened. It was unknown what she was thinking, but she hesitated and felt a bit guilty. She forced out a smile. There was the sound of a door opening behind her. She gathered her thoughts and turned around. Qin Yu stepped out, a faint smile on his face. That smile seemed to have the strength to warm her heart, making her mood much better. Junior apprentice brother Ning, how are your injuries? Qin Yu walked over and smiled. I'm fine now. The two of them fell silent. The atmosphere was not awkward. Instead, there was an incomparably harmonious feeling. Senior sister Ning, junior brother Qin, the two of them spoke at the same time. They looked at each other and laughed again. Qin Yu was the first to speak. I thought I would never see senior apprentice sister again in this life. Ning Ling nodded. Me too. She bit her lip and said seriously, Junior brother Qin, I really have to thank you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would already be dead. Not only had Qin Yu saved her, but he had also given up his life as the price. When he made that decision, he had already been prepared to face death. It's all in the past. Senior apprentice sister Ning doesn't need to worry about it. We are both alive now, aren't we? Qin Yu smiled. Ning Ling opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. She raised her hand and ran her fingers through her hair. Since junior brother Qin doesn't want me to say it, then let me cook a meal to express my sincerity. Qin Yu was surprised. Senior apprentice sister Ning can cook. Ning Ling blushed. I know a bit. Qin Yu tactfully didn't ask any more questions. His face filled with anticipation. I will go arrange the tables and chairs and also prepare some materials. Senior apprentice Sister Ning will be able to show off her skills. Ning Ling shook her head. After you arrange the tables and chairs, just sit there and wait for me. Leave the materials to me. Qin Yu hesitated. This, Ning Ling blinked her eyes. The surrounding 300 miles is a forbidden zone. I can see it. With junior apprentice brother Qin's cultivation, there shouldn't be anyone that dares to break in. I will return soon. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. He never thought that she would see the stone tablet he had erected in the past. He self-deprecatingly said, I've made senior apprentice Sister Ning laugh at me. I'll be waiting. Ning Ling left with a faint smile. She stepped on the ground and flew into the fog, floating beneath the sunlight like a fairy. Fortunately, after a while, she returned with some simple wild vegetables, a pheasant, and a hare. Qin Yu relaxed. He began to prepare the tables and chairs. This was actually quite simple. All he needed to do was cut down a large tree and carve it into shape. As he was doing this, the chicken overlord stood to the side. Its small eyes stared at Qin Yu with resentment, as if it were unhappy that Ning Ling had caught one of its descendants. Of course, all of this was ignored by Qin Yu. He lowered his head to work, occasionally turning his head to look at Ning Ling. As the chicken overlord saw this, it couldn't help but roll its eyes several times and curse at Qin Yu for forgetting his friends in the face of love. After the tables and chairs were finished, Qin Yu sat down. He sniffed the air, a strange expression on his face. But when Ning Ling walked out, he immediately composed himself and a look of anticipation appeared on his face. Ning Ling had a bashful expression. She whispered, I've seen others do this before. It's my first time, so I'm not too familiar with it. Don't laugh at me. Qin Yu shook his head again and again. I won't. The dishes were placed on the table. Well, if this could be called dishes. The dark vegetables were unknown just what sort of calamity they had experienced in order to appear in such a pitiful state. They were hard and black. It was unknown whether they were pheasants or hares. There was also a crisp and tender cold dish. It looked good, or at least it looked good. Finally, there was a pot of soup. The pot was very good. The porcelain was like jade, and the surface was painted with willows. The scenery of the lake was beautiful, but the soup inside wasn't so beautiful. It was cloudy and there were several vegetable leaves floating on the surface. As the heat spread out, a fragrance wafted out. Qin Yu's expression was solemn. His eyes were calm and solemn. He first expressed his thanks. Then, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a bit of each of the 3 dishes. Crunch, crunch, Ning Ling blushed. She could see that he was calmly eating, but she also had some expectations in her heart. She tasted a bit and her face twisted. She spat it out. Her eyes widened. She hurriedly said, Junior apprentice brother Qin, stop eating. I never thought it would be so disgusting. You don't need to care about my face. Hurry and stop. Qin Yu smiled. He picked up another piece of hard jerky and chewed it up in his mouth. I don't think so. I think it's delicious. Ning Ling reached out to grab his chopsticks. Qin Yu didn't dodge. He looked into her eyes. Ever since I left Auntie Gu when I was a child, there hasn't been anyone who has tried so hard to cook for me. What I'm eating isn't the taste, but what's in these dishes. His voice was calm, like a warm current flowing into her heart. Ning Ling thought for a moment and let go. She smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Qin's words are so pleasant to hear. Then, eat it all. I didn't plan on keeping it to begin with. Ning Ling smiled. Her eyes drooped, concealing all the emotions in them. When she was young, her mother had told her that if she met someone she liked, she had to personally cook a table full of food for him. To sit quietly and watch him finish eating was the happiest thing in the world. When Qin Yu finished the last mouthful of soup, he patted his belly and sighed in satisfaction. It's been a long time since I've eaten so happily. Ning Ling passed him a handkerchief. Wipe your mouth. It's all burnt black. Qin Yu smiled. After wiping his mouth a few times, he put away the handkerchief. I'll wash it clean and return it to senior apprentice sister. Ning Ling's eyes widened. Then, she smiled. She looked at Qin Yu as if she had made some sort of decision. Junior apprentice brother Qin, why did you go to the Ning family? Qin Yu smiled. It was just a minor matter. Ning Ling fell silent. Breaking into nascent soul is a minor matter. Qin Yu revealed a surprised expression. Ning Ling said in a soft voice, when you saved me, I was aware of the aura you revealed. Junior apprentice brother Qin, you cultivate the demon body. With its tyrannical attribute, it will be incomparably difficult for you to break into nascent soul. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. I didn't mean to hide it from senior apprentice sister. Since Ning Ling knew, he no longer hid it. He told her about how he obtained the news from Heavenseek Pavilion and how he entered the Gold Noble family. Ning Ling's eyes brightened. Junior apprentice brother makes it sound simple, but in order to enter the Ning family, you spent a great deal of time and effort. In the end, you returned empty-handed. Don't you think it's a pity? Qin Yu shook his head. I was a little disappointed, but even if I had to do it all over again, I would still do the same thing. Compared to reaching nascent soul, you are far more important. Although he didn't say it, Ningling knew. Her face blushed red. After a long period of silence, she said, Junior apprentice brother, aren't you curious as to why the Ning family called me a wicked daughter? She glanced at Qin Yu and continued to speak. The Ning family's bloodline didn't live here before. They lived in an even vaster world. Because of a woman in their family, she developed feelings for a man who was their mortal enemy. Finally, because of a series of events, that man died and the consequences were extremely serious. Thus, they were exiled here. That woman was my mother and that man was my father. So, when they called me a wicked daughter, I had no way to refute that. Moreover, within my body, there are two strengths that cannot be fused together. Ning Ling lifted her hand. Golden light circulated around her left hand, but her right hand was pitch black. Open and aboveboard, vast and boundless, and gloomy and icy cold, fierce and cruel, these were two completely different auras. At this time, they appeared on her body. Faint markings started from her left and right hands, spreading throughout her body. They were respectively pale gold and pitch black, each occupying half of Ningling's body, dignified and cold. Her eyebrows furrowed together and she shivered, as if she were enduring pain. These are the two different bloodlines in my body. They give me strength, but they also give me pain, and they also make my life a tragedy. Junior apprentice brother Qin, I hope that you can help me take away the demonic bloodline in my body so that I can rid myself of the bad luck it brings. Without needing Ningling to speak, Qin Yu could already feel his mortal body crazily yearning. Every inch of his flesh and blood was roaring, wanting him to swallow the cruel demonic bloodline in Ningling's body. In fact, he even had a clear intuition that once he finished swallowing it, his demon body would make a breakthrough. At that time, Qin Yu's great road to nascent soul would be smooth and unobstructed, without any obstacles. This yearning was so intense that blood vessels began to appear in his eyes. They were like a net that tightened and tightened around his heart. And most importantly, his heart was beating with unprecedented intensity. This tightening and throbbing collided, creating an unbearable pain that struck straight into his soul. This was a collision of reason and instinct. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He slowly said, Senior apprentice sister Ning, don't lie to me. If I take away the demonic bloodline from your body, will it be harmful? Ning Ling smiled, gentle and gentle. Even the pain on her face was washed away by a great deal. She looked at Qin Yu. She was well aware of what sort of torment he would have to endure when facing the aura of her bloodline when making a breakthrough. In this state, the first thing Qin Yu thought of was her safety. How could one not be moved by the depth of his heart? Junior apprentice brother, don't worry. To you, the demonic bloodline is the key to making a breakthrough to the demon body. But to me, it will only bring harm and suffering. If I give it to you, I can obtain a new life. The pure bloodline of God will make me even more formidable. So, there is no need for you to have any scruples. This is a good thing for both of us. Qin Yu earnestly looked at her. After several breaths of time, he determined that she wasn't saying this on purpose. All right, I agree. Ning Ling laid down her hands, restraining the aura of divinity and demonic. I will make some preparations. 2 days from now, extract the demonic bloodline from my body. It was unknown what she was thinking, but her face blushed red. She stood up and quickly left. Chapter 254. Qin Yu was dazed for a long time before he chuckled. He originally thought that his greatest harvest from this trip to the Gold Noble family was rescuing Ning Ling, but he never imagined that even the problem of breaking into nascent soul would be solved. Perhaps Ning Ling was the turning point that Heavenseek Pavilion spoke of that would help him break into nascent soul. As expected, the omniscient reputation wasn't just empty words. Finding Ning Ling and breaking into nascent soul could be called double happiness. Either one was enough to make Qin Yu laugh heartily. Once he reached nascent soul, no matter how large the world was, there would be no one that could control his life or death. At that time, he could wander the world with Ning Ling and perceive the Great Tao together. Just thinking about it left him fascinated. Perhaps it was because she hadn't thought things through or because her mind was in a mess, but when Ning Ling came out the next day, she asked Qin Yu to look for some materials he needed to extract her bloodline. She left behind a list and then hurried away. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. He always felt that she was a bit strange. Although she pretended to be calm, there was panic, nervousness, and also shyness in her eyes. Inexplicably, Qin Yu looked forward to extracting her bloodline and his mood improved. He glanced over the list of materials in the jade slip. There weren't anything too rare, just some random items. If he were to collect them himself, it would take some time. Qin Yu thought for a moment and spoke to Ning Ling through the door. Then, with a flash of light, he flew out from the mountain valley. Today's severed spirit mountain was no longer as withered as it was in the past. The heaven and earth spiritual strength became increasingly rich and it had become a famous cultivation treasure land for thousands of miles. Some wandering cultivators rushed over and built huts. There were also cultivator families of various sizes. Not long ago, there were even 2 small sects from the Southern Empire that entered Severed Spirit Mountain. Although the large-scale construction disturbed the tranquility, Severed Spirit Mountain was still lively and filled with more people. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. But, the rivers and lakes were too general and couldn't be touched. Thus, the rapidly growing small trading markets became the best manifestation of the rivers and lakes. Cultivators communicated, exchanging treasures, buying goods, and even killing each other. In short, although this place was small, it still contained all sorts of things. However, all of this excitement avoided the area of Severed Spirit Mountain that was the richest in spiritual energy. Because no one knew the name of the master, it was called the cave dwelling of the 100-mile ruler. No one had ever personally witnessed the 100-mile lord fight. However, there were countless legends about him that circulated throughout Severed Spirit Mountain. Either it was true, or it was absurd, but no matter which version it was very clear how powerful the 100-mile lord was. Legend had it that he could shatter a mountain with a single palm. Legend had it that he could sever a long river with a single finger. It was said that he could kill people with just a stare. There were so many mysteries that there were only a few who completely believed them, and even fewer who didn't. Everyone held an indescribable awe in their hearts. However, as time passed and no one saw any movement from the 100-kilometer lord, some of the more capable individuals began to have other ideas. For instance, the Supremacy Grandmaster who had recently entered Severed Spirit Mountain and defeated 17 opponents in a row within 3 months. Of course, no matter how resounding this name was, the Supremacy sect had only been established 3 or 4 years ago. Even counting the cats and dogs under them, there were barely 100 people. The sect master came from a wandering cultivator background, and it was unknown where he had learned supernatural fist arts. With a single move, he could shake mountains, thus he was known as the Supremacy Sage. This was the origin of the Supremacy sect. Everyone, have you all heard? The Supremacy Sage has already declared that he wants the 100-mile lord to give up his cave dwelling and use it as a foothold for his sect. Of course I've heard of such explosive news. The Supremacy Sage has set up a 10-day arena and challenged the 100-mile lord to a fight. He is filled with confidence. Not too long ago, when West Ridge Loose Cultivator and the Supremacy Sage fought, I inadvertently saw the Supremacy Sage attack. His fist potential was as heavy as a mountain, unstoppable. 10 days have passed and the final day is approaching. The 100-mile lord still hasn't shown up, perhaps because he fears the supremacy sage. If the supremacy sage can seize the cave dwelling, he will truly be able to flourish and become the foundation of a great sect. His future prospects will be bright. As the discussions spread into Qin Yu's ears, he finally understood why this place was so lively. It was because of the arena that the supremacy sage had set up. The 100-mile lord, this name was quite resounding, but who the hell was the supremacy sage? He actually dared to jump up and down Severed Spirit Mountain? Qin Yu smiled and drank the tea in his cup. He was originally thinking about how to act, but now he didn't need to go through all that trouble. His thoughts raced and he soon came up with a plan. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Everyone, I have obtained some news that the 100-mile lord will show up today. I fear that there will be a great battle on the 10-day arena, so I hope that no one misses it. After he finished speaking, he ignored everyone's questions and walked downstairs. The tea house was quiet for a moment before it exploded with a loud bang. Countless cultivators revealed excited expressions. There was no benefit to this sort of matter, so there shouldn't be anyone that would dare to speak nonsense and tease them, unless they didn't plan on mingling around Severed Spirit Mountain in the future. The illustrious 100-mile lord was someone that no one had ever seen before. Today, he was finally going to make a move. Some people sneered, thinking that the supremacy sage was doomed this time. There were also some people who thought that this 100-mile lord didn't live up to his name. Otherwise, when the 10-day arena was set up, he would have directly rolled over the supremacy sage and not dragged things out to the final moment. But no matter what they thought, a great commotion was inevitable. News spread out from the tea house at an astonishing speed. Soon, the entire Severed Spirit Mountain was stirred up. The 100-mile lord versus the supremacy sage. Today's battle would decide who would have the highest authority in Severed Spirit Mountain for a long time to come. This involved their own future interests, so everyone was naturally concerned. Surging streams of people gathered from all directions, rushing towards the arena. The 10-day arena wasn't too far away from the supremacy sage's entrance. It was made from a large boulder that was several dozen feet wide. The supremacy sage wore loose robes and his eyes were closed. His hair and beard fluttered in the mountain winds, making him seem a bit like a master. A disciple quickly walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. The supremacy sage opened his eyes, a look of contempt on his face. I thought he was going to be a turtle hiding in its shell, but I never thought that on the final day, he would dare to jump out and fight with me. In his opinion, the so-called 100-mile lord was only trying to save some face. If a cultivator's skills were inferior to others, then although it would be shameful to lose his cave dwelling, it was still better than losing his reputation because he was afraid to fight. The disciple flattered, with teacher here, even if that 100-mile lord comes, he can only be stepped on by you and become a stepping stone for the rise of my supremacy sect. The supremacy sage smiled. Since everyone has gathered here today, I will take this opportunity to establish my prestige and establish an unshakable foundation for my supremacy sect. In the future, I will be able to dominate everyone. Qin Yu walked through the stream of people. Without even asking, he soon arrived at the side of the arena. He glanced at the supremacy sage who was sitting cross-legged and shook his head. An early golden core cultivation. He was a bit stronger, but at most he was at the 4th or 5th level. To the current him, he was far too weak. To the side, a cultivator had a face full of awe and worship as he looked at the supremacy sage. When he saw Qin Yu shake his head, his complexion immediately darkened. "You brat, where did you come from? You actually dare to disrespect the supremacy sage." His voice wasn't quiet and it immediately attracted a great deal of attention. Qin Yu turned around. "I only shook my head, how was that disrespectful?" The young cultivator saw everyone's attention on him. In the distance, there were even disciples of the supremacy sect looking over. He thought that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If he performed well today, would he need to worry about not being able to join the supremacy sect? He immediately took a deep breath and shouted out, "You shook your head with contempt and disdain in your eyes. Did you think I couldn't see you?" Just what sort of character is the supremacy sage? He is a powerhouse that has established his own sect, so how could he allow you to show the slightest bit of disrespect? His voice was powerful and sonorous. Everyone felt awe in their hearts. To be able to flatter someone to such a degree was truly a talent. Someone cried out in alarm, "Isn't that the cultivator in the tea house who said that the 100-mile ruler would be coming?" Aya, now that you mention it, it really is him. If he dares to disrespect the supremacy sage, could he be a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler? The crowd immediately became lively. If this person really was a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler, then today's slaughter was already set in stone. The disciples of the supremacy sect soon arrived. The one leading them was a tall and strong man. He wore dark brown robes as he walked with the wind in his eyes. He looked down at Chinyu from above. "Brat, are you a subordinate of the 100-mile ruler?" Chinyu thought for a moment. He smiled and nodded. "That's not wrong." Everyone was in an uproar. They were both excited and also admired his courage. Facing the people of the supremacy sect, he was still able to remain so calm. Disregarding everything else, his courage wasn't small at all. The muscular man sneered. "Where is your master? Could it be that he was scared out of his wits and sent you here to investigate? Let me tell you, my master is on the stage. If the 100-mile ruler dares to come here, he will surely explode with a single punch." Chinyu smiled. "If you want to fight with the 100-mile ruler, you will have to pass through me first." He stepped forwards. The muscular man was enraged. "You think someone like you is worthy of disturbing my master? Kneel down." A large hand came pressing down like a fan. Bang! With a dull thud, the muscular man was sent flying backwards, smashing into a group of people. His face was covered in dust and he cried out in anger, but he wasn't injured at all. The complexions of the supremacy sect disciples changed. Their powerful elder senior apprentice brother hadn't even been able to clearly see what had happened before he had been sent flying backwards. This person was too strange. The surrounding people revealed looks of awe. No wonder he was so calm, it was because he had cards up his sleeves. Disregarding everything else, just this cultivation alone was enough to rank high in Severed Spirit Mountain. However, this person looked unfamiliar. How come they hadn't seen him before? Chinyu continued forwards. As the supremacy sect disciples were caught in a dilemma, a voice echoed out from the arena. "Draw back and allow this fellow Daoist to come up." The supremacy sect disciples hurriedly moved aside as if they had been granted amnesty. Chinyu smiled. He stepped onto the arena stage. The supremacy sage had already stood up. He was tall and strong, and his eyes were bright and piercing. He had an imposing aura about him. "How should I address you?" Chinyu waved his hand. "I still have business to attend to, so let's not waste any more time. If you want to fight, then hurry up." Just how rampant were these words? It was simply a slap to the face. The supremacy sage's complexion darkened. "Good. Then let this old man experience your cultivation." He waved his arm and a fist came crashing down. It whistled through the air, its momentum astonishing. Beneath the arena stage, many cultivators cried out in alarm. They thought that the supremacy sage was truly formidable, and their eyes were filled with awe. Chinyu's eyes lit up with a smile. This fellow was actually quite smart. Perhaps because he felt that his opponent wasn't easy to deal with, he had used his full strength. But to him, a golden core level opponent wasn't a threat at all. Bang! With another dull thud, the eyes of all the cultivators on Severed Spirit Mountain suddenly widened. They saw that above their heads, the supremacy sage was sent tumbling away. His body curved in a smooth curve, no different from the supremacy sect disciple from before. "Ah, teacher! Hurry and catch teacher!" With loud shouts and shouts, the supremacy sect disciples all reached out their hands. Then, with a loud cry, gourds tumbled all over the ground. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly drew back, afraid that they would be implicated. There were some sharp-eyed cultivators who soon discovered that when the supremacy sage and his group fell to the ground, there were countless tiny cracks all over them. They were like beautiful and delicate patterns on porcelain. "Fuck, it hurts so much." A supremacy sect disciple cursed. He wanted to turn around and stand up, but when he pressed his palm against the ground, it sank straight into it. The entire scene fell deathly silent. All of the Supremacy Sect cultivators, including the Supremacy Sage, were sweating profusely, their faces pale. The ground beneath them was like paper. With the slightest touch, it would disintegrate into powder. It couldn't be any more broken. If this strength hadn't seeped into the ground but instead exploded within their bodies, they feared they would have already become piles of minced meat. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Yu, shocked, speechless. The Supremacy Sage climbed up. Without caring about his distressed appearance, he bowed and said, "Junior Zhongwei greets the 100-mile ruler." He wasn't stupid, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to reach Golden Core and establish his own sect. In Severed Spirit Mountain, the only one with such a cultivation was the mysterious and unfathomable 100-mile ruler. But, who would have thought that the 100-mile ruler, who was rumored to have transcendent methods and was cruel and merciless, was actually a fair-skinned young man. As he thought about the Supremacy Sect's proclamation as well as his previous rudeness, the Supremacy Sage began to sweat and his face paled. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Today, he had thoroughly experienced these words. In truth, the Supremacy Sage couldn't be blamed for this. Qin Yu had obtained the little blue lamp when he was young and his cultivation had risen by leaps and bounds. Afterwards, his appearance hadn't changed at all. In addition, after he swallowed the tumor in the sea region, his aura had been restrained at will, so how could the Supremacy Sage have sensed him? In the deathly silent crowd, countless cultivators felt their hearts turn cold and fear fill their eyes. The 100-mile ruler. He was the 100-mile ruler. He was truly as powerful as the rumors said. Qin Yu had a calm expression. The difference in their levels was far too great. Dealing with the Supremacy Sage would only take a flip of his hand. As for the awe and reverence in everyone's eyes, it was impossible for them to move his mind. Moreover, Ningling was in the valley and he didn't want to stay outside for too long, otherwise he wouldn't have used such a method today to establish his prestige. Supremacy Sage, I will remember your Supremacy Sect's crime of disrespect for now. In the future, I will hand over the surrounding 300 miles to your Supremacy Sect. If there is any mistake, I will not forgive you. Zhong Wei was stunned. His heart was filled with bitterness. In the blink of an eye, he had gone from a hero who established his own sect to a guard. This drop was simply unacceptable. But, there was clearly no room for discussion. Otherwise, he would really be seeking his own death. I thank the 100-mile ruler for his magnanimity. The Supremacy Sect is willing to accept punishment. Qin Yu waved his hand and took out a jade slip. I need some materials. I want to gather them before sunset. Is there a problem? Zhong Wei received it with both hands. After sweeping through it with his divine sense, he relaxed. He respectfully said, 100-mile ruler, please enter the Supremacy Sect and wait for a moment. This junior will immediately go. Qin Yu nodded. As the Supremacy Sect disciple respectfully led the way, he heard Zhong Wei's voice from behind. Everyone, the 100-mile ruler has a need. I hope that everyone can help me. All materials will be purchased at a 10% premium. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This Zhong Wei was indeed a smart person. Reality proved that smart people were always able to do things with twice the result with half the effort. In less than a day, Zhong Wei hurried back, handing over a storage bag with both hands. Greetings, 100-mile ruler. Everything you need is inside. Qin Yu swept through it with his divine sense and was satisfied. Very good. With a flash of light, a yellow copper bowl appeared. This is a small item I obtained in my early years. Here, I reward you. He stood up and walked away. Behind him, Zhong Wei was already stunned. As he looked at the bowl in his hands and felt the powerful aura, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. This was actually a powerful Golden Core realm magic tool. Although Zhong Wei had reached Golden Core, he came from an unorthodox background and didn't have any accumulations at all. When he fought with others, he relied on his cultivation. Magic tools weren't even worth mentioning. He never imagined that in the blink of an eye, a gold ingot would fall from the heavens and land directly on his head. This was a completely new weapon. Sect Master. Sect Master, Zhong Wei cried out and finally regained his composure. He turned his head and saw that Qin Yu had already disappeared. The supremacy sect cultivator who spoke gulped, his face full of envy. The 100-mile ruler has already left. He hesitated for a moment and then continued to say, "You ordered us to find another sect. Do you still want to continue?" Zhong Wei's complexion changed. He righteously reprimanded, "Don't speak such nonsense. The 100-mile ruler ordered my supremacy sect to guard his cave dwelling, and that means he has taken my entire sect under his command. How could I betray my master? Pass down my orders. Immediately pack up our belongings. We will leave tomorrow and move to the periphery of the 100-mile ruler's cave dwelling." The supremacy sect cultivator had an aggrieved expression. He thought that this was all his master's orders and he had been wrongly accused. But he wasn't stupid enough to say anything. He nodded and left. Zhong Wei rubbed the bowl, his face filled with excitement. He suddenly realized that it was better to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade. The 100-mile ruler was clearly a thick thigh, and he also seemed to have a generous personality. And most importantly, he was incomparably generous. If he followed him, he might have a bright future ahead of him. As the supremacy sage was lost in his thoughts, Qin Yu had already returned to the mountain valley. He knocked on the door and handed over a storage bag. "The materials are all here. I saw that senior apprentice Sister Ning cut down a large piece of wood. If there's anything you need me to help with, feel free to ask." Ning Ling blushed red. She grabbed the storage bag and rolled her eyes at him. "No need." Bang, the door closed. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. He thought that something was wrong. Something must have happened to senior apprentice Sister Ning. Another day passed. Ning Ling's door opened and she calmly walked out. She said to Qin Yu, "Everything has been prepared. Junior apprentice brother Qin, follow me." As she spoke, she pointed at the chicken overlord. "Have it leave, and that wild wolf, it's best if we don't get disturbed when we're doing something. Have them go out and stand guard." The chicken overlord's eyes turned. It stared at the man and woman, its intuition telling it that something was wrong. But Qin Yu clearly wouldn't give it a chance to play any tricks. He grabbed it and tossed it out. He said, "Take it out to guard the house. If it dares to move, beat it up." The wild wolf howled in agreement. It bit down on the chicken overlord's fluffy feathers, ignoring the chicken overlord struggling. It turned and ran away, vanishing into the fog in several blinks of an eye. Qin Yu turned around. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, do you have any other instructions?" Ning Ling shook her head. "Follow me." Creak, the door opened and closed. Qin Yu could keenly sense that there was some sort of array formation laid down in the room. It should be used to isolate auras and prevent others from probing. This was reasonable. After all, there were some risks involved in drawing out one's bloodline. It was always right to be cautious. But in the room, what was up with the two newly made wooden barrels? Moreover, they were steaming hot and carried with them the smell of herbs. Qin Yu looked at them several times. As he recalled Ning Ling's previous performance, his face stiffened. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, this is..." Ning Ling leaned to the side. She lightly said, "Take off your clothes." Her voice was calm, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion. "But senior apprentice Sister, why are your ears red?" Chapter 255. Genius in a Second. Qin Yu sat in the barrel. The thick smell of medicine drilled into his nose along with the steaming heat. His skin felt a bit hot, but he didn't care about it at all. At this time, his hands were resting on the edge of the barrel and his back was exposed to the air. Ning Ling raised her brush and carefully drew. A demon head with two horns and closed eyes gradually took shape. When the last stroke fell, Qin Yu could faintly hear a distant roar resounding in his soul. Ning Ling put away her brush and said in a soft voice, "It's done." Drawing the demon head had clearly consumed a great deal of her energy. Her dress was soaked in sweat and stuck to her body. Although she tried her best to maintain her calm, she still shivered beneath Qin Yu's gaze. After waiting for a while, Qin Yu didn't seem to notice anything at all. Ning Ling clenched her teeth. "Have you seen enough? You, turn around." "Ah, okay." Qin Yu's hula was followed by the sound of water splashing. There was a rustling sound, followed by the sound of water entering. After a moment, Ningling said, "Turn around." Her black hair hung down and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. Qin Yu's eyes swept over the folded dress and silk undergarments. His mouth felt dry. Ningling suppressed her shyness and earnestly said, "Junior apprentice brother Qin, this is a matter of rights and interests. You must not think too much about it. Extracting the bloodline is not an ordinary matter. Once an accident occurs, it will be extremely dangerous." As she spoke, her voice was incomparably solemn. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He regained his clarity of mind and cupped his hands together. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, rest assured that I know what to do." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, they were like an ancient well without a single ripple. Ningling's eyes brightened, revealing a look of appreciation. As long as one could accomplish great things, they always had a strong ability to control themselves. Qin Yu had done this very well. She calmed down a little. "In a moment, I will lead the process of extracting the bloodline. Once I finish, junior apprentice brother Qin must immediately begin to swallow it. Make sure you don't miss any opportunities." She closed her eyes. Her exposed shoulders, neck, and face began to rapidly grow with lines. The left side shined with a golden light and the right side was pitch black. She frowned, revealing a pained expression. Then, she lifted a hand and pointed between her eyebrows. As soon as she pointed her finger, the medicinal liquid in the wooden barrel she was in instantly boiled. Large amounts of bubbles gushed out, and with a gulp sound, a white mist enveloped her. The fog became increasingly thick, and it was no longer possible to see Ningling's figure. One could only faintly hear the faint sounds of cracking. Qin Yu wasn't a stranger to this. This was the trembling of one's flesh, blood, and bones. The degree of pain represented was nearly unbearable. But Ningling didn't make a single sound. Qin Yu frowned, worry in his eyes. As his complexion became increasingly gloomy, the thick fog suddenly began to rapidly split apart. Every piece collapsed inwards, condensing into sharp needles that shined with a dazzling silver-white light. Puff, countless voices sounded out at the same time. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Ningling's pale face revealed a smile and she shook her head. The long needles formed from the mist all pierced into the pitch-black patterns that occupied half of the body. Every point where the needles landed was the intersection of the patterns. It actually began to twist like a living creature. The golden patterns on the other half of its body shone brightly. It seemed to have sensed its opponent's predicament and launched a brazen attack. The dense golden light was like blazing lava flowing out of the mouth of a volcano. It spread along the pitch-black patterns and expelled everything in its path. The demonic bloodline wasn't willing to accept defeat. Ningling stuffily coughed and bit down on the corner of her lips. Faint traces of black energy gathered above her head. The demonic phantom appeared and roared endlessly, as if it were asking her why she had given up on the power of the demonic path. Ningling closed her eyes, ignoring its roars. She stimulated her divine bloodline with all of her strength. The golden light became increasingly intense, like a rising sun that illuminated the entire wooden house. There was a humming sound in the void. The array formation began to revolve, completely shielding out the golden light and the aura it emitted. Qin Yu tensed. As he faced this golden light, he instinctively felt loathing. His heart raced and all his blood tumbled about. He suppressed the violence in his heart and nervously stared at Ningling. The pitch-black patterns on the surface of her body were constantly fading away. Above her head, the demonic phantom's roars became increasingly shrill and shrill. Ningling's face was devoid of blood, but there was no hesitation or cowardice in her furrowed eyebrows. Qin Yu revealed a look of admiration. Now it seemed that although it was incomparably painful, Ningling wasn't in too much danger. Then, all he needed to do was wait until her demonic bloodline was extracted and then swallow it as quickly as possible. Only like this could he reduce the pain Ningling had to endure as much as possible. Qin Yu closed his eyes. He could feel the wild and craving within his mortal body. From the moment Ningling began to expel the demonic bloodline, she had sensed a strength that could help her become stronger. Now, He wanted to feel this craving and fuse into it. Goo-doo, goo-doo, in the wooden barrel where Chinyu was, the medicinal water began to boil. The demonic phantom behind him turned an incomparably bright red. Its closed eyes flickered in and out of existence in the fog. Junior apprentice brother Qin. The moment Ning Ling spoke, Qinyu's eyes flashed open. His eyes were blood red and a brutal and overbearing aura of annihilation erupted from his body. At this time, the eyes of the demonic phantom behind him opened a sliver. Bang! The demonic phantom above Ning Ling's head exploded, turning into tumbling fog. Countless wisps of black energy overflowed from her body, fusing into the fog. Within the pitch-black fog, it was gradually dyed with the color of blood. As if it were being attracted by something, the eyes of the demonic phantom behind Qin opened a sliver. There was a sharp cry from within the fog. Like a river breaking through a dam, the black and blood-stained fog rushed out, entering Qinyu's head and drilling into his body. At this time, he felt as if he had been placed within countless crimson coals that were crazily burning him. The pain was extreme, but it was also delightful to the extreme. Every inch of his flesh and blood shivered. With loud crackling sounds, his flesh and blood and bones began to disintegrate. Then, they regenerated at an astonishing speed and continued to disintegrate. This process repeated itself. On the surface of Qinyu's skin, cracks appeared and disappeared. He gently shivered, a pained expression on his face. But, his eyebrows relaxed. On his back, the demonic phantom's eyes opened more and more. It seemed to become three-dimensional, as if it could walk out from Qinyu's body at any moment. Whoosh! When the last bit of fog fused into his body, Qinyu reared back his head and roared. The wooden barrel loudly shattered and the medicinal water splashed out in all directions. His blood-red eyes stubbornly stared at Ning Ling. He emitted a deep and tyrannical roar from his mouth. Bang! Qinyu took a step forwards. The ground several feet around him instantly collapsed. Terrifying cracks spread outwards like a spider web. Ning Ling had a complex expression. She lifted a hand and the demonic phantom on Qinyu's back closed its eyes. The blood-red color faded from its eyes and it fell backwards. No one caught it, so a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. After a long time, Ning Ling recovered a bit of her strength. She walked out from the wooden barrel. A slender snow-white thigh appeared, and then another slender snow-white thigh appeared. The further up they went, the more they bulged and tightened. Then, there were towering snow-white peaks. After putting on her dress, Ning Ling walked over and gently stroked Qinyu's face. There was no shyness in her eyes, only an indescribable sorrow. Qinyu felt as if he had slept for a long time. It was an incomparably comfortable sleep. It was dark and dreamless, as if he were wandering in a warm spring, unwilling to wake up. But no matter how good a sleep was, there would eventually be a moment when he would wake up. Those who slept for a long time without waking up were only the dead. Qinyu opened his eyes. After a brief moment of confusion, he suddenly sat up. Bang! The bedboard shattered and he fell to the ground. He looked distressed, but his eyes were filled with pleasant surprise and a smile gradually lifted the corners of his lips. He had broken through. Closing his eyes, Qinyu could clearly feel that his flesh and blood had clearly become tougher and more formidable, containing a strength that could uproot mountains and break rivers. Within his chest, his heartbeat was slow. But, every time it contracted it was like beating a giant cowhide drum. He could even feel the vibrations coming from it. His blood also flowed much slower. But, Qinyu was well aware that once he fought with others, his heartbeat would accelerate and his blood would roar like a river. And this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that after his demon body made a breakthrough, the great Tao of nascent soul was right in front of him. Sure, Qinyu opened his eyes. He stood up and strode out. Because he couldn't control his strength, every step he took left behind footprints of varying depths. Even the door to his room had been destroyed by him. Even so, the smile on Qinyu's face didn't diminish in the least because of this. He wanted to tell Ning Ling that he had made a breakthrough. The little cultivator of the past would soon reach nascent soul. Then, in this world, as far as his eyes could see, he would be able to gallop as he pleased. He wanted to ask Ningling whether or not she was willing to roam the world with him and be his immortal couple, never leaving him for the rest of his life. Yes, Qin Yu didn't want to wait any longer, and he didn't want to play riddles any longer. He wanted to tell Ningling what he wanted, because from now on, he finally had the strength to protect her and the qualifications to give her happiness. He excitedly pushed open the door. As the trees cried out in pain, Qin Yu swept his eyes around the mountain valley. Then, his heart skipped a beat and he began to panic. Ningling's wooden house was already in ruins. There were no signs of life in the mess. She wasn't here? Where did she go? Bang! The ground shattered. Qin Yu rushed out like a bolt of lightning. He tore through the thick fog and flew out of the mountain valley. Looking around, his tense body relaxed a little and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Not too far away from the mountain valley, in another small valley, there were several wooden houses built. A figure pushed open the door and walked out, a smile on her face as she looked at him from afar. It was Ningling. Qin Yu's figure flashed and he flew out of the valley. Ningling suddenly waved her hand. Junior apprentice brother Qin, with your brute strength, do you really want to destroy the residence I worked so hard to clean up? Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. Senior apprentice sister Ning, why did you move here? Ningling smiled. Junior apprentice brother Qin needs space to control his rising strength. I also need a quiet environment to familiarize myself with the changes in my bloodline. So, after thinking about it, I decided to temporarily move out. Qin Yu nodded to express his understanding. The surging emotions in his heart had been interrupted, making it difficult for him to speak. He opened his mouth. Ningling suddenly said, I am about to go into seclusion for several days. If junior apprentice brother Qin doesn't have anything else to do, then I won't be accompanying you any longer. Qin Yu thought about it. There was indeed no need to be in such a hurry. This sort of matter needed the time and atmosphere to be perfect before he could speak of it. He cupped his hands together. Senior apprentice sister Ning, please cultivate. I will also go into seclusion for several days to hone my control over my strength. As he spoke, he turned to leave but stopped. He earnestly said, I must thank senior apprentice sister this time. In the future, I am willing to shelter senior apprentice sister from the wind and rain. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure flew far away. Although he didn't say it out loud, this could be considered as expressing his feelings to a certain degree. Ningling turned and returned to her room. The moment she closed the door, she covered her mouth and her eyes turned red. She suddenly felt that she was far too selfish. Chapter 256. Genius 1 second. Remember if you want to go. Sure, Net provides you with wonderful novels to read. Returning to the mountain valley, Qin Yu first tidied up the mess. Although there were countless footprints left behind, this was extremely beneficial to him in controlling his mortal body's strength. The wild wolf's gaze was solemn. Its eyes were filled with respect and submission. Its master's current strength was truly terrifying. It had no doubt that if its master wanted to, he could easily smash the surrounding mountains into smithereens. The other pair of eyes belonged to the chicken overlord. It originally wanted to gossip about just what Qin Yu and Ningling had done that caused such a commotion that they had demolished the house. But now, no matter how much it wanted to, it didn't dare to say it, but it really wanted to know. Qin Yu turned around. The wild wolf lay down, its tail wagging. The chicken overlord was enraged. It cursed in its heart, what a good old wolf. You actually want to learn my methods? But even if you do, you still won't be able to grasp the essence. Is wagging your tail like that? I'll let you broaden your horizons. As Qin Yu looked at the chicken overlord, he laughed and scolded it. Then, he turned and walked back to his room. His devil body had made a breakthrough and he had reached nascent soul. After the initial ecstasy passed, true excitement gushed out from the depths of his heart. This meant that he would soon step onto the peak of this world. As a young disciple of the Eastern Mountain sect, who could have imagined that in such a short period of time, he would reach his current situation? So what were they waiting for? In the shortest possible time, he would digest the strength brought about by the demon body's breakthrough and then make the final preparations for breaking into nascent soul. Qin Yu closed his eyes and cultivated. The mountain valley became tranquil once more. After borrowing the supremacy sect's prestige, the 100-mile ruler's limelight was unrivaled. Naturally, no one dared to intrude within a 300-mile radius. 10 days later, with a light creaking sound, Qin Yu pushed open the door. He frowned, a thoughtful look on his face. Just now, the qi and blood in his body had suddenly reversed. Even though it had disappeared in the blink of an eye, it still made him feel suffocated. Demon body sacrifice. The first time his demon body made a breakthrough, he had killed deep-sea demon and completed the sacrifice. With his current cultivation, if he wanted to smoothly complete the sacrifice, he feared he would need to kill a late nascent soul superpowerhouse. But how could such a master be easily encountered? Luckily, there was still some time before the backlash of the demon body occurred, so there was no need to worry too much. Suppressing his thoughts, he flew out of the mountain valley and arrived at Ningling's dwelling. But she was still in seclusion. Love go small say neck senior apprentice sister Ning, how are you now? After waiting for several breaths of time, Ningling lightly said, junior apprentice brother Qin must be worried about me. I'm fine. Qin Yu frowned. From this voice, he could actually feel a bit of alienation and indifference. He didn't know why, but panic surged from the depths of his heart, as if he was about to lose something incomparably important. Senior apprentice sister Ning. He stepped forwards. Ningling said, junior apprentice brother Qin, please return. I still have to cultivate. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I have something to say to senior apprentice sister Ning. Senior apprentice sister, please come out and see me. After a long period of silence, the door to the cabin opened and Ningling appeared. Although her appearance hadn't changed, her eyebrows, eyes, and every other part of her exuded a noble and indifferent aura that could not be blasphemed against. She was indifferent without any fluctuations of emotion, like a god descending to the mortal world. Disgust rose in Qin Yu's heart and his eyes turned icy cold. But in the next instant, he reacted and hurriedly suppressed his emotions before forcing out a smile. Senior sister Ning, you seem to have become slightly different. A complex light flashed deep in Ningling's eyes before immediately disappearing. Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, it isn't just me who has changed. You are also no longer the same as before. I still haven't congratulated junior apprentice brother Qin Yu. After your demon body made a breakthrough, there will no longer be any hindrance to your nascent soul great Tao. From now on, you can freely soar through this world. Qin Yu looked at Ningling. As he listened to her speak, he couldn't help but feel his heart fill with irritation. He loudly said, Senior apprentice sister Ning, just what happened? Why are you avoiding me? Ningling lowered her head. Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu is overthinking things. I have always been like this. If I have done something wrong, I ask that you forgive me. It was this polite and aloof attitude, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and reached out to grab her. Senior apprentice sister Ning, do you not understand my feelings? As he grabbed Ningling, his palm seemed to pierce through some invisible barrier. Then, that soft and tender palm suddenly turned crimson red. A sizzling sound rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle. Then, a dazzling golden light and the richest black in the world erupted, as if dividing the world. Rumble rumble, a terrifying collision erupted. Shockwaves rose up, sweeping through the entire mountain valley. The wooden house behind Ningling was instantly torn to pieces. Grass flew into the air and cracks crisscrossed the ground, as if a typhoon had passed through. Within Severed Spirit Mountain, countless cultivators looked up in horror. They looked up into the skies, where black and gold were confronting each other. A terrifying aura rapidly spread outwards. Strong winds bent down the treetops and swept up boulders. In the eye of the storm, Qin Yu stared at Ningling in a daze. The flesh and blood of his palm had turned crimson and the skin on his palm even began to melt away, revealing dark red flesh. But he didn't seem to feel anything. He only looked at Ningling in a daze, feeling the hostility and icy coldness from her body. How could this be? Ningling lightly said, Junior apprentice brother Qin Yu, do you now understand why I avoided you? She lowered her head and frowned, a look of loathing on her face. Let go. Qin Yu's heart shrank. He subconsciously loosened his palm. The flesh and blood on his palm wriggled, and after several breaths of time, it was restored. But at this time, he had no mind to pay attention to the powerful regenerative abilities of the demon body. He only stared blankly at the familiar yet strange face in front of him. She was Ningling, but she was no longer the Ningling of the past. That trace of loathing pierced through his heart like an arrow. Even with Qin Yu's powerful will and mind, he still felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He looked up and looked straight into Ningling's eyes. "Senior apprentice Sister Ning, please tell me just what is going on here." Ningling was silent for a moment. Then, she slowly said, "Since ancient times, gods and demons have never coexisted. Junior apprentice Brother Qin, you obtained the demonic bloodline in my body and has already stepped onto the demonic path. I am a descendant of the divine Tao and my aura and strength clash with yours. Even standing together causes my blood to tumble and I feel loathing towards you. If we were to come into contact, the result would be like this." Qin Yu opened his mouth. After a long time, he said with difficulty, "Senior apprentice Sister Ning already knew this result." Ningling nodded. "That's right." Qin Yu looked at her. "Why?" "If I knew that obtaining the demonic bloodline in Senior apprentice Sister Ning would make it impossible for you to coexist with me, I would rather not have it." Ningling lightly said, "Junior apprentice Brother Qin Yu, what are you saying? You and I are cultivators who are courageous and brave, willing to pay any price in order to pursue the great Tao. The demonic bloodline can help Junior apprentice Brother Qin Yu reach nascent soul. Such a great stroke of good fortune can be achieved as long as you and I never meet again, so why care about it? Moreover, expelling the demonic bloodline is also greatly beneficial to me. If I never meet Senior apprentice Sister Ning again, then I don't want to make a breakthrough in my demon body." Qin Yu's eyes revealed a decisive look. "Even without the demonic bloodline, I can still make a breakthrough in my demon body and reach the great Tao of nascent soul. Today, I will destroy the bloodline in my body." He lifted a hand and pressed it against his chest. With the sound of breaking bones, his chest caved in and the black robe on his back exploded apart. The demonic head appeared once more, its eyes wide with anger. "Catcher, catcher," his flesh, blood, and bones trembled and cracked apart. The surface of his skin bulged out and blood vessels rose up like blue earthworms, twisting and undulating in a horrifying manner. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. Dark red beads of blood slowly seeped out, soaking his robes. Ningling was stunned. She never thought that after Qin Yu learned the truth, his choice would be so extreme. "You are insane." Ningling could no longer maintain her indifferent expression. She threw herself forward and pulled away Qin Yu's hand. Large teardrops gushed out from the corners of her eyes. "The demonic bloodline has formed the demon body and is one with you. If you destroy it, you will also die." Qin Yu held onto her tightly. The demonic bloodline in his body seemed to sense his ruthlessness and madness. It restrained its own aura to avoid colliding with Ningling's bloodline of God. "Ningling, I know that you have me in your heart. No matter how heartless you pretend to be, you cannot deceive me." Ningling looked up, her eyes red. "You don't blame me for lying to you?" Qin Yu wiped away her tears. "I don't." Without anything else to say, just these two words were enough to warm her heart. "But remember, no matter what happens in the future, you cannot use such a method to reject me and distance yourself from me." Ningling cried. "Qin Yu, I have to go. I have to leave this place." She finally spoke the truth. Ningling and the Gold Noble family were not people of this world. Rather, they came from a vast and boundless world that was separated by a barrier between the heavens and earth, the land of divinity and demons. Ningling's mother was still alive. She was imprisoned there, enduring torture and punishment. She needed to return and rescue her mother. I have already awakened my bloodline. My clan will soon arrive and bring me back to the land of divinity and demons. Qin Yu, I have to go, I have to go." Ningling cried in sorrow. It was rare for her to reveal such intense emotions. She originally wanted to coldly reject Qin Yu and make him lose all hope before turning and leaving by herself. But today, Qin Yu's decisive actions had directly shattered her cold outer shell of camouflage. She wanted to stay and be with Qin, but her mother was suffering in the land of divinity and demons, so how could she abandon her? Qin could feel her pain and helplessness. He gently stroked her hair. The land of divinity and demons. Senior apprentice Sister Ning, just go. No matter how far you go, I will find you. Ning Ling cried as she shook her head. Qin didn't know what sort of place the land of divinity and demons was. In that vast world, there were countless powerhouses. Nascent souls could barely be classified as top-tier powerhouses. As for higher-level existences, they were like stars in the sky, so many that it was impossible to count them all. Perhaps he was already the highest peak existence here, but to the land of divinity and demons, he wasn't anything at all. It was impossible for him to obtain guidance, and there was no way for him to enter that world. These words tumbled in her heart. Ning Ling wanted to tell Qin not to wait for her anymore. She wanted to pretend that she had already died in the past and find a beautiful girl to live her own life. But when these words reached the tip of her tongue, she couldn't say them. If she told him, just how much despair would Qin feel? As Ning Ling's thoughts were in chaos, her complexion suddenly changed. She looked up into the skies. Qin could also feel a formidable strength suddenly appearing. It was like a sword from beyond the heavens, crossing through endless space to arrive. Bang! The skies shattered and a black vortex appeared. A giant turtle crawled out from within. There were 2 cultivators on the turtle shell, their eyes cold and indifferent.